Chapter 12, Chapter 11. The Wizengamot chambers felt like the inside of a blast-ended screw-it, crowded, tense, and just waiting to explode. Harry sat on the edge of his chair, bouncing his knee like he was auditioning to be the new percussionist for the Weird Sisters. The weight of the place, the history, the formality, the slightly sinister smell of old parchment and wizard robes was pressing down on him. And then there was Susan Bones. Susan, sitting beside him, was fidgeting with the hem of her robes like it was some kind of stress relief charm. Her freckles stood out against the pale flush on her cheeks, and she kept sneaking glances at Harry, her expression flickering between wide-eyed determination and something that might have been an adorably awkward crush. "I hate waiting," Susan muttered under her breath, her voice sharp but low, like she didn't want to disturb the courtroom's sanctity. "Why do trials always take forever? If I were running this, we'd be halfway through closing arguments by now." Harry arched a brow. "What would you do? Snap your fingers and declare everyone innocent or guilty on instinct?" Susan shot him a mock glare. "No. I'd streamline the process. You know, cut the dramatic pauses, maybe throw in some snacks. This place could use a refresh." She gestured vaguely around the chamber. "Honestly, who designs a courtroom to look like a villain's lair?" He chuckled, and for a moment, her nerves seemed to settle, though the flush in her cheeks didn't fade. A few seats down, Aurora Monroe stormed to her friends, and a walking embodiment of grace sat like she owned the place. Not in a smug way, but in the effortless, "I command the weather and look amazing doing it" way. Her white hair framed her face like a halo, her posture regal. Harry wasn't sure how she managed to look so calm, but then again, she had faced down literal gods and probably didn't lose sleep over much. "Patience, Harry," Aurora said, her voice as smooth as butterbeer but with the authority of a Hogwarts professor who actually meant business. "The truth will prevail in time." "Sure, but does the truth have to take this long?" Harry muttered. He felt like he was about to crawl out of his skin. The trial wasn't just about Sirius, it was about everything. About proving he wasn't crazy for believing in him. About justice. About, well, not screwing up in front of half the wizarding world. Professor Charles Xavier, sitting beside Aurora, leaned forward slightly, his hands clasped in front of him. He had that calm, wise aura that made you want to sit up straighter and think about your life choices. "Harry," he said, his voice rich and measured, "sometimes the most important battles are fought in the waiting. It's not always about action. It's about being ready when the moment comes." Harry turned to look at the man, resisting the urge to roll his eyes at how perfect that sounded. "Yeah, but what if you're not ready? What if you just mess it all up?" Xavier's gaze was steady, piercing but kind. "Then you learn. You adapt. Growth comes from mistakes, not perfection." "Wow," Susan piped up, her tone halfway between admiration and mischief. "Do you just have that wisdom on tap, or do you rehearse it? Because if you ever get tired of leading mutant kind, there's definitely a market for inspirational posters." Aurora's lips twitched into a faint smile. "He'd make an excellent motivational speaker." "I'd certainly try," Xavier replied, his own smile softening his serious demeanor. Susan leaned closer to Harry, lowering her voice to a conspiratorial whisper. "You know, if we survive this without a total meltdown, we're all going out for ice cream. My treat. But only if you don't brood." "I don't brood," Harry said, scandalized. Susan gave him a look. "You do. It's very dramatic. Like, brooding hero levels of dramatic." Before Harry could fire back a witty retort, the chamber doors creaked open, and the assembled wizards straightened in their seats. The trial was about to begin. The tension in the air ratcheted up to about 11, and Harry felt his stomach flip-flop. Aurora placed a gentle hand on his shoulder, her touch grounding him. "Focus on what's right, Harry. The rest will follow." As the trial began, Harry glanced at Susan, who gave him an encouraging, if slightly nervous, smile. Xavier's words echoed in his mind, blending with Aurora's steady presence and Susan's fiery determination. He had no idea how this would play out, but one thing was certain, he wasn't alone. And maybe, just maybe, that was enough to get him through. The doors to the Wizardgamot chambers creaked open, and the room instantly snapped to attention like someone had just shouted "Troll in the dungeon!" Everyone sat straighter, robes rustling, and suddenly the chamber felt smaller, like it was holding its breath. Harry's stomach did a nervous somersault as his eyes locked on Sirius Black. There he was, flanked by two Aurors, looking, well, like someone who'd spent 12 years in a soul-sucking prison but was still trying to pull off devil-may-care swagger. Sirius had that haunted, gaunt look, the kind that whispered "I've been through hell," but there was still something in his eyes, sharp, defiant, alive. He was the kind of guy who could smirk at a dragon while standing in its mouth. "Remind me again why these trials can't just happen over tea and biscuits," Harry whispered to Susan, who was sitting next to him and fiddling with her wand. "Because this is the wizarding world," she replied, deadpan. "If it's not needlessly dramatic, are we even doing it right?" She offered him a tiny, nervous smile. Up front, Albus Dumbledore rose from his seat, radiating gravitas like it was something he bottled and sold at Flourish and Blott's. His long silver beard shimmered faintly in the torchlight, and his half-moon glasses glinted just enough to remind everyone that he was the guy. You know, the one who could probably win an argument with a dragon or outriddle a sphinx before breakfast. "Esteemed members of the Wizardgamot," Dumbledore began, his deep, deliberate voice rolling over the room. It had the exact tone of someone who was about to drop some world-altering news but would make you sit through a 5-minute speech first. "It is with a heavy heart that I must recuse myself from presiding over this trial." Cue the murmurs. The room erupted like a gaggle of first years discovering the Forbidden Forest for the first time. Harry craned his neck to see everyone's reactions. Even Susan looked like she'd been hit with a mild stunning spell. Dumbledore raised a hand, silencing the crowd with an ease that was both impressive and a little unsettling. "As Chief Warlock," he continued, "I am duty-bound to ensure that this trial is conducted with the utmost impartiality. However, as I am to serve as a witness for the defense, I cannot, in good conscience, maintain that impartiality." Harry blinked. He knew Dumbledore was playing the wise old mentor card here, but there was a part of him, probably the part that remembered being left in the dark about a dozen different things, that wanted to ask, "Really, though? Couldn't you just stay impartial and save us all the drama?" "Therefore," Dumbledore announced, "I appoint Amos Diggory to preside over these proceedings." He turned to Amos with a benevolent nod, like he was handing over the keys to Hogwarts itself. "Amos, I trust you will handle this responsibility with the integrity and wisdom you are known for." Amos Diggory, looking every inch the distinguished middle-aged wizard, stepped forward. If Dumbledore was the wise professor, Amos was the no-nonsense head of a department who made you redo your paperwork 3 times to get it right. He had the kind of voice that could carry across a Quidditch pitch without needing a sonorous charm. "Thank you, Albus," Amos said, his tone formal but steady. He glanced around the chamber, taking in the sea of faces with the faintest twitch of his mustache. "Let's get to it, then, shall we?" The murmurs died down as Amos took his seat, a look of grim determination on his face. It was clear he wasn't here to play games or tolerate any nonsense. The bailiff stood, his voice booming like a howler. "Court is now in session." Harry shifted in his seat, his attention snapping back to Sirius. The man stood there, still and quiet, but Harry could feel the barely restrained energy humming beneath the surface. It was the kind of tension that said, "I've been through worse, but this is personal." As Sirius's gaze swept across the room, he caught Harry's eye. For a moment, the tired mask slipped, and there it was, a spark of the reckless, mischievous Sirius Harry had heard about. The guy who'd once charmed a broomstick out of Filch's office, just because. The godfather who had risked everything to protect him. The man who despite everything still had the audacity to wink at Harry like they were sharing a private joke. Harry's lips twitched upward, a flicker of hope breaking through his nerves. Then Sirius turned back to the bench, his posture straightening as he faced the Wizengamot with a defiance that screamed, "Bring it on!" Susan leaned in, her voice barely a whisper. "He looks good. For someone who's been in Azkaban, I mean." Harry shot her a look. "You realize that's not exactly a glowing compliment, right?" She shrugged, her cheeks turning pink. "I'm just saying. He's got a presence. Like, look at me, I dare you kind of presence." "I think that's less presence and more a survival mechanism," Harry muttered, but deep down, he agreed. Sirius was still serious, even if Azkaban had left its mark. As the trial began, Harry felt a mix of dread and determination settle in his chest. This wasn't just about clearing Sirius's name, it was about justice. About proving that the truth, no matter how messy or inconvenient, could still win. And maybe, just maybe, it was about hope. The bailiff's voice rang out like a sonorous charm gone haywire. "All rise for the Honourable Wizengamot Court." It had the kind of authority that made everyone jump to their feet, even the snooty types who probably hadn't stood for anyone since Merlin's day. Harry, perched in the gallery next to Susan Bones, tried to make himself look inconspicuous. It wasn't working. Susan was fidgeting beside him, her hands clenched tightly around her wand as though she might need to duel someone at a moment's notice. Her wide eyes darted from the imposing chamber to the serious-looking wizards filing in, clearly debating whether she was going to faint or hex someone. Meanwhile, Harry felt like he'd been roped into a bad episode of Wizarding Court Mysteries. His nerves were shot, his palms were clammy, and to top it all off, he had Aurora Monroe and Professor Xavier sitting behind him. Aurora radiated calm like she was sitting in the middle of a thunderstorm she could control, while Xavier's presence was unnervingly serene, so serene it made Harry's suspicion radar ping. Harry couldn't help but think, please don't turn out to be Dumbledore 2.0. One meddling old man is enough. Amos Diggory took the central chair like a man who'd been handed a goblet of fire whiskey and told it was pumpkin juice. He had that kind of mild-mannered authority that made you think he'd be great at telling bedtime stories until you realized he could probably recite laws about cauldron thicknesses for hours. Adjusting his glasses, Amos gave the chamber a small nod, his voice deep and deliberate as he said, "You may be seated." The room shuffled noisily as everyone obeyed, and Amos straightened up, looking every inch the man trying to keep order in a room full of chaos. "Before we begin, let me remind everyone that this court operates with the utmost decorum. I will not hesitate to silence unruly outbursts. Yes, that includes muttered commentary, whispered hexes, and any sudden transformations into magical creatures." He glanced sternly at one of the younger Wizengamot members, who shrank back like they'd been caught passing notes in class. Rufus Scrimgeour was the first to rise. Tall, imposing, and about as cheerful as a Dementor at a picnic, Scrimgeour surveyed the room with the gravitas of a wizard who'd seen far too much. His mane of tawny hair and piercing eyes gave him the air of a lion sizing up its prey. His voice was like gravel coated in steel. "Esteemed members of the Wizengamot," he began, "we are gathered today to deliberate on the case of Sirius Black, a man whose reputation precedes him for all the wrong reasons." Harry bristled at the condescension in Scrimgeour's tone, but Sirius standing in chains in the center of the room didn't flinch. If anything, he smirked. It wasn't a happy smirk, though. It was the kind of expression that said, "Yeah, go on. Tell them how much of a monster I am. It's not like they've got it wrong before." Scrimgeour began pacing like he was auditioning for a dramatic role. "The facts are grim. On October 31, 1981, Sirius Black allegedly betrayed the Potters to Voldemort, resulting in their deaths and the attempted murder of Harry Potter. Days later, he caused an explosion in a crowded street, killing 12 Muggles and 1 Peter Pettigrew. Harry clenched his fists as murmurs rippled through the chamber. Scrimgeour raised a hand for silence, his voice cutting through the noise like a severing charm. And yet, despite these heinous crimes, no trial was ever conducted. Black was sent to Azkaban on the authority of then-head of magical law enforcement, Barty Crouch Sr. While I am not here to question Crouch's judgment, his tone suggested he absolutely was. I am here to seek the truth. Sirius snorted, the sound echoing in the silence. Truth? That's rich coming from you lot. You locked me away faster than a broomstick with no brakes. Amos Diggory cleared his throat sharply, his voice mild but firm. Mr. Black, I suggest you refrain from commentary until called upon. This is a courtroom, not the Gryffindor common room. Sirius raised his shackled hands in mock surrender. Wouldn't dream of it, Your Honor. Scrimgeour glared at him but moved on. Our case hinges on the testimony of witnesses, magical evidence, and veritaserum, should the court allow its use. His gaze swept the room. And let us not forget the gravity of this case. It is not just about Sirius Black, it is about ensuring that true justice is served. With that, Scrimgeour sat, his presence leaving a lingering weight in the air. Ted Tonks rose next. Unlike Scrimgeour's lion-like gravitas, Ted had a fox's quick charm and intelligence. His sharp blue eyes scanned the room as he adjusted his robes, exuding an easy confidence that said, I know exactly what I'm doing, and you'll love me for it. Ladies and gentlemen of the Wizengamot, he began, his voice warm and conversational, today, we are not just examining the actions of a man. We are examining the actions of a system. A system that, for all its supposed brilliance, managed to imprison an innocent man for over a decade without so much as a trial. There was an audible gasp from the gallery. Ted nodded, as if to say, yep, I just said that. Deal with it. Now, let's talk about Sirius Black. He gestured to Sirius, who raised an eyebrow, clearly amused. This is a man who has offered to take veritaserum, a substance that compels absolute truth, to clear his name. He claims he was not the Potter's secret keeper. That responsibility, according to him, fell to one Peter Pettigrew, who faked his own death and framed my client. Another wave of murmurs rippled through the chamber. Ted leaned on the bench like he was sharing a juicy secret. And here's the kicker, Sirius Black performed the Godfather ritual for Harry Potter. This ancient magical rite binds him to protect Harry at all costs. Does that sound like the kind of thing a Death Eater would do? Sirius, never one to miss an opportunity for dramatic flair, smirked. Death Eater? Please. Black's the name, not Malfoy. Even Amos Diggory cracked a smile at that, though he quickly masked it with a cough. Order, please. Ted's voice softened. Sirius Black has suffered. He's been broken, humiliated, and vilified. But he's here today, not just to clear his name, but to seek justice for himself and for Harry Potter. That, esteemed members of the Wizengamot, is the kind of bravery we should be celebrating, not condemning. As Ted sat down, Harry felt a flicker of hope. For the first time in a long while, it felt like the truth might actually stand a chance against the lies. Sirius shot him a wink, and Harry couldn't help but smile. The fight wasn't over, but at least now, they had a shot. The courtroom was so silent you could hear a quill drop. Which was impressive, considering how many people were packed into the Wizengamot chamber. All eyes were on Sirius Black as he shuffled into the room, flanked by aurors who looked equal parts awed and nervous. After all, it wasn't every day they walked in with a man who'd spent 12 years in Azkaban, a man they believed was the wizarding equivalent of Voldemort's second-string quarterback. Sirius, however, seemed utterly unimpressed by the spectacle. His dark hair hung in matted waves, framing a gaunt face that still carried traces of his old, roguish charm, though now it was buried under layers of exhaustion and the kind of sarcasm you only develop after surviving soul-sucking dementors. He looked around, his storm-grey eyes flickering with amusement as though he were cataloguing everyone present for future mockery. Well, he drawled, his voice scratchy but dripping with disdain, "this is cozy. What's next?" A group hug. Amos Diggory, seated at the center of the Wizengamot like he was presiding over the trial of the century, which, to be fair, he was, cleared his throat. His baritone was rich and authoritative, though it carried an edge of impatience. "Sirius Black," he intoned, his words rolling out with all the drama of a bard delivering a tragic monologue, "you stand accused of treason, mass murder and conspiracy with he who must not be named. Do you consent to questioning under verita serum?" Sirius raised an eyebrow, looking as if Diggory had just asked him if he'd like to try a new flavor of Bertie Bott's beans. "Consent," he echoed, his lips curling into a smirk that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Let's skip the pleasantries, shall we? You lot have already decided I'm guilty, so why not give me the truth serum and get it over with? Merlin knows I'm dying to see how much of this kangaroo court actually cares about the truth." There were a few uncomfortable coughs from the Wizengamot members, but Diggory held his ground, his expression as placid as a well-fed hippogriff. "Very well," he said, motioning to a Medi-Wizard. "Administer the serum." The Medi-Wizard stepped forward, carefully tipping 3 drops of the clear potion onto Sirius's tongue. The change was almost immediate. Sirius's smirk faded, his posture slouched further, and his face took on the distant, dazed look of someone who'd just been conf-unded. For a moment, it seemed as though the entire courtroom leaned in, holding their collective breath. Rufus Scrimgeour, who had been watching the proceedings with the air of a man who believed himself to be the smartest in the room, and wanted everyone to know it, rose from his seat. His hawk-like eyes glinted in the torchlight, and his voice carried the clipped precision of a veteran bureaucrat who had seen far too many incompetent co-workers. "Sirius Black," he began, enunciating each word as though it were a spell, "did you betray James and Lily Potter to you-know-who?" Sirius blinked slowly, as if the question had taken an eternity to reach his brain. Then, with a tone as flat as a parchment, he replied, "No, I was not their secret keeper. Peter Pettigrew was." The words landed like a stunning spell. Gasps rippled through the chamber, and even Amos Diggory, for all his practiced composure, looked like he'd just been told the Chudley Cannons had won the league. Scrimgeour's lips thinned into a line so severe it could have sliced through parchment. "You claim," he said, his tone ice cold, "that Peter Pettigrew was the Potter's secret keeper? Can you prove it?" Sirius let out a bark of laughter, startling the room. It was a sound that carried echoes of bitterness and long-suppressed rage. "Prove it," he repeated, his voice gaining strength despite the serum's effects. "Sure, why not? Let's start with the fact that Pettigrew faked his own death and has been hiding as a rat ever since. Quite literally, I might add. He's been living with the Weasley family for years. Go ahead, check for a missing toe on their pet." The murmurs that followed were no longer shocked but bordering on scandalized. Scrimgeour's face darkened, and he turned to one of the Aurors stationed by the door. "Dispatch a team to the Weasley residence immediately," he ordered. "Confirm this claim." As the Auror scurried out, Diggory leaned forward, his expression torn between disbelief and reluctant admiration. "Sirius," he said carefully, his voice losing some of its theatricality, "why didn't you reveal this sooner?" Sirius's laughter came again, harsher this time. "Reveal it," he echoed. "To whom, exactly? The Dementors? Crouch Senior, who would have sooner kissed a basilisk than listen to a word I said. Forgive me, Amos, but Azkaban doesn't exactly have an open-door policy for appeals." Ted Tonks, who had been sitting quietly at the defense table, finally stood, his sharp features set in an expression of fierce determination. "Members of the Wizengamot," he said, his voice clear and steady, "what you've heard today isn't just the testimony of a man wrongly imprisoned, it's a damning indictment of our justice system. Sirius Black has been denied due process, subjected to torture, and slandered without evidence. I ask you, is this the kind of justice we stand for?" The room fell into an uneasy silence, broken only by the sound of the aura returning, his face pale. "We've found the rat," he announced, holding up a small cage. Inside, a twitchy, terrified rodent cowered, its balding fur and missing toe unmistakable. The tension in the chamber reached a fever pitch as the truth became impossible to ignore. Sirius, still under the effects of the Verita serum, leaned back in his chair and smirked. "Told you," he said, his voice dripping with vindication. "Now, can someone get me a decent meal and maybe a comb? I've got 12 years of hell to make up for." The courtroom was buzzing like a hive of particularly scandalized bees, the shockwaves of Sirius Black's testimony still reverberating through the chamber. It wasn't every day that the Wizengamot got walloped by a truth bomb so big it made Voldemort's return seem like a minor inconvenience. Every witch and wizard present wore expressions ranging from gobsmacked to deeply uncomfortable, as if they'd just been told their dragon-hide boots were knockoffs. Amos Diggory, ever the picture of stiff upper-lip British propriety, rose to his feet with the air of a man who'd just had to explain to his dinner guests that the souffle had collapsed but dessert would continue nonetheless. His voice, rich and sonorous, filled the room with a calm authority that seemed to momentarily soothe the collective chaos. "Ladies and gentlemen of the Wizengamot," he began, his tone grave yet warm, like a kindly uncle about to deliver bad news with a plate of biscuits. "It is abundantly clear that we have been grievously mistaken in our judgment of Sirius Black. The evidence presented today demands nothing less than a thorough reassessment of his case." Sirius, seated in the dock, looked like a man who couldn't decide whether to laugh, cry, or throw something. His dark hair hung in disheveled waves around his gaunt face, and though his eyes still carried the haunted weight of Azkaban, there was a spark of his old self simmering beneath the surface, a rebellious, sardonic glint that screamed, "You're all lucky I don't have my wand right now." "Well, that's comforting," Sirius drawled, his voice raspy but laced with biting humor. "Only took you 12 years, public humiliation and an illegally administered truth potion to figure that out. Bravo!" Amos cleared his throat, his cheeks coloring slightly, but his composure didn't waver. "Mr. Black, I assure you, the Wizengamot will do everything in its power to rectify this grievous error. Justice, while delayed, will not be denied." Rufus Scrimgeour, seated a few rows behind Diggory, leaned forward with the kind of intensity that suggested he was planning to wrestle justice into submission if necessary. His leonine features were carved into an expression of grim determination, and his sharp eyes flicked to Sirius like a hawk sizing up a particularly elusive prey. "The man deserves more than an apology, Diggory," he said, his voice low and gravelly, carrying just a hint of a growl. "We've let this go on long enough. If Pettigrew's alive and hiding as a rat, no less than we've got a bloody lot of explaining to do." Ted Tonks, seated on the sidelines, folded his arms and smirked, his youthful features twisted in amusement. "Scrimgeour's right, though I never thought I'd agree with him. But let's not act like this is news. Plenty of us thought something didn't add up back then, most of us were just too scared to say it." Scrimgeour shot Ted a glare that could have melted a cauldron, but Ted only raised an eyebrow in response. Sirius, watching the exchange with faint amusement, muttered, "Glad to see the ministry's still as dysfunctional as ever. It's like coming home." Before Scrimgeour could reply or possibly explode, Amos raised a hand for silence. "Enough," he said, his tone as firm as a locking charm. "The matter at hand is ensuring that Mr. Black's innocence is formally recognized and compensated. We are not here to debate the past but to ensure justice in the present." The Wizengamot murmured their agreement, and after a brief, hurried deliberation that mostly consisted of everyone avoiding eye contact with Sirius, Amos announced the verdict. "Sirius Black," he declared, his voice echoing through the chamber like a spell. "You are hereby cleared of all charges. The Wizengamot extends its sincerest apologies for the grievous miscarriage of justice you have endured." The room erupted into applause, though Sirius looked less than impressed. He stood slowly, his lanky frame carrying the weight of years lost, and swept his gaze over the assembled witches and wizards. "Oh, don't stop there," he said, his tone dry as a desert. Why not throw in a fruit basket? Maybe a nice welcome back to society card? Merlin knows I'd hate to feel underappreciated. Amos's face twitched, caught between amusement and exasperation, while Ted let out a low chuckle. Always the charmer, aren't you, Black? Ted quipped. Before Sirius could retort, Dumbledore rose from his seat, his presence commanding immediate silence. His blue eyes twinkled with a mixture of sympathy and something deeper, perhaps regret. Sirius, Dumbledore said, his voice soft but resonant, on behalf of the Wizengamot, I offer my deepest apologies. No words can truly compensate for what you have endured, but I hope you will accept our efforts to make amends. Sirius tilted his head, studying Dumbledore with an inscrutable expression. Efforts, hey, he said, his tone sharp but not unkind. Well, Albus, let's see what those efforts look like, shall we? Amos, clearly eager to regain control of the situation, stepped forward. The Ministry will, of course, offer financial compensation, he said, his voice tinged with the faintest hint of desperation. A substantial sum to account for the time lost. Sirius smirked, his lips curling into something that was almost a grin but not quite. Time lost, he echoed, his voice dripping with irony. That's one way to put it. As the applause faded and the courtroom settled into a reflective silence, the weight of what had transpired began to sink in. The wizarding world, so quick to cast blame and cling to its assumptions, had finally been forced to confront its mistakes. Sirius Black had been vindicated, but the scars of his wrongful imprisonment lingered, a reminder of how fragile justice could be. And yet, as Sirius stood before the courtroom, his head held high and a shadow of his old swagger returning to his step, one thing was abundantly clear: Sirius Black might have been broken, but he was far from beaten. The courtroom was emptying, but the weight of what had just happened lingered in the air like the aftertaste of a particularly bitter potion. Sirius Black stood in the middle of it all, looking like he couldn't decide whether he was about to cry, punch a wall, or maybe both. His hair, once glossy and rebellious, now hung in limp waves around a face that had clearly seen better days, or, rather, any day that didn't involve soul-sucking dementors. Harry hesitated for a moment. He had imagined this reunion 100 different ways, and somehow, none of those scenarios had included Sirius looking so haunted. Still, he squared his shoulders and crossed the room, because if there was one thing Harry had learned in his relatively short life, it was that sometimes you had to be the one to take the first step, preferably without tripping over your own feet. Sirius, Harry said, his voice tentative, like he was testing the waters to see if his godfather was really there or just a figment of his overactive imagination. Sirius's head snapped up at the sound of his name. For a second, he looked utterly lost, like someone who'd just operated into the wrong room and realized they'd forgotten their wand. Then his grey eyes, sharp even after Azkaban had tried to dull them, locked onto Harry's, and something shifted. It was as if the weight of 1,000 bad memories lifted just enough to let him breathe. Harry. Sirius's voice was hoarse, rough around the edges, like he hadn't used it for anything but screaming in years. Which, honestly, wasn't far from the truth. He reached out, his hand trembling like he was afraid Harry might disappear if he blinked too hard. Harry closed the distance between them, his own heart pounding like it was trying to break free of his chest. It's me, he said softly, placing a hand on Sirius's shoulder. I'm real. You're real. And you're free now. Sirius let out a shaky laugh that sounded more like a sob. Free, he repeated, as if the word was some foreign concept he was still trying to wrap his head around. I don't even know what that means anymore. Harry's lips twitched into a small smile. It means you get to do things like eat real food, sleep in a bed that doesn't feel like a rock, and, maybe take a shower. No offense, but you smell like a dragon's nest after a rainstorm. That earned him a proper laugh, though it was cracked and raw around the edges. Sirius's eyes glinted with a hint of the mischief that Harry had only ever heard about in stories. "Well, excuse me, Mr. Potter," he said, his voice laced with mock indignation. "I'll have you know this is the aroma of resilience. Ode to survival, if you will." "Right," Harry deadpanned. "I'm sure the Ministry will be bottling it any day now." The smile on Sirius's face faltered slightly, and the weight of everything they'd both been through settled between them like an uninvited guest. He shook his head, his voice dropping to a whisper. "I should have been there for you, Harry. All those years, you shouldn't have had to face any of it alone." Harry felt his throat tighten, but he forced himself to hold Sirius's gaze. "You didn't choose this, Sirius. None of it was your fault. You've been through hell, and you still came out fighting. That's what matters." Sirius looked at him like he was trying to memorize every detail of Harry's face, as if he couldn't quite believe this moment was real. "You're a good kid, you know that," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "Better than I deserve." Harry shook his head, a small, determined smile playing on his lips. "You're wrong. I've heard the stories, remember? The pranks, the charm, the whole rebellious heartthrob thing? If anything, you've got some serious shoes to fill." Sirius laughed again, this time a bit stronger, a bit brighter. "Rebellious heartthrob, hey? I'll take it. Though I might need some time to live up to the hype." "Take all the time you need," Harry said, his voice steady. "We've got plenty of it now." For a moment, they just stood there, two people who had been broken in different ways but were finally starting to piece themselves back together. Sirius pulled Harry into a hug, and it wasn't one of those awkward, one-arm, manly hugs, either. It was the kind of hug that said, "I'm never letting go," the kind that Harry hadn't realized he'd been craving until now. When they finally stepped back, Sirius looked at Harry with a spark in his eyes that hadn't been there before. "All right," he said, clapping his hands together. "So, what's next? I hear they're offering me a boatload of gold as compensation. Think I can buy a flying motorcycle with it? Or maybe two?" Harry grinned, the heaviness in his chest easing for the first time in what felt like forever. "You could probably buy a whole fleet. But first, maybe we should focus on getting you some new clothes. I don't think Azkaban chic is going to catch on anytime soon." Sirius smirked, a shadow of the marauder he used to be flickering to life. "Fair enough. But don't think for a second that I'm letting you off the hook, Harry. We've got a lot of catching up to do and a lot of trouble to get into." Harry's grin widened. "Sounds like a plan." And just like that, the world felt a little less heavy, a little more hopeful. Because Sirius Black was free, Harry Potter wasn't alone anymore, and together, they were ready to take on whatever came next. Chapter 13, Chapter 12. The air around the X mansion was buzzing with that sort of weird energy you only get when something major is about to happen, but no one's quite sure what it is. Harry's birthday was right around the corner, but let's be real, this wasn't about age. Not for him. No, it was about new beginnings. It was about being alive, about all the things he'd learned in the past week. About Sirius, the man who had just gone from being a myth, a shadow, a lost cause, to here, standing in front of him like some sort of magical, manic whirlwind. And, trust me, if you've ever seen Sirius Black in action, you'll know that whirlwind doesn't even begin to cover it. Sirius, clearly thrilled to be free from Azkaban's clutches, stormed into Harry's room like a rock star entering a stadium, his wild, long hair flying around him like he was about to take flight. And then, with all the dramatic flair of someone who'd spent way too long in isolation, he launched into a raucous rendition of Happy Birthday. And when I say raucous, I mean ear-splittingly off-key. The walls themselves seemed to win CE. "Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Harry," Sirius sang, grinning wildly, clearly overjoyed to be alive, even if his musical abilities suggested otherwise. Harry, who was trying desperately not to laugh. It was his birthday, after all, and he didn't want to hurt his godfather's feelings, gave in and chuckled. You know, Sirius, I've never been so glad to hear a terrible rendition of that song, Harry joked, watching his godfather's eyes light up with sheer joy. Sirius shot him a grin that could have blinded a lesser mortal. I knew you'd appreciate my artistic genius. He paused dramatically. It's all about the entrance, kid. The serious entrance. Harry couldn't help it, he laughed, throwing his head back as Sirius took an exaggerated bow, holding out his arms like he'd just completed a major performance at the Royal Opera House. And honestly, it was kind of perfect. Meanwhile, the room was a chaotic, delightful mess. Kurt Wagner, who had this whole German-accented, lovable nerdy thing going on, was busy holding forth in his usual exuberant way to Rogue, who stood nearby rolling her eyes, though not without the slightest hint of a smile. You see, Harry, in Bavaria, Kurt was saying, his hands flailing as he explained the intricacies of Bavarian culture. It probably had something to do with cheese, or maybe trains. Honestly, Harry lost track. Watcher, Harry. Tonk's voice cut through the chatter like a jackhammer, but in a good way. The Metamorphmagus was currently in a state of perpetual transformation, her pink hair shifting to something brighter every 5 seconds. She was also clumsy, as always, and had already tripped over a chair leg while attempting to give Harry a cupcake. Oops. Sorry. Tonks grinned sheepishly, somehow managing to make an awkward fall look like part of the plan. No big deal. Just a little, birthday trip up. Happens to everyone. Rogue, leaning against the wall with the calmness of someone who could start a fight and end it in about 3 seconds, raised an eyebrow. Well, sugar, you're lookin' mighty fine for a birthday boy. Don't go gettin' too full of yourself now. We've still got cake to shove in your face. Not to mention presents, Kitty Pryde piped up, sitting cross-legged on the floor with her usual excitement. I got you some cool stuff, Harry. You'll love it, trust me. It's totally awesome for sci-fi nerds. Kitty, for all her nerdy charm, had this uncanny ability to make even comic books sound like the most exciting thing on the planet. She practically glowed with pride as she passed Harry a pile of new graphic novels. Harry's gaze drifted to Scott Summers, who, let's be honest, had the kind of confidence that only a guy who'd been the leader of a mutant squad for years could have. And it wasn't the good kind of confidence, either. No, this was the I'm destined for greatness kind, which, when paired with his overzealous manner, was, well, let's say it could be annoying. So, Jean and I were thinking. Scott started, as if he were about to drop some earth-shattering revelation. We were thinking it'd be amazing if... Harry tuned him out halfway through, more focused on Jean, who was blushing a shade that nearly matched her red hair. She wouldn't meet Harry's gaze, and Harry, being totally self-aware and painfully awkward, felt like he was about to die of second-hand embarrassment. It was the awkward, giddy, not actually sure what's happening phase of having a crush on someone. Ugh. Teenagers. Finally, there was Sirius, who had now moved on to the presents with the same level of enthusiasm as a kid in a candy shop. Each gift he opened, he commented on with dramatic flair, as if Harry had handed him the crown jewels rather than a pack of wizarding socks. A toaster! Sirius exclaimed, staring at a muggle appliance like it was the Holy Grail. This is genius! A toaster, Harry! I'm going to toast all the bread in the world. Harry could see it, the glint in Sirius's eyes, the joy, the way his godfather was trying to make the best of things despite everything that had happened. The dark circles under his eyes were their clear signs of someone who had spent years in hell, but the spark of life, the rebellious joy, was alive and kicking in Sirius Black. Professor Xavier, sitting quietly by the window with that wise, almost knowing expression, watched the chaos unfold with the practiced calm of someone who had seen it all before. Despite the quiet wisdom that radiated from him, Harry still found himself unsure. He'd learned the hard way that not every wise old guy had his best interests at heart. And while Xavier didn't exactly fit the Dumbledore mold, Harry was keeping an eye on him just in case. As the laughter and chatter around him continued to build, Harry paused for a second to take it all in. For once, he wasn't worried about Dark Lords or prophecy or family curses. For once, he was just a kid, celebrating a birthday surrounded by people who cared about him. It felt, in that brief moment, like everything was right. And just as the last of the cake was about to be eaten, Sirius leaned over, grinning from ear to ear, his mischievous eyes sparkling. "So, kid, what's next? Are we going roller skating next or?" "Please," Harry muttered, shaking his head, but he couldn't stop the grin from forming. One disaster at a time, Sirius. And for the first time in a long while, Harry knew it was going to be okay. As Harry sat down to open his birthday letters, Hedwig performed her usual magic, dropping a handful of envelopes with a perfectly timed swoop. Each one landed with a satisfying thud, and Harry eagerly tore into the first letter. It was Hermione's. The minute he unfolded it, he could practically hear her voice in his head, all measured tones and overzealous punctuation. "Dear Harry," it began, as if she was speaking directly to him across the distance. Dash. "Dear Harry. Happy 13th birthday. I hope you're having a marvelous time at Xavier's. I've been imagining what it must be like what with the whole mutant thing, and I can hardly wait to hear all about your adventures. Although, knowing you, it's probably a bit more chaotic than I'd like to imagine. But you're Harry Potter, after all. You somehow make chaos seem normal. But I digress. As for me, well, it's been an utterly uneventful summer, if you can believe that. I've been working at my parents' clinic, getting some of my assignments out of the way, and trying not to lose my mind without a decent challenge. I've kept up my reading, of course, but other than that, it's been about as exciting as watching paint dry in a library. Now, the good news. The absolute best news. Sirius Black is out of Azkaban. Yes, your godfather. Can you believe it? He's been cleared. I nearly screamed when I saw the announcement. I can only imagine what that must feel like, having him in your life after all this time. Honestly, Harry, I'm so glad for you both. You deserve some happiness for a change. I just hope he doesn't drag you into some ridiculous scheme, but I suppose you've already learned to handle him by now. It's funny, isn't it? The more we learn about the past, the more it feels like there are threads connecting everything. It's like we're in one of those mystery novels I've been reading, only it's our own lives. Maybe that's just me being dramatic though, I do seem to have a flair for it. Anyway, take care of yourself, Harry. I know you're strong, but I also know that everyone needs someone to lean on. Don't hesitate to write me if you need anything, whether it's a chat about obscure magical theories or just someone to tell you that you're amazing, which, by the way, you are. With love. Hermione. Harry smiled, his heart a little lighter. It was just like Hermione to mix in some advice about obscure magical theories with a reminder that he was amazing. She was probably the only person who could make a letter feel like both a warm hug and a lecture at the same time. Next up was Ron's letter, and Harry was already grinning, knowing full well that it would be a bit more chaotic. Dear Harry. Happy birthday, mate. I hope you're having a brilliant time over there. I bet it's not as cool as Hogwarts, and let's be honest, what could be, but I bet you're having more adventures than any of us could dream up. Mum says she misses you, and so do I. You're pretty much family now, you know? Even if you don't want to admit it. I have to apologize, though. About Scabbers. Turns out the little rat was actually Peter Pettigrew this whole time. I still can't believe it. How did we miss that? We've been living with a traitor for years. Mum was in tears when she found out, and Dad's been walking around like he lost his best friend. We never saw it coming, and it's honestly still a bit of a shock. But I know you didn't know either, so don't feel too bad about it. On a happier note, Dad won 1,000 galleons in a lottery, can you believe that? So, of course, we had to go on a family trip to magical Egypt. Bill's been studying the pyramids, so he got us all tickets to see some of the ancient ones. It was mental. Mum was on edge the whole time, worrying about mummies and curses, but she ended up loving it. Who knew that she'd turn out to be such a daredevil? Also, heard about Sirius getting out. Finally. Mum's already planning a massive feast when you get back, so don't go anywhere for too long. She says you're her son now, and I agree, so don't think you can get out of it. Right, better wrap this up before Mum catches me nicking the ink. Take care, mate. Don't forget about us when you become a big shot over there. Ron. Harry chuckled, shaking his head as he finished reading. It was classic Ron, casual, funny, and always able to turn a serious moment into a joke. He could practically hear Ron's voice in his head, probably chuckling himself over the whole rat drama and the lottery win. Magical Egypt had to be a blast, and Harry was already envisioning the chaos of the Weasley family trying to avoid mummies and curses while navigating ancient ruins. As Harry folded up Ron's letter and tucked it next to Hermione's, he felt a pang of longing. It was hard to be so far away from his friends, but their letters were a reminder that they were always with him, no matter the distance. With a grin, Harry settled back into his seat and looked out the window. Another birthday, another year older. And yet, this year felt different. He had his godfather back, a new family of mutants, and two of the best friends a guy could ask for. Not too bad for a birthday, hey? Now, if only he could get through the next round of birthday shenanigans without causing an international incident. Harry's birthday had officially taken a turn from fun and exciting to oh no what now, thanks to a certain oversized, jaw-snapping book and a batch of rock cakes that could be classified as actual weaponry. Seriously, if the Ministry ever got their hands on one of those, they'd declare them a dangerous magical artifact and put them in the Department of Mysteries for study. Hagrid had outdone himself, as always. He had sent over a tin of rock cakes tougher than a manticore's hide. The thing about rock cakes is that they don't exactly break when you bite them. No, no, no. You shatter your teeth on them. Harry could feel his jaw screaming in protest as he chewed through one, hoping to be polite. After all, it was Hagrid. But honestly, Harry was half convinced he'd need a bit of magic to get this thing out of his teeth. But then came the Monster Book of Monsters. And let me tell you, that book was an absolute disaster waiting to happen. No one was safe. The second Harry flipped open the cover, the pages began flapping like an angry banshee in a wind tunnel, and the thing's jaws started snapping as if it had just spotted a buffet. Bloody hell! Harry yelped, diving under the table as the book leaped off the desk, aiming for his face like it had a personal vendetta against him. Get down! Scott Summers shouted from across the room. He was already shielding Rogue behind him, who, let's be real, was too busy eating one of Mrs. Weasley's brownies to care. Do I look like I'm not already down? Harry shot back, keeping a wary eye on the book as it darted around the room like a rabid shizpurful. Jean Grey, looking ever the level-headed strategist in a situation like this, used her telekinetic powers to shove the book across the room, sending it crashing into a wall with a force that made everyone flinch. Okay, who gave him this? She demanded, her eyes blazing red with irritation and a little bit of that telekinetic flare. I don't know, Jean, Harry said, hands up in surrender. But it sure wasn't on the wish list. Typical. Rogue's southern drawl rang out as she casually flicked a chocolate chip off her finger. That's what I get for thinking y'all could have a normal birthday party. Not exactly the normal birthday, Kitty Pryde chimed in, from where she was half phasing through a wall, clearly unsure whether to jump into the action or just hide. I mean, we've got talking books, flying books, eating books, you name it. And then there was Aurora Monroe Storm who, in her infinite wisdom, had seen this sort of chaos before. With a subtle flick of her wrist, she called up a gust of wind that sent the book flying across the room. It made a small, angry screeching noise, as if to say, "I was just getting started," before it flopped to the ground, finally defeated. "Now that's more like it," Logan muttered from his spot in the corner, popping the cap off a bottle of beer with one hand like it was no big deal. He had barely even looked up, but then again, the chaos around him probably felt like an ordinary Tuesday. "Maybe next time we go with a normal gift. You know, like a nice tie or something." He grinned, looking dangerously pleased with himself. Typical Logan. Always gruff, but he had that dry humor that never quite left you. "Don't worry, Harry," Sirius Black said, walking up with a grin plastered on his face that could only be described as dangerously charming. "I'll make sure to keep my gifts safe. At least, this time, I won't send anything alive." Harry blinked, looking at his godfather like he'd just been hit with a rogue spell. "Wait, alive?" He shot Sirius a knowing look. "You're not telling me you tried to send me a dragon, are you?" "Well," Sirius said, trying to keep a straight face, "not a dragon per se. But I may or may not have thought about it." "Right, yeah," Harry said, laughing a little. "Couldn't quite handle the dragon, but hey, at least the book didn't try to roast anyone alive." "Well, give it time," Sirius quipped with a mischievous grin. "I'm sure one of your birthday presents will do that before long." Before Harry could respond, Professor Xavier, who'd somehow managed to remain calm through the entire debacle, rolled up in his wheelchair, an amused smile on his face. "A fine display of teamwork, everyone," he said, looking at the roomful of mutants and wizards like it was just another Tuesday for him. "I think we can safely say this birthday will be unforgettable. Harry, my boy, you are the reason we had to revise our security protocols." Harry, ever the one to crack a joke even in the weirdest of situations, just shrugged. "Well, with friends like these, I figure I'll never have a dull day." "Your life is never dull, Harry," Jean said, giving him a wry smile. "If you don't have an adventure, you'll create one." At this, Harry just grinned. This birthday wasn't exactly what he'd envisioned. No quiet moments with cake, no casual gifts from family. But honestly, it was still the best kind of chaos. He was surrounded by people who cared about him, who could make even a disaster like this feel like a party. And really, who could ask for anything more? "Well, the book's done," Ororo said, sighing in relief as she closed her eyes, and the wind slowly died down. "We're safe for now." "For now?" Logan grunted, turning towards the door with a smirk. "With Harry? Who knows what's coming next?" And Harry, grinning ear to ear, had to admit he didn't have the faintest idea what was coming next either. But whatever it was, he was pretty sure it would be one heck of an adventure. "All right, let's get back to this party," Harry said, gesturing toward the food table where Hagrid's rock cakes were now being eyed suspiciously by everyone. "Who's brave enough to take another crack at the rock cakes?" The monster book of monsters was safely contained. Thank Merlin. It had tried to eat not one but multiple students, and let's just say the book had more bite than a werewolf on a full moon. But now it was sitting quietly in the corner of the room like a well-behaved, albeit terrifying, pet. Harry half expected it to start growling again, but thankfully, the chaos had simmered down. It was almost like nothing had happened almost. "Thanks, Hedwig," Harry muttered as he stroked his owl's snowy feathers. She hooted softly in acknowledgement, puffing up with pride. She'd flown all the way from the UK to deliver Harry's birthday letters, each of them addressed with care. And though the feathers in her wings weren't as pristine as they once were, she was still the best owl a guy could ask for. As Harry flipped through the letters, a surge of nostalgia hit him like a full-speed bludger. Hogwarts. His friends. The old, crazy adventures. They weren't here, but their presence was everywhere. It was like a warm patroness was wrapped around him, driving away the occasional pang of homesickness. He missed them, sure, but at least he knew they were out there, somewhere, believing in him. "Don't think I've forgotten you," Harry whispered with a grin. He took a moment to look at each card and letter, appreciating the effort, the care. These gifts, simple, but heartfelt, made him feel loved in a way nothing else did. But just as he was about to sink into that comforting feeling, a voice broke through the quiet. "Hey, Harry! You ready for the greatest Donkey Kong match ever?" It was Scott Summers, strutting toward him with a grin that was far too confident for someone who couldn't win if his life depended on it. "Not yet," Harry called back. "I'm reading my birthday cards, Scott." Jean Grey, who had been sitting on the couch near Harry, rolled her eyes at Scott's timing. "Honestly, Scott," she said, a playful yet exasperated smile tugging at her lips, "you've been waiting for this match all day." "You bet I have," Scott said, his voice puffing up with the kind of cocky swagger only a guy like him could pull off. He paused, then smirked, giving Jean a look that screamed, "I'm totally gonna win this time, you know it." Jean shot him a deadpan stare. "Sure, Scott. Sure. We'll see about that." Harry couldn't help but laugh at the way the two of them interacted. "It's like watching a sitcom but with actual mutants and less predictable plot lines," he thought. The tension between them was so palpable, you could cut it with a butter knife, except the knife would probably get vaporized by Scott's optic blasts. Yeah, Scott was a bit oblivious to things like nuance. But then again, it was Scott. What do you expect? Still, that left Harry in an awkward spot between two people who both seemed to be vying for his attention. Or maybe that was just him reading too much into it. Jean, who was clearly trying to ignore the awkwardness by focusing on a book, at least, Harry hoped it was a book, and Scott, who clearly thought he was some kind of romantic hero despite being completely unaware of the fact that he was standing in a room full of people who were rooting for him to fail. Rogue, who'd been watching from the sidelines, couldn't resist chiming in with her signature sass. "Sugar," she drawled, her southern accent thick with amusement, "y'all two are more tangled up than a cat in a ball of yarn." Her grin was as wide as a gator's mouth, full of mischief. Jean groaned and leaned back into the couch. "Don't you start, Rogue. I'm already dealing with enough embarrassment today. You know," Rogue continued with a wink, "you should probably just kiss him and get it over with." "Shut up, Rogue," Jean muttered, but there was a small smile tugging at the corner of her lips. Kitty Pryde, who'd been deep in conversation with Hank McCoy about the most recent episode of Quantum Heist, some sci-fi show she'd been binging, didn't even glance up from her tablet as she chimed in. "I mean, yeah, Jean. Have you seen how much chemistry you two have? It's like you're in a lab experiment for awkward teenage drama." Kurt Wagner, who was busy teleporting around the room in his usual blur of blue fur and enthusiasm, popped into the conversation with his typical German accent. "Ja, we could make it a mutant experiment. We just need a little bit of science and a dash of romance." Harry let out a laugh, almost choking on his drink. He didn't have the heart to correct Kit's entire misunderstanding of science, but it was kind of cute in a way. "Yeah, well, maybe next time we'll all just be in Star Trek, no mutant drama, just spaceships." "Oh, please," Kitty scoffed. "I can't handle any more drama. You know what my limit is." "What?" asked Kurt, who teleported behind her and nearly made her drop her tablet. "My limit is this." Kitty pointed to the awkward triangle forming between Jean, Scott, and Harry. "I'm officially out. My Netflix queue's getting a workout today." "That's right, Sugar," Rogue added, her arms crossed. "This is the best drama ever. If y'all don't sort it out, I swear I'll grab some popcorn." In the middle of the banter, the soccer match started, and Harry's competitive streak kicked in. "All right, enough talking. Let's do this." Scott raised an eyebrow. "You're on, Harry. But just so you know, I'm the one who's winning this time." Harry grinned. "We'll see about that." Minutes later, the two of them were in the backyard, going at it like there was no tomorrow. Scott was fast, but Harry, well. Harry had superhuman speed. Suffice to say, it was a bit of an unfair match-up. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting golden rays over the mansion grounds, Harry felt the weight of the day settle on him. It had been a perfect birthday. Despite everything, the chaos, the awkwardness, the teasing, he was surrounded by people who cared for him. That was enough. Jean shot him a grin from across the field. You really think you can keep winning like this? Harry looked back at her, feeling that little flutter of something in his chest that he didn't know how to define yet. You never know, he said with a smile that wasn't entirely about soccer. And for once, Harry was happy to be exactly where he was, with his friends, surrounded by laughter and light-hearted moments. Maybe it was the start of something new. Maybe it wasn't. But either way, he was in for one heck of a ride. The day had somehow turned into an all-you-can-eat buffet of awesomeness, and Harry Potter was the kid at the table, grinning like he'd just swallowed a golden snitch whole. Seriously, if someone had told him a few years ago that he'd be surrounded by friends, cake, and presents, he'd have laughed in their face. But now? Now, he was living the dream. Andromeda's homemade cake was the highlight. It wasn't just any cake, this was the kind of cake that made you want to throw a parade for the person who baked it. As soon as the first slice was cut, it was like a group of ravenous dementors had descended, except they were a lot less terrifying and a lot more delighted. Scott Summers was more interested in Jean, though, which wasn't unusual. If he wasn't staring at her, he was probably plotting how to win her over. Harry didn't blame him. Jean, with her long red hair and piercing green eyes, had a way of making everything look effortless, like she was the sun, and the rest of them were just planets orbiting her. Yet, Harry had a bit of a crush. So what? After the cake was demolished, seriously, it was gone faster than a thunderclap Quidditch match. Everyone started handing out gifts like it was Christmas. And yes, Harry did feel like he was on the receiving end of a magical Christmas morning. First up was Xavier, looking more like a wise mentor than an actual guy who could probably control everyone's mind with a thought. This should help with your unique circumstances, he said, handing Harry a rare book on advanced genetic mutation theory. Harry raised an eyebrow. Was this the professor's way of hinting that maybe Harry's DNA was about as messed up as his mutant friends? Thanks, Harry said, trying to sound like he definitely knew what was in the book. But he didn't. He was more interested in learning to fly without a broom. Thank you very much. Aurora Monroe was next, with that calm aura she had that could make a hurricane feel like a gentle breeze. She handed him a beautifully crafted wand holster, so sleek and elegant that Harry almost didn't want to touch it in case it shattered into a million pieces like his last attempt at making a perfect potion. I thought you might need this during our training sessions, she said, her voice as smooth as melted chocolate. Harry nodded, trying not to look too terrified at the thought of getting on Aurora's bad side. He had no idea if she could whip up a storm with a thought, but he was pretty sure he didn't want to find out. Then there was Susan Bones. Susan was so awkward around him that Harry was almost positive she was about to pass out from sheer embarrassment. She handed him a hand-knitted scarf in Gryffindor colors, which she had definitely made herself because it looked like something that might take a whole lot of time and love. I hope you like it, she stammered, her cheeks flushing. Harry looked at the scarf, then at her, and grinned. I love it, he said, holding it up like it was the greatest thing he'd ever received. Which, honestly, in that moment, it kind of was. It was warm, cozy, and filled with thoughtfulness. What else could a kid ask for? Kurt Wagner, the blue, teleporting, optimistic German, practically bounced over with a stack of comic books. Harry, these are my favorites. You will love them, I swear, he said, his heavy German accent making it sound way more enthusiastic than it probably was. Harry smiled, knowing full well that this gift was going to be a roller coaster of superhero antics and a lot of teleporting into his room at 3 a.m. for random discussions. "Thanks, Kurt. I'll give them a read," Harry said, taking the comics with a grin. Next was Rogue, in all her southern sassiness, holding a sleek, leather-bound journal that screamed, "I'm here to help you document your most epic moments." "Here you go, sugar," she said, her thick accent making the words sound like they were wrapped in a warm blanket. "Thought you might wanna write down all them big adventures you're havin'. Or, you know, just doodle if things get boring." Harry chuckled, imagining himself doodling in a journal when he should be saving the world. Typical. "Thanks, Rogue," he said, feeling a fondness for the girl who could make him laugh no matter how grim things got. Kitty Pryde was next, holding a shiny new iPod Nano. She was the ultimate geek, but in a way that made you envy her cool factor. "I loaded it with everything from classic rock to the latest hits," she said, practically bouncing. "You can use it when you're off flying around or just, you know, trying to avoid doing homework." Harry laughed, because yet, she wasn't wrong about the homework. "You rock, Kitty." "Thanks," he said, already imagining himself rocking out to her playlist during some ridiculously dramatic moment. Tonks, of course, had a gift wrapped in bubblegum pink paper. She tossed her hair over her shoulder, grinning like she'd just done something incredibly mischievous. "These are enchanted quills," she said with a grin. "They'll make your handwriting look like it was done by a scribe from the ancient wizarding world. Just don't go cheating on your homework, all right?" Harry laughed. "Sure, Tonks. No cheating. Maybe I'll use them to write my memoirs," he teased, getting a wink from her in return. And finally, Jean Grey, serene, beautiful, and surprisingly nerdy, stepped forward, holding a neat package wrapped in lavender paper. She'd noticed Harry's interest in potion making with Andromeda, so she had consulted with her and Sirius to get him the perfect gift, a potion making kit. Harry was stunned. "I thought it would be fun for you," Jean said with a soft smile, her cheeks flushing just slightly. "You've been getting into the brewing process, and I wanted to make it easier for you." Harry was genuinely touched. "Thank you, Jean. This is amazing," he said, almost wishing he could somehow return the favor. But then again, the chance to learn how to brew perfect potions was a gift in itself. As Harry looked around at his friends, he realized something that made his heart feel a little too big for his chest. He was surrounded by people who cared about him. People who saw past the prophecy and the fame and the endless danger to the kid he was beneath all of that. And, yet, that was a feeling he wasn't sure he'd ever get used to. But for once, he wasn't trying to escape it. He was ready to live it. As the day wound down, and Harry found himself sitting on the edge of his bed, reflecting on the absolute chaos that had been his 13th birthday. It had been a blur of cake, gifts, laughter, and way too many awkward moments, like Scott staring at Jean like he'd never seen a girl before. But mostly, it had been good. Like, really good. A far cry from the miserable birthdays he'd spent locked in a cupboard under the stairs, wishing for something anything remotely close to this kind of warmth. But, just as Harry was about to collapse into bed, bam! A knock at the door. Of course. "Come in," Harry called, half expecting it to be Rogue trying to drag him into some new scheme involving practical jokes and pie in the face. But instead, it was Sirius. He stepped into the room, grinning like a Cheshire cat, his eyes dancing with that all-too-familiar mischief that ran in the Black family. Harry couldn't help but grin back, like maybe a part of him always knew his godfather would show up with something ridiculously cool when least expected. "Got a minute, Harry?" Sirius asked, leaning in the doorway with a box tucked under his arm. The kind of box that screamed, "I'm about to give you something that'll either be totally awesome or dangerously unpredictable." "Sure, come on in, Sirius," Harry replied, raising an eyebrow. "What's in the box? And please tell me it's not a pranking spell or something." Sirius chuckled. Oh, no. No pranks. Not this time. I thought you might like something a bit more practical. He handed over the box, practically bouncing on his toes as if he couldn't wait to see Harry's reaction. Harry opened the box, and his jaw nearly hit the floor. Inside was the most epic armor he had ever seen. Seriously? Forget wizard robes. Forget Quidditch uniforms. This was next-level stuff. The suit gleamed in the dim light, a mix of deep red and shiny gold that practically screamed "I'm a hero." But not the cheesy kind, like the ones you see in comic books. No, this was the cool kind. The sophisticated kind. Sirius, watching Harry with a grin that could only be described as someone who knew they were about to make your day, said, "It's Ukrainian iron belly dragonhide and acromantula silk." "Yeah, that's right. Dragon and spider silk. Light, flexible, and tough as nails. It'll protect you without slowing you down. And trust me, it's tough enough to handle anything, even Logan's claws. And believe me, I've had a few run-ins with him these past few days. That guy has a serious problem with his claws, but this thing will hold its own." Harry ran his fingers over the suit, his mind whirling. The chest piece was decorated with a golden M, like it was meant to symbolize something bigger than just a cool piece of armor. There were gold-accented gauntlets, black underarmor, and a red hood that looked like it was designed for both drama and practicality. The belt, of course, was loaded with compartments for who knows what, but Harry had a feeling he'd find out soon enough. "This is insane, Sirius," Harry muttered, still in awe. "This is way cooler than any birthday gift I've ever gotten." Sirius gave him a sideways grin, clearly proud of himself. "Hey, I aim to please. And don't worry, no exploding surprises this time. Thought you might actually like something that works with your skills, not against them. It'll make you look the part, but more importantly, it'll help you do the job. And let's face it, kid, you've got a bit of a knack for being in the middle of things that explode, so, better to be prepared, right?" "Definitely," Harry said, grinning as he imagined himself in full action mode, taking on anything the world threw at him. He was ready to be that hero, the one who looked like he belonged in a comic book, minus the cheesy costume. And with this armor, it didn't seem like such a stretch. "I'll make sure it fits," Sirius added with a wink. "Trust me, I've been around long enough to know how to get this stuff just right. You'll be unstoppable in that thing. I mean, if anyone gives you trouble, just tell M your godfather's got your back. That's usually enough to get M to back off." Harry laughed, knowing full well Sirius wouldn't hesitate to throw down for him. And while the idea of his godfather jumping in with both fists swinging was comforting, it also made Harry feel like he was ready to take on the world himself. He wasn't alone in this fight. "I'm seriously gonna need to try this on," Harry said, slipping into the armor like it had been made just for him, which, okay, it kinda had. The suit molded to his frame, feeling both snug and surprisingly comfortable, as if it had always been meant for him. Looking at himself in the mirror, Harry grinned. The golden emblem on his chest practically buzzed with energy, and the gauntlets felt like they were calling him to action. He looked like someone who was about to step into the next big battle, and honestly, he was all for it. "You're looking good, kid," Sirius said from the door, leaning against the frame with his arms crossed. "You know, you might just have a future with the X-Men if this whole wizarding world thing doesn't work out. That suit's almost as cool as me." Harry shot him a sidelong glance. "Yeah, almost," he said with a grin. Sirius raised an eyebrow. "Hey, if anyone can make almost work, it's me." With a chuckle, Harry finally let himself relax. For once, he didn't feel like the kid who was just barely hanging on, trying to survive another day. He was ready for whatever came next: armor, friends, and a godfather who would throw down for him at a moment's notice. What more could a 13-year-old ask for? As he climbed into bed that night, the weight of the armor's protection still fresh in his mind, Harry felt something he hadn't felt in a long time: hope. Hope for the future, for what was to come, and for all the people who had his back. With friends like these, he could face anything. And as he closed his eyes, the last thought he had before drifting off was this: the best was yet to come. Chapter 14, Chapter 13. The Xavier Institute was practically buzzing with energy, like the entire school had downed a dozen cans of Red Bull. The reason for all the excitement? Well, it wasn't just because it was a Wednesday. Today was Susan Bones' big day, her first real test in the danger room. And let's just say, when you've been training your entire life to control your powers, the last thing you want is to blow something up, especially when the danger room was known for blowing everything up. In the locker room, Susan was struggling to get her suit on. She'd been staring at herself in the mirror for the past 5 minutes, pulling at her collar like she was adjusting a hideously tight necktie. The new uniform was sleek, form-fitting, and had this high-tech, futuristic vibe. It was like a super advanced version of her old Quidditch robes minus the Hufflepuff badger. Instead, the X-Men logo was proudly displayed on her chest, which, honestly, made her feel like she was part of some sort of secret superhero squad. She wasn't entirely sure if the suit made her look tougher or like she was about to join a very exclusive dance crew, but either way, she had a job to do. "How do I look?" she asked Harry, standing there like she was about to get ready for a big date rather than a life-or-death simulation. Harry, dressed in his own armor, grinned. "You look fantastic," he said, giving her the same supportive smile he always had when he wanted to act like the cool older guy, only, you know, way cooler. "Ready to show everyone what you're made of?" Susan took a deep breath. Her nerves felt like they were trying to take over her body, making her fidget with her gloves as if they had suddenly become too tight. "I hope so," she replied, flashing Harry a smile that, if anything, was more of a nervous twitch than a confident grin. "But honestly, I'd be happy just not to set off any alarms. Or, you know, blow anything up. Last time I tried to use my powers in front of people, I accidentally turned a piece of wood into a real tree. And no one's really into trees when you're trying to save the world from an evil genius, right?" Harry snorted, shaking his head. "You'll do fine, trust me. You've been practicing for weeks. Besides, if you do blow something up, I'll just blame it on Wolverine, he has a talent for doing that." Susan shot him a look, trying to decide if she should laugh or not. "You're a lot more confident than I feel right now." "Confidence is overrated," Harry said, flicking his fingers dismissively. "Just pretend you're auditioning for a role in the next superhero movie. That always works for me." Susan smiled, her nerves easing a bit. "You know, you're kind of a terrible influence on me." "Terrible? Nah, I'm practically a good influence," Harry said, winking. "You'll be fine. Just go in there, do your best, and remember you're a Hufflepuff. That's basically like being a superhero with a heart of gold, right?" Susan laughed, more genuinely this time. "Thanks, Harry. Really. It helps to hear that from you." "Anytime," Harry said, adjusting his gauntlet. "Now go show them how it's done. You've got this." Taking a deep breath, Susan squared her shoulders, glanced at herself one more time in the mirror, and nodded. She had no idea if she was actually ready for this, but if there was one thing she was good at, it was not backing down from a challenge. And if she was going to live up to the whole Hufflepuff hero thing, this was the moment to prove it. The two of them made their way to the danger room, where the rest of the team was already waiting. Jean, Scott, and the others were all suited up and ready for action, which made Susan feel both incredibly nervous and incredibly excited at the same time. She was finally going to be part of this part of the team that had been through it all and lived to tell the tale. "Okay, Bones," Jean said, giving her a warm smile. "You ready to see what you can really do?" Yeah," Susan said, giving her best attempt at a confident grin. Let's just hope I don't end up blowing anything up, again. Jean chuckled, rolling her eyes. You're not the only one here who's been known to cause a bit of destruction. You know, that's really comforting, Susan replied dryly, her nervousness melting into something else, something like determination. She could do this. The danger room's doors slid open, and Susan stepped in, joining the rest of the team in a moment of tense silence. The room flickered to life, holograms of robotic enemies appearing out of nowhere, each one more menacing than the last. It was go time. The first robot lunged forward, and before Susan could think twice, her wand was out, and she was casting her first spell. The moment her magic hit the target, she felt a rush of energy like a powerful wave crashing over her. It wasn't just about hitting something with magic. It was about control, about pushing back the chaos inside her and finally letting herself become the hero she'd always wanted to be. Not bad. Harry called from the sidelines. Just try not to melt everything down while you're at it. Susan's smile reached her eyes, and for the first time in a long while, she felt like maybe, just maybe, she was where she was supposed to be. The doors to the danger room slid open with a quiet whoosh, revealing the tech-infused wonderland inside. The environment could shift at the drop of a hat, creating anything from a bustling cityscape to a jungle filled with dinosaurs. Today, however, it was setting itself up as a fog-choked forest perfect for a little rescue mission. Professor Xavier, Aurora, and Logan were already at the control panel, their fingers flying over buttons as they watched the room come to life. "All right, team," Aurora's voice rang out, calm yet authoritative, like a summer storm rolling in from the distance. "This is Susan's first real mission, so let's give her a challenge she won't forget." Susan Bones, who still looked about as nervous as a rabbit caught in a snare, adjusted her new X-Men suit. I mean, it wasn't exactly the same as the Hufflepuff Quidditch robes she used to wear, but hey, it was close. The iconic X symbol was proudly emblazoned on the chest. Her uniform was made from a chromantula silk, super comfy, thank you very much, reinforced with Ukrainian iron belly dragon hide in all the right places. No way was she letting some random danger room simulation send her to the infirmary. Not today. "Do I look all right?" she asked, tugging at the sleeve of her suit, clearly more concerned about her appearance than, the impending forest of doom they were about to walk into. "You look great," Harry said, slipping on the gloves of his own suit and giving her a reassuring grin. "Ready to show everyone what you've got?" "Ready? I don't know," Susan muttered, giving her gloves a nervous tug. "But I'm about to find out." Her eyes drifted to Jean, who was standing nearby, her head tilted just a little too much like she was contemplating some deep cosmic mystery. Susan swallowed her nerves. Jean was amazing. Smart, powerful, beautiful. And Harry? Oh Merlin, just look at him. Susan wasn't sure if her heart was racing because of the mission or because of the complicated feelings she had whenever Harry was around. She'd never had such a mess of emotions since, well, ever. "Focus, Bones," she muttered under her breath, trying to shake off the thoughts of that guy. The simulation kicked in, and just like that, the world around them shifted into a thick, ominous fog. Trees loomed like silent sentinels, their shadows stretching across the forest floor. Harry's voice broke through the eerie silence. "All right, let's split into 2 teams. Susan, you're with me and Rogue. We'll take the left flank. Kurt, Jean, and Kitty, you take the right. Scott, Aurora, you're our backup in the rear." The moment Harry spoke, the usual calm came over Rogue's voice. "Don't you worry about us, sugar. We got this, don't we, darlin'?" Harry flashed a grin at her, half laughing at how casual she sounded when she was literally about to dive headfirst into the most dangerous part of the mission. But if anyone could make dodging lasers look like a walk in the park, it was Rogue. They moved out, the ground crunching beneath their feet, fog curling like wisps of smoke. Susan's heart pounded in her chest, louder than her footsteps. She focused on staying calm. It helped that Harry was beside her. She could focus on the mission and not let her brain wander too far into the depths of what would Harry think if I fainted right now. Steady, Susan, Harry said, noticing the nervous energy she was giving off. Take a deep breath and hey, look out. It happened so fast, lasers fired from the trees ahead. Boom. Boom. Susan barely had time to react, throwing up a shimmering barrier of magical energy with her wand, just in time to absorb the blasts. Nice save, Bones. Rogue's voice rang out, full of that sass she always carried like a badge of honor. Guess we know who's our defensive girl now. Susan felt her cheeks heat up, but she wasn't going to let it stop her. She dove into the mission, dodging more energy blasts, using her intuition to detect enemies that weren't quite as holographic as they looked. She blocked more shots, threw up shields, and even took down a couple of simulated attackers with strategic moves. This is like one of those action movies, Kurt said, teleporting beside them with a grin. Only cooler, J.A. I'll say, Kitty added, already halfway through cracking open the enemy's communications with the ease of someone who'd spent too many hours gaming. It's like if Dungeons & Dragons had the budget for CGI. And definitely no dice rolls. The team was in sync, like they'd been doing this for years. Harry had a way of making everyone feel like they were part of something bigger, like they weren't just throwing punches and dodging attacks. They were all in this together. As they neared the enemy camp, Jean's powers suddenly flared out of control. The ground shook beneath them, trees toppled like they were made of matchsticks, and Harry barely had time to shout, "Jean," as he saw her eyes flicker with the unmistakable signs of panic. Jean's breath came in short bursts, her hands twitching as if she were trying to fight the tidal wave of energy building inside her. I don't know how to control this," she gasped. "Jean, focus on my voice," Harry said, moving to her side. "You can do this. You've done it before." Jean's panicked eyes met his, and for a moment, there was a connection there, something deeper than just the mission, something Harry didn't quite have the words for. But before he could say anything, Jean's powers surged, tearing through the environment. The ground split, sending massive cracks through the earth, but Susan was already ahead of the game, creating a protective barrier around Jean to shield her from the worst of it. "Jean, you've got this," Professor Xavier's voice rang through their minds, soothing and calm. "Concentrate. Control it." The energy swirled and flickered, but Jean gradually got a grip on it, her breathing evening out as she focused. Within seconds, the earth stopped shaking, the storm of power dissipating into the calm air. "Thanks, Susan," Jean said, her voice thick with relief as she lowered her hands. "That was too much." "Don't mention it," Susan replied, giving her a small, sympathetic smile. "Good job, Jean," Professor Xavier's voice was calm and proud. "You did well." "Yeah, you did," Harry added, giving Jean a reassuring pat on the back. "We're a team. We all help each other out." Logan, who had been watching from the sidelines, snorted, his cigar hanging loosely from his mouth. "This is why you never underestimate the power of a team, bub." The forest simulation flickered, vanishing as quickly as it had appeared, the metallic walls of the danger room snapping back into view. The team regrouped, exchanging high fives and congratulatory grins. There was an unspoken bond between them now, forged in the heat of battle and the shared experience of working together. Professor Xavier smiled, his gaze sweeping over them. "Excellent work, everyone. Remember, the strength of the X-Men lies not in individual power, but in our unity." As they filed out of the danger room, Susan walked beside Harry, still riding the high of their success, though her mind was occupied with a few other thoughts. "Thanks for having my back in there, Harry." "Anytime, Susan," Harry replied, his grin still lingering as he gave her a friendly, reassuring smile. "We're all in this together." And as they left the danger room, they weren't just a group of mutants with extraordinary powers. They were a team. A family. And no amount of danger or threat could change that. The common room at Xavier's Institute buzzed with life, the aftermath of their danger room session still hanging in the air. Laughter echoed off the walls as the students flopped onto beanbags, sofas, and the occasional piece of furniture that was just begging to be leaned on in that gloriously lazy, post-training way. People were teasing each other about close calls. Scott had definitely dropped a sunglasses-wearing comment when Rogue nearly whacked him with an energy blast, and sharing excited thoughts about new tricks they could try next time. Kitty Pryde, as usual, was bouncing on her heels with an idea brewing. Okay, I got it. She slammed her hands down on the table like she was about to announce the winning lottery numbers. We've been using code names forever, right? But Harry and Susan, you guys don't have one. Let's fix that. Harry and Susan exchanged an awkward glance, feeling the weight of all eyes on them. Susan had her hands wrapped tightly around her mug of hot chocolate like it was a lifeline, while Harry gave a nervous smile, glancing at Jean out of the corner of his eye. The last thing he needed was to be put on the spot with his whole team watching him. You know, Rogue drawled from the couch, her southern accent thick and sweet like warm honey. Harry could be something cool like spellcaster? Or maybe, enchanter? You know, something that sounds all wizard-y and mysterious. Harry laughed, but there was a little cringe to it. Yeah, thanks, Rogue, but I don't know if that's the vibe I'm going for. He avoided looking at Jean again. She was sitting nearby, chewing on a strand of hair. Not that he had any issues with that. Okay, maybe a lot of issues. But that wasn't the point right now. Jean, ever the empathetic soul, leaned forward, eyes bright with a thought. What if it's something that honors your parents, Harry? She suggested, her voice calm and steady. I mean, the Marauders were kind of a big deal, right? Harry's heart skipped a beat. Marauder, he said, and suddenly everything clicked into place. The name felt right, like it fit him in a way no code name ever had. It was a tribute to his dad, to his legacy. And maybe, just maybe, it made him feel a little more connected to the father he never really got to know. I like that, he said, his eyes lighting up. Marauder. Kitty pumped her fist. I knew it. That's perfect. Kurt, who was seated upside down on the couch, all lanky limbs and a goofy grin, nodded eagerly. I think it suits you very well, Harry. He adjusted his glasses, his heavy German accent somehow making everything sound even more charming. Much better than spellcaster, I think. Everyone laughed, but it was a good laugh. The kind of laugh that made it clear they were a team. A real team. Then it was Susan's turn, and Kit's smile was all warmth as he looked at her. What about you, Susan? Any ideas? He asked. Susan blinked, surprised at how everyone's attention suddenly zeroed in on her. She rubbed her neck, shy but also flattered. Well, I was thinking. Veritas, she said slowly, her cheeks warming. It means truth, and well, it's kind of what I do, right? She glanced at Harry, her heart fluttering. Detecting lies and all. The group nodded in appreciation, the name fitting her powers perfectly. Veritas. Kitty exclaimed. It's got this cool, mysterious vibe. Susan felt her confidence rise a little, and she smiled, her nervousness fading. Yeah. I think I like that. Kitty, who'd been bouncing in her seat with a grin that could probably power a small city, slammed her hands together. Wait. I got it. She couldn't sit still for a second. What if Harry and Susan formed a new team like, just the two of them? Magic meets mutant. Like MageX. She practically vibrated with excitement. Come on, it's totally awesome. Right. Everyone else stared at her for a second, and then a chorus of excited voices echoed through the room. MageX, I love it. Rogue said, the lilt in her accent making everything sound cooler. Sounds like we're about to take down a whole bunch of bad guys, hey. Harry grinned ear to ear. MageX? That sounds like a superhero squad. His eyes shone with approval. I mean, who wouldn't want to be in MageX? To MageX, then. Kitty raised her glass of juice, nearly spilling it all over herself in her excitement. Everyone else raised their cups too, and the room filled with cheer. To MageX, they all chorused, and for a moment, it was like they were no longer just mutants and wizards. They were something more. A team. A family. Scott, sitting off to the side, arms crossed and eyes narrowed, wasn't quite as enthusiastic as the rest of the group. He couldn't help but notice the way Jean's gaze lingered on Harry when she thought no one was looking. The tension between them was so thick you could cut it with a knife. It didn't help that Jean was still fiddling with her hair, a telltale sign she was nervous. Or maybe, interested? Yeah, that definitely wasn't helping. All right, Rogue drawled, settling back into her spot, y'all better be ready. MageX just became a thing, and we're gonna show everyone what we're made of. Her grin was wide, mischievous, and just a little bit dangerous. And maybe next time, we'll even make it through the danger room without someone blowing something up. Kitty, always eager to share an adventure story, leaned in and dramatically said, that totally reminded me of the time my elf ranger took down a dragon with nothing but a bow and arrow. Her eyes sparkled. I know, right? I'm basically a legend. I bet the dragon was trembling with fear, Harry teased, nudging her playfully. Susan laughed, feeling lighter than she had in days. There was something about this team, these people, something that felt right. They were all so different, but they came together in the way only a group of mutants, wizards, and superheroes could. And for the first time, Susan felt like she was exactly where she belonged. As the evening wore on, the chatter slowed to comfortable hums, but Susan caught herself glancing at Harry once more. And this time, when their eyes met, he didn't look away. A small smile tugged at his lips. Maybe, just maybe, something magical was beginning. The mansion was quiet, eerily so, like the calm before a storm, only, it wasn't just any storm. Jean Grey, nestled under her covers, was having the kind of night that made your worst nightmares seem like bedtime stories. Seriously, I've had bad dreams like that one where I was being chased by a giant talking taco, but this was something else entirely. Jean's dreams were chaos incarnate. Fire, shadows, lightning, and all of it seemed to be crammed into her head like an overstuffed suitcase. She could practically hear a villain laughing in the background, like a cartoon character who had one too many evil monologues. Every corner of her mind was a minefield of raw power she couldn't control. The whole thing was more intense than an MCU post-credits scene, and trust me, that's saying something. Then boom! Her eyes shot open like a firecracker being lit. The light show wasn't just from her eyes, it was like a psychic explosion had gone off in the mansion. It felt like a sonic boom, except the sound was all in your head. The whole building rattled like a Jenga tower under threat, and everyone in the mansion felt it. Harry swore under his breath, clutching his head like someone had just sucker-punched him with a mental sledgehammer. What the? His mind was reeling, and his thoughts were as scrambled as eggs in a frying pan. He glanced over at Susan, who looked like she'd just been hit by a freight train. Susan barely managed to gasp for air before she doubled over, her face going pale. The air around them felt like it had been sucked into a vacuum, leaving nothing but static electricity and a bad case of vertigo. Not exactly the night you expect when you're trying to chill after a danger room session. Professor Xavier, who was doing his best impersonation of a Jedi Master, seriously, one would think the guy might have telepathy on a whole other level, was in his study when the psychic wave hit. It was like an electric shock, but a million times worse, and he wasn't exactly about to let that take him down. In fact, he didn't even flinch. Jean. Xavier's voice cut through the chaos like a lifeline. Focus on my voice. You can do this. You're safe, we're here for you. Somehow, even though the whole mansion was shaking like it was about to collapse, Jean managed to hear him. It was like the professor was the calm in the storm. Of course, he was. The guy practically had a PhD in keeping it together. Jean, though? She was drowning in power, trying to hold it back, but it felt like trying to stop a tidal wave with a sponge. Slowly, though, like someone trying to defuse a bomb with a butter knife, Jean began to rein it in. Her breaths came out shaky, but the psychic chaos started to die down. The mansion stopped vibrating like it was caught in an earthquake, but everyone was still a little shell-shocked. Aurora and Logan had arrived just as the aftershocks were fading, their faces tense with concern. They found Jean sitting on her bed, drenched in sweat, like she'd just run a marathon barefoot, up a mountain, in the rain. "Jean," Professor Xavier said softly, wheeling toward her. "Are you all right?" Jean looked up at him, her expression a mix of exhaustion and confusion. I don't know," she whispered, voice wavering. "It was like I was losing control. Like, something was taking over." Aurora, the voice of reason and grace, sat next to Jean, giving her a warm, reassuring smile. "You're not alone, Jean. We're here to help. We'll get through this together." Logan, gruff as always, but with just the right amount of sincerity under his rough exterior, gave her a look that would have melted the heart of anyone not made of pure stubbornness. "Yeah, kid," he grumbled, "we've got your back, no matter what." Jean barely registered his words. Her mind was still swirling with the remnants of what had just happened, but she appreciated the gesture. She always did. And then, just when it seemed like things were settling down, Jean's powers flared up again, only this time, it wasn't a psychic wave. It was fire. Heat. Out of nowhere, the temperature in the room spiked. Like, someone cranked the heat up to inferno and didn't bother telling anyone. Everyone in the room gasped as the air around them grew thick and oppressive. Sweat instantly began to bead on their foreheads, and even Aurora, who could control the weather, and had probably dealt with heat waves that could fry eggs on the sidewalk, stepped back, looking a little rattled. "Jean!" Professor Xavier called out, his voice commanding, but also a little cautious. "You need to calm down. Focus, Jean." I'm trying." Jean snapped, and the heat flared up again. Her hands were trembling, and she had this wild look in her eyes, as though her powers were a horse that had broken free of its reins. Harry's brain, the one that always seemed to work overtime in times of crisis, screamed at him not to do it. But his body? His body was already moving. The moment Jean's psychic storm hit the mansion like a sonic boom, Harry didn't think. He just ran. Right into the inferno. "Harry, no!" Aurora shouted, but she might as well have been talking to a brick wall. A really stubborn, reckless, adrenaline-pumped brick wall. Heat blasted from Jean like an out-of-control furnace. The air was thick with it, pressing down on Harry's skin until he could feel it sizzling, like he was getting a second-degree burn for breakfast. But his healing factor was in full swing, turning his flesh back to normal with each painful step. Jean's eyes were glowing like she'd swallowed the sun, and the sheer intensity of it all was making Harry dizzy. It was like standing too close to a live wire, sparks flying everywhere, but no one knew how to shut it down. Well, except for him, apparently. He was the idiot who was going to try. "Jean," Harry gritted, his teeth clenched and his body on fire. He grabbed her hand, ignoring the way his flesh screamed in protest. "Focus on me. You're stronger than this. I know it. You can do this." Jean's eyes flickered, and Harry's heart nearly stopped. The intensity in her gaze melted into confusion, fear, then something else, something like recognition. She trembled, her powers fluctuating wildly, but she didn't pull away. Her hand tightened around his, like she was anchoring herself to something solid. Or maybe she was anchoring him. Either way, it was the most powerful connection Harry had ever felt. "Harry," Jean whispered, her voice trembling like a leaf in the wind, "I'm so scared." Harry squeezed her hand, forcing a smile that felt a little too forced, given that he was currently burning up like a human torch. "It's okay. We'll figure this out, together." It was like his words were a lifeline, and Jean slowly, carefully, began to reel herself back from the edge. The glow in her eyes started to dim, the heat that had been threatening to turn the room into a sauna began to ebb away. The storm inside her calmed, like a tide receding from the shore. And just like that, it was over. For now, anyway. As the temperature in the room normalized, Harry felt his heart rate drop, the last of his burns healing up. Aurora and Logan entered the room, their expressions a mix of concern and something else. Admiration, maybe? Whatever it was, they looked at him like he'd just done the impossible. Xavier rolled in a few seconds later, looking like he'd just run a mental marathon. He nodded at Harry, and then Jean, who was slumped on the bed, her eyes still wide and filled with residual panic. "Well done, Harry," Xavier said, his voice surprisingly light despite the chaos they had just witnessed. "Jean, you did it. You took control." Jean, her breath still ragged, gave him a shaky nod. "Thanks, Harry," she whispered, her voice small and full of gratitude. It wasn't the first time Harry had been thanked, but something about Jean's tone made him want to do a double take. He didn't know what it was, but it felt different. Not just thanks for stopping the world from burning down, but a deeper, quieter appreciation. The kind that makes you rethink your entire existence. Before he could dwell on that, the door creaked open and in walked Scott Summers, the resident "I am the leader even when I am not the leader" guy. He stood there for a moment, looking at the scene before him, before finally speaking up. "Yeah, great job, everyone," Scott said, his voice dripping with that special brand of sarcasm that was 80% "I am bitter about everything" and 20% "I am jealous but don't want to admit it. But maybe next time, we should let me handle it. After all, Jean and I are supposed to be a team." Harry couldn't help but give Scott a look that clearly said, "Really?" His eyebrows shot up like, "Come on, man. We're doing this again?" Jean's face twisted with frustration, but she didn't say anything. Instead, she focused on Harry, as if he were the only one in the room who mattered. Aurora rolled her eyes, clearly not impressed by Scott's input. "Scott, maybe you should just let Jean decide who she wants on her team," she said, voice calm but with a certain sharpness. "She can handle herself, and so can Harry." Logan, who had been leaning against the doorframe and looking a little too pleased with the way things had gone down, puffed on his cigar and muttered, "Kid's got guts," while giving Harry an approving nod. "Chuck, you better keep an eye on him. He might just be the one to watch." Xavier, who had probably heard enough to last him a lifetime, simply sighed and nodded. "Yes, Logan. I agree." He then looked back to Jean. "Are you all right?" Jean nodded weakly, but there was a look in her eyes, a flicker of something Harry couldn't quite place. It wasn't just gratitude. It was something more complicated. But it wasn't the time to figure that out. Not now. As everyone started to leave the room, the weight of the night began to settle. Jean was exhausted, but she wasn't broken. And Harry? He was just glad he didn't end up being roasted alive by a psychotic telekinetic storm. For now, though, things were calm. But the night had a feeling of waiting, like something was just around the corner. They had weathered this storm, but Jean knew, and Harry knew, that the real challenge was just beginning. Chapter 15, Chapter 14. Harry felt it as soon as he touched Jean. Before he even realized what was happening, a massive wave of heat and energy, like someone had turned the dial on his entire life to a cosmic furnace without warning. Then, darkness. Classic move, really. If you can't handle the heat, just let it knock you out. Simple logic. When the lights flickered back on, Harry was pretty sure he was about to regret everything. He and Jean were standing in some kind of swirling, molten nightmare. The ground beneath them hissed and cracked like it had just been slapped by a 1000-degree oven. Above them, the air shimmered with orange and red light, and out of the flames, a massive, fiery bird took shape. It was like something out of a heavy metal album cover, wings spread wide, feathers made of flame, and eyes glowing like the sun had just taken a personal interest in them. "Fantastic," Harry muttered, looking up at the fiery monstrosity. "Just what I needed today. A giant, flaming bird." Jean, still holding onto Harry's hand like it was the only thing keeping her grounded, didn't look quite as casual about it. Her eyes were wide, her pulse quickening. Yet, she was totally processing this at light speed, and from the way she was squeezing Harry's hand, it wasn't just because of the heat. There was something more happening, something that felt like it was burning through her very soul. The Phoenix's voice rumbled through the air, deep and ancient, like a cosmic DJ spinning a vinyl of the universe's oldest beats. "I am the Phoenix Force. I am creation and destruction. I have awakened because of your bond. You may call me the Phoenix." Harry glanced sideways at Jean. "You've gotta be kidding me," he said under his breath. "I don't even know what half of that means." Jean, still holding his hand like her life depended on it, which, at this rate, it kind of did, looked up at the massive phoenix and whispered, "I've felt you before. But I didn't know you were this." The phoenix's fiery feathers flickered like it was giving them a moment to process. "I amplify your powers. But with that amplification comes great risk. You must learn control, or you will be consumed by my power." "Control, hey?" Harry said, doing his best to sound nonchalant, though inside he was starting to panic a little. He was really not built for cosmic space drama. "That's great. I'm pretty sure control is my middle name. Along with, probably gonna fail spectacularly. Jean, still flush with heat but also determination, her expression was totally saying, "No way am I letting this thing win," stepped forward. "What do you want from us?" she asked, her voice still carrying that soft edge of fear, but also a whole lot of grit. The phoenix's flames seemed to flicker, almost amused. "I have been with you, Jean Grey, since you were a child. When you lost your friend, Annie, and reached out in desperation. I was there. I've always been there." Jean's face turned pale. "Annie," she whispered, a deep ache returning to her heart. That was a wound that had never fully healed. I've always wanted to save her. But I didn't know it was you." The phoenix's fiery gaze softened, just the tiniest bit. "The trauma opened a path to me, and I entered your mind, waiting. Your professor, Charles Xavier, placed blocks to protect you. But those blocks are weakening, Jean. Soon, I will be free. You must learn to wield my power, our power together." Harry, who felt like he'd just walked into a cosmic relationship drama that had way more emotional baggage than he was prepared for, finally cleared his throat. "Okay, hold up. I'm all for cosmic journeys and deep emotional stuff, but what does this mean for us? For me?" The phoenix's eyes flickered to him, and Harry could swear they were giving him a cosmic once-over. "It means both of you have the potential to become something greater than you can imagine. But only if you can control the power. Only if you can balance it within yourselves." Jean's eyes were starting to glow faintly, and Harry could feel her heartbeat in his own. Whatever was happening here, it was big. Way bigger than either of them had ever expected. Jean inhaled deeply, and Harry could tell she was working through something in her head. "Okay, Jean. I know you're strong, but don't blow this up into a full-on cosmic meltdown, all right?" He gave her hand a small squeeze. "I'll do it," Jean said firmly, her voice clear and strong. "I accept. I'll be your vessel, Phoenix. But I won't let this power take over me. I won't let it control me. The phoenix's fiery wings flared with approval, the flames lighting up the entire dimension. Then our journey begins, Jean Grey. Together, we will explore the vastness of existence. Harry, who had no idea what the heck was going on, just stood there like an awkward third wheel. Great! I'm just gonna tag along, right? He said, trying to make light of the entire situation. The phoenix gave him a cosmic eyebrow raise. You are not just along for the ride, Harry Potter. You are a part of this. The connection between you and Jean is the key to unlocking everything. Jean, her cheeks a little pinker than before, turned to Harry with an uncertain smile. Looks like we're in this together. Yeah, Harry said, trying to pretend like this was totally fine and not the weirdest thing he'd ever experienced. I guess the whole cosmic destruction thing is just, like, a minor inconvenience, right? Jean chuckled, despite everything. Something like that. With that, the phoenix's flames swirled around them, filling the space with an overwhelming heat that wasn't quite burning, but still felt like it was shaking every atom in their bodies. And Harry? He wasn't sure what the future held, but he knew one thing for sure, when it came to Jean and this huge cosmic force, he wasn't about to let go. If Sirius Black had a patroness that reflected his true personality, it wouldn't be a majestic dog. No, it'd probably be a peacock wearing sunglasses, lounging on a chaise, and holding a martini. This thought crossed Andromeda Tonk's mind as she watched her cousin throw himself into yet another round of roulette with the kind of swagger that made James Bond look underdressed. And that's another black, the dealer announced, his voice straining to sound cheerful while beads of sweat formed on his temple. The man probably hadn't seen someone win this consistently since the casino opened. Ah, the universe loves me. Sirius crowed, throwing his arms wide as if he were receiving applause from an adoring crowd instead of a scattering of mildly concerned tourists. He turned to Andromeda and winked. Come on, Andy. You know you're impressed. Andromeda, the picture of poise even when surrounded by neon chaos, sipped her martini with the slow deliberation of someone deeply regretting her life choices. Her dark eyes, sharp and calculating, narrowed at him. Impressed? Sirius, you've been out of Azkaban for, what, a few weeks? And this, she gestured to the mountain of chips that practically had its own zip code, is what you decide to do with your freedom. Sirius gasped in mock offense, clutching his chest as if she'd cursed him. First of all, rude. Second, this is an investment. And third, it's Las Vegas, Andy. The only city where you can have a neon cowboy, an Elvis impersonator, and a pirate ship all on the same street. How could I resist? You're impossible, she muttered, though the corner of her mouth twitched as if she were suppressing a smile. Don't encourage him, came a voice from behind her. Ted Tonks, a handsome man whose easygoing demeanor was a sharp contrast to serious theatrics, approached with a glass of bourbon. He gave his wife a conspiratorial grin. You know he lives for the drama. And the winning, Sirius added, shooting the dealer a rakish smile as he slid a hefty stack of chips across the table. Let it ride, mate. Meanwhile, Nymphadora Tonks, because heaven forbid anyone forget her first name, was perched on a stool nearby, swirling a cocktail that was somehow both bright blue and smoking. Her hair had shifted from a bubblegum pink to a vibrant electric purple, which, frankly, matched the vibe of the city a little too well. You do realize you're one win away from security coming over to have a little chat, right? Please, Sirius said, brushing her concern away like it was lint on his coat. I've faced Dementors, Death Eaters, and my mother's portrait. What's a Muggle bouncer going to do? Glare at me sternly? Tonks snorted. No, but I'd pay to see you try to talk your way out of a casino ban. Sirius leaned in, his grin downright conspiratorial. Don't worry, Dora. If things go south, I'll hex my way out. Or, better yet, I'll flirt my way out. Can't resist this face. He gestured to himself, and to his credit, he did look like he'd walked off the cover of a wizarding fashion magazine. "Sweet Merlin, you're unbearable," Andromeda groaned, though her voice held a hint of amusement. Then, just as Sirius reached for the roulette wheel again, his hand froze. His smile faltered. The change was subtle but instant, like someone had flipped a switch. Andromeda noticed immediately. "What is it?" Sirius didn't answer right away. His grey eyes darkened, and his usual flippant tone was replaced with something heavier. "I don't know," he said slowly, like he was testing the words before saying them aloud. "It's like, my godfather's senses are tingling." Tonks, halfway through her drink, nearly choked. "You're what now?" "My godfather's senses," Sirius repeated, dead serious, pun definitely intended. He straightened, his earlier bravado replaced by the kind of intensity that reminded everyone why he'd been a marauder in the first place. "Something's happening with Harry." Ted raised an eyebrow. "You sure it's not indigestion? You did eat 3 helpings of that weird buffet earlier." Sirius shot him a look. "This is different." Andromeda, always the pragmatist, crossed her arms. "Sirius, Harry is at the institute. He's probably studying or playing Donkey Kong or doing whatever teenagers do. You're overreacting." "Overreacting?" Sirius snapped, his voice rising. "The last time I ignored this feeling, Harry ended up living in a cupboard under the stairs with those awful muggles. I won't let that happen again." "You're being dramatic," Andromeda said. "I'm serious," he shot back, throwing on his coat with a dramatic flourish. "And my godson needs me." Tonks groaned, downing the rest of her cocktail. "Merlin's pants, we're actually doing this, aren't we?" Ted sighed, already pulling out his wallet. "Let me guess you want me to cover the bill." Sirius clapped him on the back. "You're a good man, Ted. A true gentleman." And just like that, Sirius strode toward the exit, chips forgotten, coat billowing behind him like he was starring in an action movie. Andromeda, Tonks, and Ted exchanged weary looks before following. On the bright side, Tonks said as they left the casino, "This has to be more interesting than roulette." And with that, the Black family circus was off to find Harry, leaving behind a very confused dealer, a stack of chips no one claimed, and a Las Vegas casino that would be talking about the lucky Brit for weeks. Jean and Harry's world spun for a moment longer before it abruptly came to a halt. The fiery landscape they'd just been in, the one with the giant phoenix and all the cosmic drama, faded like a bad dream being erased by the world's most powerful eraser. The heat lingered just a little longer, but it was gone now, leaving behind only the disorienting feeling of having experienced something monumental. They found themselves on the floor of Jean's room, breathing heavily, like they'd just run a marathon through a lava field. The faint hum of her telepathic aura still buzzed in the back of Jean's mind, a reminder of the Phoenix's presence. She was still trying to process everything. And she wasn't sure whether to be thrilled, terrified, or, honestly, a little overwhelmed by the sudden, cosmic weight of it all. "Nice nap," Scott Summers' voice cut through the haze, and if looks could kill, Jean and Harry would have been reduced to ash. He was standing there like some sort of scowling, overworked older sibling who hadn't gotten his morning caffeine fix. His arms were crossed, his face a perfect blend of exasperation and disappointment. "While the rest of us were handling things, you two were, off in La La Land, hey." Harry, still trying to shake the last traces of cosmic energy from his system, blinked at Scott like he couldn't believe what he was hearing. "You seriously think now is the time for this?" He glanced at Jean, who was still picking herself up off the floor. Of course Scott would be in full-blown "I'm the only one who can handle anything" mode. "Yeah, sorry about that, Scott. Next time I'll make sure to schedule my nap during the apocalypse, yeah." Scott's face tightened, and the air between them seemed to crackle with his classic mix of annoyance and way too much ego. "If you weren't so busy with your little hero act," he said, voice dripping with sarcasm, "maybe things wouldn't be so messy." Jean, feeling the afterburn of the phoenix's influence, felt her patience snap like a twig. She shot a glare at Scott that would have made a bear think twice about approaching. "Scott, seriously? Now is not the time for your attitude." Her voice was sharp, full of heat, though not the kind that made people sweat. This was the kind of heat that burned through you. "We've got bigger issues to deal with than your bruised ego." Harry, still getting his bearings but very much aware of the rising tension, shifted to Jean's side and offered her a small, encouraging smile. He could tell she was still feeling the weight of the phoenix's power, but the fiery flicker of determination in her eyes said she wasn't going to let it consume her. "Not today." "Yet," Harry said, trying to make light of it, though, really, he was just trying to keep it from getting too weird. "We'll deal with Scott's overinflated sense of importance later. Let's focus on the whole cosmic force of destruction and rebirth thing, yet." Scott scowled, clearly not loving being ignored, but Jean was having none of it. She pulled herself together, wiping her palms on her jeans, her expression now one of pure resolve. "Harry's right. The Phoenix isn't exactly going to wait around while we sort out petty drama." Jean's words hit like a hammer. She's right. And somehow, Harry found that strangely comforting. This was a level of mess he hadn't expected, but here they were together, trying to piece things together while an actual cosmic entity was in their corner. Not the worst way to go, right? Harry gave her a small, crooked smile. "That's the plan, then. We handle this Phoenix business, and we can figure the rest of it out, later. Together." Jean, her cheeks still slightly flushed from the after effects of both the Phoenix and the entire situation, gave Harry a look somewhere between gratitude and nervous energy. "Agreed," she said softly, though her voice carried a quiet strength that had Harry feeling like, maybe, they could actually do this. "We'll figure it out. One step at a time." Scott, seeing that he was getting nowhere with his tough guy routine, let out an exaggerated sigh that sounded more like a groan than a sound of relief. "Fine. But don't expect me to keep covering for you two if you end up blowing up the planet." Jean shot him one last glare, her eyes glowing just a little brighter than normal. "We've got this, Scott. Trust me." Scott threw up his hands. "Yeah, okay. But if you two turn into cosmic beings of destruction, don't say I didn't warn you." Harry just rolled his eyes. "No promises, Scott. But, for now, we'll keep it low-key." He gave Jean a wink. "No planet ending just yet." Jean couldn't help but smirk at the joke, even though her mind was still spinning with everything the Phoenix had said. It wasn't just about controlling power, it was about balance. And there was no way in hell she was going to let this get out of hand. Not while she had Harry by her side. "We'll take it one step at a time," she said again, though this time it wasn't just a statement, it was a promise. And for the first time in what felt like forever, Harry actually believed it. The door to Jean's room swung open with the dramatic flair of an action movie entrance. Professor Xavier, Ororo Monroe, Logan, and Hank McCoy practically charged in like the Avengers after a coffee-fueled brainstorming session. Their expressions were a chaotic mix of concern, relief, and the kind of frustration that only comes from dealing with teens who attract cosmic disasters like magnets. "Are you both all right?" Professor Xavier asked, his tone calm but with enough authority to make anyone feel like they were about to get a heartfelt lecture. Only Charles Xavier could manage to sound both like a worried dad and a wise philosopher in one sentence. Jean, still sitting cross-legged on the floor like she'd just finished meditating with a sentient firebird, glanced at Harry. Their shared look was somewhere between "that was insane" and "do we need to talk about what just happened?" There was also the tiniest hint of teen crush awkwardness, which neither of them was about to acknowledge out loud. "Yes, Professor," Jean replied, her voice steady but tinged with the kind of exhaustion you only get after hosting a cosmic entity in your soul. "We're fine. Just adjusting." Harry, who was not fine but figured honesty might make things worse, gave a thumbs up. Totally fine. No big deal. Just met the Phoenix Force. No pressure or anything, though. It's apparently part of Jean and, me now, too. He paused, scratching the back of his neck. So, we might need some help figuring out how not to, accidentally blow up a city. Professor Xavier's expression softened into the patented supportive mentor look. We'll face this together, he said, his voice radiating calm reassurance. You're not alone in this journey. None of you ever will be. Logan snorted from the back of the group, leaning casually against the doorframe like he owned the room. A cigar was wedged between his teeth, and the faint scent of cheap tobacco followed him like a signature cologne. Great, he muttered, exhaling a puff of smoke. So now we've got a cosmic firebird hitching a ride in 2 teenagers. Perfect. What's next? Alien invasions? Time travel? Giant robots? He shook his head, smirking. Just don't expect me to babysit this mess. But if you need advice on surviving teenage drama or poker, then maybe I'm your guy, bub. Logan, Ororo said sharply, her voice calm but with an edge that could slice through steel. She shot him a glare so frosty it could have put out his cigar on the spot. Now is not the time for your cynicism. She turned to Jean and Harry, her regal presence immediately calming the chaos in the room. Are you both truly all right? She asked, her tone gentle but firm. If there's anything we should know now, speak freely. I'd rather not summon a storm over a misunderstanding. Jean straightened up a little, brushing a stray lock of hair from her face. We're okay, Ororo, she said, her voice more confident now. But this Phoenix thing is a lot. It's like this overwhelming force that's constantly there. It's not just in me, it's in Harry too. Her green eyes flickered with determination. But I won't let it control me. I won't. Atta girl, Logan said, giving her an approving nod. Just remember, kid power like that doesn't play nice. It's gonna test you, push you. And if it gets out of hand. He trailed off, his usual gruff demeanor softening slightly. Just don't be afraid to ask for help, all right? Hank McCoy, who had been silently observing until now, adjusted his glasses and stepped forward with a thoughtful expression. Fascinating, he mused, his voice carrying the weight of both a scholar and a scientist. A cosmic entity capable of destruction and rebirth, bonded to not one but 2 individuals. The implications are staggering. He paused, tapping his chin. I would very much like to run some tests non-invasive, of course, to better understand this connection. Purely for scientific purposes. Harry raised an eyebrow. Tests? Like, the kind where we sit in a lab and you poke us with things? Because I'm gonna be honest, Hank, that sounds way less fun than figuring this out on the fly. Non-invasive, Hank repeated with a patient smile. I assure you, it's purely observational. For now. Professor Xavier interrupted before Harry could protest further. For now, rest is what you both need. We'll approach this carefully, together. His gaze settled on Jean, then Harry, his tone resolute. Whatever challenges lie ahead, you're not facing them alone. The X-Men stand with you. Great, Logan muttered, rolling his eyes as he puffed on his cigar. Because nothing says easy fix like throwing the X-Men at it. Ororo gave him another look that promised a very unpleasant thunderstorm if he didn't cut it out. Logan, she said, her voice deceptively sweet, perhaps you'd like to be the one to explain this situation to the rest of the team. Logan grumbled something unintelligible and waved her off. Yeah, I'll play nice. As the group began to disperse, the tension in the room slowly eased. Jean and Harry, still grappling with the weight of the Phoenix Force and their own tangled emotions, exchanged a brief look. This wasn't going to be easy, far from it. But with mentors like these, and, okay, maybe a little help from Logan's sarcastic commentary, they figured they'd survive. Probably. One step at a time. One cosmic revelation at a time. One awkward teenage glance at a time. The next morning, the common room of Xavier's mansion was abuzz with nervous energy. The X-Men had gathered like it was some kind of superhero intervention, all eyes on Harry and Jean. It was the kind of vibe where everyone was trying to act casual, but the tension in the room was thicker than Logan's Canadian accent. Jean and Harry stood at the center, like two kids about to confess to breaking a priceless family heirloom. Jean, ever the picture of quiet strength, folded her arms across her chest, her red hair catching the morning sunlight streaming in through the window. Harry, meanwhile, shifted nervously, his hands in his pockets, glancing at Jean like she might suddenly sprout wings and fly away. "Okay," Jean started, her voice calm but with a slight edge, like she was bracing for impact. "So, we need to talk about what happened last night." Logan, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed and a cigar clenched between his teeth, raised an eyebrow. "Let me guess, cosmic trouble? You two kids picked that up on clearance, or was it gift-wrapped?" Jean shot him a withering look, her green eyes sparking with enough intensity to make Logan straighten up just a little. "Logan, this is serious." "Yeah, well, so's my cigar budget," Logan muttered, but he gestured for her to continue. Jean took a deep breath, her voice steady. "The Phoenix Force, the cosmic entity tied to me since I was a kid, showed up last night. It's part of me. And now it's part of Harry, too." The room erupted into a flurry of murmurs and exchanged glances. Scott Summers, sitting at the edge of a couch with his jaw clenched, looked like he was torn between worry and frustration. "Part of Harry? How does that even work?" Harry stepped in, trying to sound confident but mostly just hoping no one would start yelling. "Long story short? The Phoenix offered Jean a chance to be its vessel and explore the universe. She accepted, but some of its power decided to hitch a ride with me. Now we're both figuring out how to deal with it." Scott's frown deepened. "So, let me get this straight, you're both connected to an insanely powerful cosmic entity that could destroy the planet if it gets out of control." "Pretty much," Harry replied, trying to keep things light. "On the bright side, we're saving on electricity bills." "That's not funny," Scott snapped, his frustration bubbling over. "Scott," Aurora Monroe interjected, her voice as calm and commanding as ever. She stepped forward, her striking silver hair flowing behind her like she was walking in slow motion. "This isn't the time for blame or fear. Jean and Harry need our support, not judgment." Scott exhaled sharply but nodded, relenting under Aurora's steady gaze. Rogue, lounging on the arm of a chair with her signature sass practically radiating off her, smirked. "Well, sugar, sounds like y'all got yourselves into a pickle. But hey, we've handled worse. Remember that time with the sentient broccoli aliens? Now that was weird." Kitty Pryde, sitting cross-legged on the floor like the quintessential awkward best friend, chimed in, "And honestly, cosmic entities are kind of our thing, aren't they? I mean, we helped the Fantastic Four fight a guy who literally eats planets." "Phoenix Force? Totally manageable." Kurt Wagner, ever the optimist, leaned forward from where he perched on the back of a chair. His tail swished behind him, and his German accent made everything he said sound like a hopeful prayer. "JA and VE are a family, no? VE will face this together. As long as VE have faith in each other, VE can overcome anything." Susan Bones, who had somehow found herself in the middle of all this mutant drama despite just being a nice, normal wizard, gave Harry a shy smile. "I'm here for you," she said softly. "Both of you." Professor Xavier finally spoke, his calm, authoritative voice cutting through the chatter like a knife. "Jean, Harry, you've shown incredible strength in the face of something that would terrify most people. We'll work together to understand and control this power. You're not alone in this." "Great," Logan said, taking a long drag of his cigar. "So now we're a daycare for cosmic firebirds. Next thing you know, we'll be babysitting Galactus's kids. Logan, Aurora said sharply, her tone a warning. Relax, Aro. I'm just saying, if these two can handle that thing without blowing us all to Kingdom Come, they'll be fine. Hank McCoy, who had been quietly observing from the corner, adjusted his glasses and stepped forward. As fascinating as all of this is, and believe me, it's very fascinating, I think we should prioritize some tests. If we're going to help you, we'll need to understand exactly how the Phoenix Force has affected your abilities. Great, Jean said, her voice dry. Because that sounds so relaxing. Harry leaned toward her, whispering, if he tries to stick us in one of those lab hamster wheels, I'm out. Jean smirked despite herself. Deal. As the meeting wrapped up, the group began to disperse, each member carrying the weight of what lay ahead. Jean and Harry, standing side by side, exchanged a look that said they were ready for the challenges to come. Because if there was one thing they'd learned from their new family of mutants, it was that they could handle anything as long as they faced it together. Even cosmic firebirds. The danger room hummed to life, glowing with an energy that said, you're either about to learn something cool or get your butt kicked. Probably both. The sleek walls of the high-tech training space shimmered as holograms began to flicker into existence, hulking monsters, swirling tornadoes, and the kind of chaos that would make even video game bosses weep. Harry and Jean stood at the center, looking equal parts determined and slightly terrified. Well, Harry mostly looked like he was mentally drafting his will, but hey, points for showing up. The rest of the team was clustered by the observation deck, buzzing with nervous energy like they were about to watch the finale of a reality show where someone got voted off the island via explosion. Logan leaned against the wall, puffing on his cigar like it was the only thing keeping him from losing his mind. He gave Harry a gruff once-over, his eyes narrowing. All right, kid, he growled, his voice like gravel in a blender. Show me what you've got. And for the love of all that's holy, don't go turning this place into a cosmic barbecue. I just got my boots fixed. He shot Jean a look that was equal parts concern and a very Logan-esque, I told you so. Jean, red hair glowing like it had its own spotlight, seriously, how did she always look so cinematic, smirked. Relax, Logan. I've got this. Her voice was calm but had that edge of fire she carried when she was in full Jean Grey, girl who will not be messed with mode. And maybe if you stopped pacing like an angry grizzly, you wouldn't look like you're auditioning for Overbearing Dad, the movie. Grizzly. Logan snorted. If I'm a grizzly, then you're a fire-breathing dragon. Keep it in check, Red. Meanwhile, Rogue leaned back in her chair, one leg crossed over the other, looking as cool as a superhero could in a leather jacket. Y'all are actin' like this is the end of the world, she drawled in her sassy southern accent. It's just a little training. Ain't like Harry's gonna sprout wings and start singin' show tunes. She winked at Harry. Though if you do go full Disney princess, sugar, let me know. I'd pay good money to see that. Kitty, bouncing on the balls of her feet like a caffeinated puppy, chimed in. This is gonna be so cool. I mean, you're basically about to become real-life video game characters. Just, don't break the danger room. Again. I still haven't fixed the leaderboard from last time. She shot Hank a nervous glance. Don't worry, Hank said, adjusting his glasses in that super intellectual, I know everything about everything way of his. I've reinforced the simulations to handle the power surges. Although, he added, almost to himself, the probability of catastrophic feedback is still 6.7%. Comforting, Harry muttered, shooting Jean a sideways glance. Ready to maybe not die today? Always, Jean replied, flashing him a grin that could have powered a small country. Scott, of course, had to make things weird. He stepped forward, arms crossed, looking like he was about to deliver the broodiest monologue of all time. Let's just make one thing clear, he said, his voice dripping with that I am the main character energy. Jean and I were connected. Soulmates. And if this phoenix thing does anything to mess with that, we'll have a problem. Jean sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. Scott, for the last time, this is not a Nicholas Sparks novel. Oh, come on. Scott protested. I'm just saying. Save it, Romeo, Rogue cut in, smirking. Ain't nobody here got time for your melodrama. Aurora stepped forward, her calm, regal presence instantly making everyone feel like they should stand up straighter. Let's focus on what's important, she said, her voice smooth as silk but commanding. Jean, Harry, you have our support. Whatever challenges you face, we will overcome them together. She placed a hand on Harry's shoulder, her gaze steady. You're stronger than you realize, Harry. Trust in yourself. Thanks, Storm, Harry said, swallowing the lump in his throat. If Aurora believed in him, then maybe just maybe he wouldn't completely mess this up. Kurt appeared next to Harry in a puff of blue smoke, startling him so badly he nearly jumped out of his boots. Do not worry, my friend, Kurt said, his German accent thick but warm. If you blow up the room, I will teleport us to safety. Probably. Maybe. Very reassuring, Kurt, Harry deadpanned. Finally, Professor Xavier rolled forward, his presence quiet but powerful. This is an opportunity to understand the changes you're undergoing, he said, his tone patient and wise. Remember, we are here to guide you. There is no failure here, only learning. As the Danger Room simulations roared to life, Harry and Jean stepped forward, side by side. Monsters charged. Tornadoes swirled. And somewhere in the back, Logan muttered, "Here we go." But despite the chaos, there was an unshakable sense of unity in the room. Because that's what the X-Men did, they faced the impossible together, one snarky comment at a time. Chapter 16, Chapter 15. The team had just wrapped up what could only be described as the most intense training session since, well, ever. Harry couldn't help but think of it as something that should have been on pay-per-view. There were sparks of magic flying, Logan grunting like someone was making him watch a slow-motion action movie, which, considering his personality, was probably a fate worse than death, and the team as a whole looking like they'd just been through a blender. But somehow, they'd come out of it more powerful than ever. Well, mostly ever. They were definitely more powerful than when they started. Afterward, everyone reconvened in Professor Xavier's office. If you've never been inside a room that somehow managed to feel both futuristic and cozy at the same time, this was it. The place had all the high-tech stuff you'd expect from a world-renowned telepath, but there were comfy chairs scattered around like they were made for lounging and watching Netflix. Professor Xavier, looking as serious as a man who could read your mind without even breaking a sweat, called the meeting to order. Thanks for gathering. Today was a significant step in understanding Harry and Jean's new powers. Hank, why don't you kick things off? Hank McCoy, aka Beast, adjusted his glasses like he was about to dissect a scientific anomaly. If glasses had a "I'm too smart for my own good" vibe, Hank's were giving off a supersonic nerd signal. Absolutely, Charles, he said, clearing his throat in that smooth, Professor Y voice. We've witnessed some pretty remarkable upgrades in Harry's abilities. First, his healing factor. Well, it's not just fast. It's like he's got an automatic self-repair button. His body anticipates injuries and just fixes them. It's almost like having a preemptive "don't even bother" system. Harry, sitting with a half-sarcastic grin and trying not to sound too smug, nodded. It's like my body is on autopilot for pain. Doesn't even wait for the injury to happen, just heals it before I have a chance to feel it. Hank raised an eyebrow, clearly impressed. Exactly. But here's the kicker, his magical powers? Amplified. It's almost like the Phoenix Force is calibrating Harry's magic to perfection, fine-tuning it to a frequency that's off the charts. Storm, standing by the window with her arms crossed, added with a serene smile, "Jean, your connection to the Phoenix Force is still growing, but today's results were impressive. You harnessed the power without losing control, which is no small feat. We need to keep working on that balance, though." Jean, sitting upright, her fiery red hair glowing almost as brightly as her powers, glanced at Harry. The two exchanged an unspoken understanding, a subtle bond forming between them. "I can feel it, Professor," she said quietly, "the power is immense. But Harry helped me stay grounded. I need to learn to manage it on my own, though. I can't rely on him every time." Logan, who had been silently standing at the back, his arms crossed and a cigar dangling from his lips, let out a low grunt. "What about Harry's mental state? You know, the Phoenix isn't just a personal trainer for the body. It's a total head trip if you're not careful. Got any signs of that, Chuck?" Professor Xavier met Harry's gaze, his eyes knowing more than Harry was comfortable with. "I've been keeping an eye on Harry's mental health. So far, no signs of instability. But the Phoenix Force is like walking on a tightrope. It has the power to create and to destroy. We need to remain vigilant." Harry felt a sudden weight on his chest. Vigilant sounded like something he could definitely handle, but walking the tightrope? Yeah, that was a bit much for a teenager who could barely balance on a skateboard. "I've felt sharper. More focused. But I get it. It's like trying to hold onto a fire without burning your hands. I'm in, though. I'll keep myself in check." Jean looked at him then, and Harry could have sworn his heart skipped a beat. "We're in this together, Harry. We've got the Phoenix for a reason. We'll figure it out." Hank looked like he was on the verge of bouncing off the walls. "That's fascinating, Harry. Have you noticed any other developments? Any new, abilities since the Phoenix Force came into play?" Harry scratched his chin, thinking hard. "Aside from the healing and magic amped up to 11? I've been getting these flashes. Like little bursts of clarity. Almost like I'm seeing things before they happen. It's not every day, but when it happens, it's intense." Professor Xavier nodded gravely. "That's the Phoenix Force. It's known to grant glimpses of the future, fleeting as they may be. Jean, have you experienced anything similar?" Jean, her voice thoughtful, nodded. "Yes. Fleeting images of the future. I can sense connections between everything, feel it all around me. It's amazing, but honestly, it's also kind of terrifying." Storm stepped forward, her usual calm radiating like a gentle storm. She placed a hand on Jean's shoulder. "We'll help you learn to navigate it, Jean. Together, we'll figure it out." Logan took a deep drag from his cigar and let out a low exhale. "The whole team's behind you. Don't sweat it." Xavier, who had been quietly observing the exchange, finally spoke up, his voice filled with determination. "We'll continue our sessions, deepening our understanding and control. Your bravery and resilience are commendable. Let's take that energy and channel it into mastering these abilities." Harry couldn't help but feel a little lighter as the words sunk in. He still wasn't sure exactly what this new chapter in his life would look like, but one thing was clear, he wasn't alone in this. And that made all the difference. The team might have been eccentric, chaotic, and borderline terrifying at times, especially Logan, but they were his team. And together, they were going to figure out how to tame the Phoenix without going full wildfire. As the team gathered their things and prepared to head out, Harry couldn't shake the nagging feeling that something was a bit off. You know, like when you're about to leave your house and you're 99% sure you forgot something important, but can't quite place what it is? Yeah, that was Harry right now. "My wand's been overheating," Harry blurted, trying to sound casual but failing miserably. "Like, dangerously hot. I've never had that happen before." Jean, who was as observant as a hawk on a caffeine binge, perked up instantly. That's intriguing, she said, her eyes lighting up like a scientist who just found the missing piece to a puzzle. Maybe it's a side effect of your phoenix connection? Your magic might be pushing your wand beyond its limits. Storm, standing next to Jean like the embodiment of calm in a storm, no pun intended, nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense. The phoenix force is ancient and powerful. It might be amplifying your magic in ways that even your wand isn't prepared for. She shot Harry a grin. Looks like you might need an upgrade. Harry gave a half grin, running a hand through his hair. Great. The one time I don't need an upgrade, and here I am, practically burning my wand down to the stick. Not a problem, Jean said, flashing him a reassuring smile. We'll figure something out. If your wand's not cutting it, we can always consider using other magical tools. Her voice was that kind of comforting certainty you only get from someone who could probably move a mountain with their mind if they were bored enough. Hank, who had been quietly listening with his usual intensity, finally chimed in, his eyes practically glowing with excitement. You know, Harry, the Phoenix Force might be amplifying your magical abilities, but it could also be transforming your magical core. We should definitely look into this. You could be tapping into a new kind of magic entirely. Jean turned to Hank with a sly grin. What are you suggesting, Hank? Magic 2.0. Exactly. Hank's voice took on that trademark excitement that made you wonder if he was secretly a mad scientist in his spare time. This could be a game changer. We'll need to run some tests, of course. But first, I think we should also check in on Jean's powers. It's possible the Phoenix is awakening abilities in her too. Jean looked at Harry, a little spark of determination in her eyes. Actually, now that you mention it, I've been experimenting a bit myself. It's strange but exhilarating. Since the Phoenix Force came into my life, I've been able to feel a deep connection to magic, almost like I can reach into it and pull it out with ease. Harry grinned. So, you've got superpowered magic now too? Sounds like I'm going to have to up my game. Jean, her smile a mix of playfulness and the same determination that made her a force to be reckoned with, shrugged. Maybe. But I'm still getting the hang of it. It's like the Phoenix unlocked something in me, something I didn't even know was there. Logan, who had been silently observing the whole conversation with his typical, no-nonsense attitude, snorted. I'll tell you what's there, kid, he said, taking a long drag from his cigar. A lot of power. Don't let it go to your head. He shot a pointed look at Harry. Both of you. This Phoenix thing's dangerous. And powerful. One wrong move, and it can bite you harder than a grizzly. Jean arched an eyebrow, clearly not intimidated. Thanks for the advice, Logan, but I think I've got it under control. Besides, you're always around to keep us in check, right? Logan smirked, his eyes gleaming with a bit of that usual Logan attitude. I'm not your babysitter, Red. But yet, I've got your back. Hank nodded, still lost in thought. Jean, Harry, your combined magical prowess could be a monumental asset. But you'll need time to adjust. Magic and the Phoenix Force, it's not exactly a user manual situation. Jean's voice was calm, yet laced with a strong determination. I'll take that time. And I'll take all the help I can get. She glanced at Harry, a flicker of something more in her eyes, maybe gratitude, maybe something else. With all of you helping me, I'm sure I'll figure this out. Harry's heart did that thing it did whenever Jean said something so sincere. It was like his chest was a bit too tight for comfort, but not in a bad way. Yeah, you've got this, Jean. And, hey, if you ever need me to test out some of those new powers of yours, you know where to find me. Jean gave him that smile, the one that always made Harry feel like he could take on the world, even if it was about to explode. Deal. As they made their way toward the training room, Harry's eyes flicked over to Jean, who was now practicing a simple levitation charm on a nearby book. She was focusing intently, her brow furrowed in concentration, but there was a quiet power radiating from her that made Harry feel like they were on the verge of something huge. The uncertainty was still there, but there was also hope. Together, they could figure this out. They had to. "All right, team," Logan called from the back of the group, flicking his cigar to the floor and crushing it beneath his boot. "Let's get to work. No more waiting around for this thing to figure itself out." His usual gruffness was back, but there was something oddly encouraging in his tone. Jean flashed a grin at Harry before stepping forward. "No more waiting," she echoed, her voice as strong as steel. And with that, they headed into the training room, ready to face whatever came next together. The fiery landscape stretched out before them like the set of a sci-fi epic, the air thick with the sort of heat you'd expect from an oven that hasn't been cleaned in centuries. Harry and Jean stood, uncomfortably aware of the intense cosmic forces at play here. You'd think they'd be used to it by now, but nope, they were still adjusting to the fact that the Phoenix Force, essentially a walking, flying, cosmic deity, had decided to take a particular interest in them. The Phoenix hovered above them, its fiery wings glowing brighter than the lights at a Las Vegas show, and a voice that could melt steel thundered through the air. "Ah, my favorites return. What knowledge do you seek today?" It sounded like the voice of an ancient being who could see your soul, which was both awesome and terrifying. Jean, doing her best to look like this wasn't the weirdest thing she'd ever done, which it totally was, cleared her throat. "So, I've been noticing some, let's say, interesting changes. Magic. I mean, I've always been about telepathy and telekinesis, but now I'm throwing spells like it's nothing. Why is that happening?" The Phoenix's fiery form shimmered in what could have been a cosmic chuckle. "Jean Grey, when you welcomed me into your being, you didn't just get my power. You got the potential for far more. You unlocked a part of yourself you never even knew existed. The Phoenix Force is a conduit of many kinds of power, magic included. And now, you have access to it." Jean's eyes went wide like a cartoon character. "Wait, magic was always there? It just needed a cosmic kick in the pants to get it going." The Phoenix's wings fluttered dramatically, making the whole sky ripple with heat. "Exactly. But remember, magic, like all power, is not to be wielded recklessly. Balance is key. Your abilities will evolve, but control is everything." Harry, still holding his wand like it was a time bomb waiting to go off, finally decided to speak up. "Okay, I've got a question. My wand's been, well, overheating. It's like it's on fire every time I use it. Is that supposed to happen when you, connect with me?" His voice was a little more nervous than he wanted it to be, but honestly, if your wand was basically turning into a magical oven, you'd be concerned too. The Phoenix's burning eyes turned to Harry, and if it could have raised an eyebrow, it probably would have. "Ah, Harry Potter. You are far more than you know. Your wand channels your magic, but with my essence flowing through you, your power has been amplified. Your wand is struggling to keep up. It was designed for a different kind of magic." Harry winced. "So, my wand's, what? Too weak for my upgraded abilities?" The Phoenix's flames flared in what might have been a smirk. "Yes. The magic you now wield requires a focus something strong enough to handle the surge of energy. Your wand, good as it is a bit outdated. But worry not. We can fix that." Jean looked up, intrigued. "Fix it how?" With a flourish that would make a magician jealous, the Phoenix conjured 2 dazzling shards of dark pink gemstone from the air. The crystals sparkled like a million sunsets caught in one place. "These," the Phoenix declared, "are fragments of the M'Kron crystal. They are among the strongest and most stable sources of power in the universe. Perfect for crafting wands capable of handling the magic you now possess." Jean and Harry exchanged a look, one that spoke volumes. This was real. This was happening. Jean's hand shot out like she couldn't resist, grabbing one of the crystals with a grin so wide, it practically lit up the whole fiery realm. "This is incredible! We can make new wands with this? I mean, this is next level magic stuff." Harry took the other crystal, his fingers brushing against hers for the briefest moment. It was just a touch, but it felt like a spark literally, considering where they were. "Yeah, I think we can work with this. New wands. And hopefully, no more spontaneously combusting while we're trying to cast a simple charm." The phoenix's wings flared dramatically, as if giving its cosmic approval. "Remember, you hold the M'Kron in your hands. Treat these shards with respect, and they will serve you well." Before they could say another word, the fiery realm around them began to fade, dissolving like smoke in the wind. They blinked, and suddenly, they were back in the medical wing of Xavier's mansion, surrounded by the pristine white walls and the soft beeping of medical machines, a stark contrast to the cosmic madness they'd just left behind. Harry sat up quickly, rubbing his eyes as though he could shake off the surreal experience. "Well," Harry muttered, "that was, definitely something. Wand upgrades, here we come." Jean, looking a little disoriented but definitely more excited than she'd been before, managed a smile. "Yeah. And maybe, you know, we can figure out this whole magic thing together? If you're up for it, that is." Harry's cheeks turned a bit pink like the shade of his wand just before it went into meltdown mode. "Yeah, I'd like that. A lot." And just like that, despite all the cosmic chaos and the flaming wings of the phoenix, the world felt a little smaller, a little more manageable. With new wands on the way and their shared journey ahead, Harry and Jean weren't just unlocking magic, they were unlocking something even more important, each other. When Harry and Jean finally woke up, they were greeted by what could only be described as a family reunion, except it was awkward, a little crowded, and probably not the kind where you'd pass around the potato salad. There was Professor Xavier, Aurora, Logan, Hank, Sirius Black, whose grin was a little too wide for someone who had just been in Vegas, Andromeda Tonks, Nymphadora Tonks, who'd somehow managed to color her hair a very unbrowned shade of contemplative purple, and, of course, Albus Dumbledore, who looked like he'd just stepped out of a magical retirement home with an impressive collection of cosmic knowledge to share. Sirius, who always seemed to have that "I'm about to make a joke, and it's probably going to be a little inappropriate" vibe, was the first to break the silence. "Harry, Jean. You're up. I was starting to think you'd found a new hobby in sleeping through important stuff." Jean, looking half-dazed but still managing to hold up the M'Kron crystal like it was the last slice of pizza at a party, gave a small, slightly embarrassed smile. "I think we've been through some stuff," she said, her voice a little wobbly. "I mean, the Phoenix showed up. Again." Harry, still processing the whole cosmic entity hanging out in your head thing, just nodded. "Yeah, that happened. And it gave us these," he said, gesturing to the glowing shard Jean was holding. He tried not to think too hard about how everyone was staring at them like they were the last two contestants in a reality show about magical artifacts. Dumbledore, ever the connoisseur of cosmic drama, twinkled his eyes in that "I know something you don't" way that only he could pull off. "Ah, the M'Kron crystals. Fascinating artifacts," he mused, as though casually mentioning the Holy Grail or Excalibur like they were things you picked up at a flea market. "They're known for their immense power, and, as always, must be handled with great care." The room fell silent as everyone tried to process this new bit of mind-bending information. It was like when someone dropped a bombshell at dinner, and no one knew whether to act casual or freak out. Sirius, ever the optimist, or the guy who was about to turn everything into a joke, broke the tension. "What are M'Kron crystals? Is it like the stuff you find in weird 80s sci-fi movies? Like, is this a Hitchhiker's Guide kind of deal?" Dumbledore stroked his beard because, honestly, who wouldn't stroke their beard in a situation like this? "These crystals, Sirius, are not of this world. They're linked to cosmic forces' power beyond what we can fully understand. Even the most brilliant minds on Earth have barely scratched the surface. Hank, the walking encyclopedia of the X-Men, adjusted his glasses, squinting at the crystals. So, no earthly equivalents? How do they even work? Dumbledore shook his head, clearly enjoying the moment of intellectual superiority. No, Hank. These crystals are linked to the Phoenix Force. They come from a place far beyond our comprehension. Even I, in all my wisdom, know only a fraction of their potential. Tonks, who by this point had turned her hair a shade of "I'm definitely thinking about this," peered at the shards like they were going to jump up and bite her. So, these crystals help with channeling powers, right? But, what about wands? Jean nodded, trying to look like she definitely knew what was going on. The Phoenix said we don't need wands for magic. But, they help us focus and channel it. These crystals are supposed to help us make new wands, ones that can handle our, upgraded powers. Logan, who looked like he was about 2 seconds away from biting someone's head off, but in a charming way, obviously, crossed his arms. New wands. What, more training? Exactly, Professor Xavier agreed, nodding thoughtfully. Harry and Jean's powers have reached a new level. We'll need to help them harness that energy before things get messy. Andromeda, looking every bit the concerned but fiercely protective mother figure, addressed them both with a mix of empathy and pragmatism. Whatever you need, you just ask. We're all in this together. Yet, don't go thinking you're alone in this, Sirius added with a wink. We'll make sure you're ready for the next big thing. But first, I need to know. How do you feel about pizza? His grin suggested it was probably more important than the cosmic power thing. Dumbledore cleared his throat, redirecting the conversation with the kind of air only a wizard of his caliber could muster. Jean, if you're willing, I'd like to extend an invitation to Hogwarts. Jean, if you pass the exams for the first 2 years, you can join us. Jean's eyes lit up, her surprise barely contained. Really? I can study magic at Hogwarts. Dumbledore smiled warmly, the kind of smile that made you feel like you'd just won the lottery. Indeed, Jean. With Harry, Susan, and the rest of the team's help, I have no doubt you'll succeed. Harry, grinning like he'd just found out he was actually the chosen one of every magical prophecy ever made, nodded enthusiastically. We've got you covered, Jean. You're gonna be a great witch. Susan, standing a little too close for comfort, because someone had been staring a little too long at Harry, gave an awkward, overly enthusiastic nod. Totally. We'll make sure you pass with flying colors. Jean, now officially looking like she had her whole life ahead of her, gave a resolute smile. Thanks, everyone. I won't let you down. The room was buzzing with excitement, promises of training, and plans for wands until Susan quietly, almost imperceptibly, sighed to herself. Watching the obvious chemistry between Harry and Jean, she couldn't help but feel like she was the third wheel in a romance that was about to start writing its own love story. But hey, no big deal. She'd just be supportive, probably from the sidelines. The medical wing was quiet. Way too quiet for a place that was supposed to be a recovery room. The air had that musty bookish vibe, like someone had thrown a bunch of textbooks and parchment at a wall and the only thing that stuck was magic. Jean, Harry, and Susan were crammed together at a table, their pile of study materials so large it looked like someone was prepping for a magic exam that would take a century to complete. And despite the academic vibe, the tension in the room was, well, not academic. So, Jean broke the silence, twirling a quill between her fingers like she was about to drop a major bombshell. What's the game plan here, people? Harry and Susan exchanged a glance. You know, that look. The one that screams, we're both thinking the same thing, but neither of us wants to say it out loud. Because spoiler alert, things were definitely getting a little awkward. You could practically see the teenage crushes swirling around the room like a confused Quidditch match. Harry rubbed his temple, trying to keep his cool. All right, first things first. We're gonna go over everything you need for your exams. Charms, potions, transfiguration. We'll get you casting spells like Hermione Granger after one too many cups of coffee. Susan leaned in, a grin tugging at the corners of her mouth, obviously more excited about Jean's presence than the textbooks. Potions, herbology, you name it. We'll break it down, step by step. You're going to be smashing this exam in no time. Jean's smile lit up the room, the kind that could probably power the entire school if you plugged it in. It was like her energy was contagious, and not just because she was glowing with the excitement of learning magic. Okay, maybe a little. Sounds like a plan, she said, giving Harry that look that made his heart do that weird thing. You know, the one where it felt like it was both jumping out of his chest and doing the Macarena at the same time. Yeah, that one. Let's do this. And just like that, they were diving into study mode. Quills scribbled, parchment rustled, and Jean seemed to be absorbing every bit of information like a sponge, if that sponge could control fire and move stuff with her mind. Harry, on the other hand, tried really hard not to sneak glances at her every 5 seconds. Their eyes met, and it was the kind of look where you're both thinking, I swear, I'm just trying to focus on the textbook, but all I can think about is you. It was so awkward, and yet, so not awkward. In fact, it was so full of tension, you could have sliced it with a butter knife and called it a salad. Susan, who was sitting just a little too close to Harry for her own comfort, tried not to overthink the whole situation, but every time Harry and Jean exchanged looks, she felt like a very third-wheel in a very crowded car. It was hard to concentrate when the air felt like it was about to combust from all the tension. Not that she was jealous, no, she was totally fine. Just, you know, trying not to picture Harry and Jean doing something that wasn't studying. So, transfiguration, hey. Susan said, trying to sound casual as she flipped open her book to a random page. The theory behind turning a teapot into a cat. Pretty straightforward, right? Jean grinned, her eyes twinkling. Oh, totally. Except for the part where the teapot might become a cat with a vendetta against you. Susan chuckled at that, and Harry, for once, felt like he could breathe. It was easy when they were all just in the zone, you know? Like friends. Like the world was on pause for just a second, and nothing was complicated. Then there was a loud scratch of a quill against the parchment, followed by Jean muttering under her breath, "How do you turn this danged teapot into a cat again? Maybe just flick the wand like it's trying to do the Macarena." Harry offered, his tone light. One of those throw it in the air and hope for the best situations. Jean blinked at him, and for a split second, the air between them felt like a live wire crackling and humming, full of something. But, of course, she just grinned. "I'd like to think I'm better at magic than that." "Oh, definitely," Harry said, leaning back in his chair. "I'd like to think you're better than all of us combined." It was at that moment that Susan, who had been watching this all unfold from the corner of her eye, gave an exaggerated cough. Okay. You two can definitely have a competition for who's more charming after we pass our exams, yeah? For now, let's focus on the magic." Jean and Harry both blinked like they'd just realized they'd gotten way too distracted by the chemistry of their study session, their faces turning a bit pink. Jean held up her hands in mock surrender. All right. I'll get back to the teapot and cat transformation." But her smile never quite left her face, and if you squinted, you could see her little heart-shaped eyes sparkling in that way only a certain redhead could pull off. Susan couldn't help herself. With a grin, she joined in. "You know, in the wizarding world, a teapot becoming a cat is just the beginning. Who knows, next you might be trying to turn a pumpkin into a carriage for a ball." Jean raised an eyebrow, the smirk still lingering on her lips. Oh, I could do that. Not like I haven't faced down a telepathic phoenix before. I was going to say you were already working on levitating a broom without breaking a sweat, Susan teased, nudging Harry with her elbow. But hey, I'd pay to see you try turning a pumpkin into a carriage. Jean chuckled, settling into her spot at the table. One step at a time, Bones. One step at a time. And with that, the study session resumed. No more awkward pauses, no more overthinking. Just three friends with their heads buried in books, each quietly navigating their own little corner of this crazy magical world. Whatever came next, at least they'd face it together. Chapter 17, Chapter 16. A week of magical cram sessions had passed, and it was like Jean was about to burst into flames herself. She stood in the mansion's courtyard, practically vibrating with excitement. The sun was shining down, turning everything a soft gold, and for a moment, she couldn't help but feel like she was gearing up for an epic adventure or, at the very least, an adventure involving a lot of fire and maybe a couple of awkward moments. Harry was in the center of the group, practically beaming. He had that look on his face, that I'm about to show off something super cool and possibly dangerous look, that made everyone around him either stand a little straighter or start mentally preparing for something to go hilariously wrong. All right, everyone, Harry said, trying to sound all serious, but you could practically hear the excitement in his voice. Stick close and hold on. Flame travel can get a bit, well, fiery if you're not used to it. But don't worry, I've practiced enough that we'll land in one piece. If there's one person who can never resist teasing Harry, it's Tonks. She grinned like a Cheshire cat and winked at him. A bit of fire never hurt anyone. Well, except for my last attempt at cooking, but that's beside the point. Let's do this. Susan squeezed Jean's hand beside her, her voice barely hiding the excitement bubbling under her words. You've got this, Jean. Stick with Harry, and everything will be fine. Jean, her heart doing this weird little flip, flashed a nervous but determined smile. Ready as I'll ever be. Sirius, grinning like he'd just won the lottery, clapped Harry on the back with the kind of enthusiasm that suggested he was in the mood for some chaos. Lead the way, Harry. Don't worry about the serious part of this mission. We're in good hands, though if we end up in a volcano or something, I'm blaming you. Harry raised an eyebrow but didn't let the teasing get to him. With a quick glance around at everyone, he held out his hands. They formed a circle, the warmth of the flames starting to rise around their feet. Jean couldn't help but feel the electricity in the air, and it wasn't just from the flames. Here we go, Harry said, voice steady despite the magic crackling around them. And with that, the flames engulfed them in a burst of fiery glory. The world around them swirled, and Jean couldn't help but close her eyes. She wasn't sure if it was the flames or the sudden rush of travel, but she felt like she was flying through the air, definitely not something her average study session had prepared her for. When she opened her eyes again, they had arrived. The Hogwarts courtyard stretched out before them, and Jean almost gasped. The ancient castle stood like something straight out of a fairy tale, with towers reaching for the sky and a whole lot of history hanging in the air. Well, here we are, Harry said, looking pretty pleased with himself. Jean's jaw dropped, her eyes wide with awe. It's even more magnificent than I imagined. Tonks, ever the professional, or not, tripped slightly on the cobblestones as she stepped out of the fiery aftermath, but somehow, she managed to catch herself. Smooth landing, Harry. Really, that was impressive. Though, next time, let's avoid anything too dramatic. We wouldn't want to appear, I dunno, too heroic, right? Sirius, practically glowing with pride, slapped Harry on the back with so much force Jean was surprised Harry didn't topple over. Not bad, kid. Not bad at all. This is the kind of chaos I live for. Ororo, standing with a grace that Jean could only envy, nodded with quiet approval. Well done, Harry. You've got a talent for this. Susan, doing her best to keep her affection for Harry under wraps, though it was getting harder by the minute, gave Jean a reassuring smile. "See? Told you it would be fine." As they walked toward the castle, the sense of camaraderie was almost palpable. There was still that undercurrent of teenage crushes and unspoken feelings, but right now, it didn't matter. What mattered was that they were in this together, navigating through magic, mischief, and maybe, just maybe, the beginnings of something a lot more than that. Jean found herself laughing a little nervously, but still laughing at the thought of what could be next. With friends like these, she figured, anything was possible. As they approached the grand entrance of Hogwarts, Harry had to admit it was just as majestic as he remembered. The castle loomed ahead like some mystical relic out of a history book, its spires scraping the Scottish sky. A part of him still couldn't believe he was back here, even after everything. But that wasn't important right now. What was important? Jean's big day. And, okay, maybe not letting anything embarrassing happen while they were here. A little bit of self-preservation never hurt anyone. Dumbledore stood at the entrance, as ever, looking like a wizardly combination of Gandalf and someone who'd had way too much coffee. His glasses twinkled with that signature amusement of his, which, if we're being honest, could sometimes be more unsettling than comforting. "Ah, Harry, Jean, and friends," Dumbledore greeted them in that smooth, buttery voice of his that always made you feel like you were about to be involved in some deep philosophical discussion, or, at least, that he was about to steal your lunch and make it sound like it was your idea. "A fine arrival indeed. Welcome, Jean. I trust you're ready for your assessment." Jean, looking slightly more nervous than she let on, forced a smile. "Yes, Professor Dumbledore. I'm ready." Dumbledore's smile widened into that knowing grin of his. "Excellent. I have no doubt that you'll do wonderfully. You have a bright future ahead of you, my dear." There was a dramatic pause, like he was about to impart some profound prophecy. "But first, let's see how you handle this." Jean blinked at him, unsure whether he was being literal or if it was some weird magical double entendre. She didn't have time to figure it out before Harry jumped in with a chuckle. "Don't worry, Jean. Dumbledore's assessments are basically Hogwarts' version of a pop quiz. You'll survive." "Pop quiz, you say?" Tonks piped up from behind them, practically tripping over her own feet. "Oh, I love pop quizzes. Especially the ones where no one knows the answers. You never know if you're going to pass or end up blasted into another dimension." Aurora, standing poised and calm as always, glanced at Tonks and then at Harry. Her aura of control seemed to make everything around her quieter, like she was the eye of a storm. She gave Jean a quick nod of approval. "You will do well. No need to worry." Sirius, who'd been leaning against the stone archway with an almost too pleased look on his face, stepped forward. He clapped Harry on the back, hard enough that Harry nearly stumbled. "Well, if it isn't our favorite headmaster. I see you're still taking the wise and mysterious approach to everything. Still, I'd say you've got a good bunch of students here. Especially you, kid." He winked at Harry, who rolled his eyes in response. "Thanks, Sirius," Harry said, trying not to sound too sarcastic, but it was hard when your godfather was literally Sirius Black with all the mischief and charm that came with it. And yet, Dumbledore's all about that mysterious wisdom stuff. Like he's got some hidden agenda with the universe or something. Sirius shot him a grin that suggested he'd probably get caught up in whatever cosmic plot Harry was referencing, if only for the fun of it. "Look, kid, if things go sideways, you know who to call. Me. And if it's really messy, I'm the guy you want to clean up the mess. No one does chaos quite like me." Susan, who'd been silently trying not to act too awkward around Harry, again, crush, leaned in slightly toward Jean. She smiled, but it was a little forced. "You've got this, Jean," she said in that sweet, almost forgettable way of hers. Susan had a way of making people feel at ease, and despite the nerves Jean was working hard to hide, it did make her feel just a little more grounded. Jean nodded, trying not to blush. If there was one thing she was trying to avoid today, it was being that girl, the one who kept getting distracted by Harry Potter. Like, you know, the whole flying, saving the world, prophecy stuff Harry Potter. So, Dumbledore began, shifting the group's focus back onto him with the skill of someone who'd spent centuries commanding attention. Shall we head inside? There is much to do, and time waits for no one. As the group moved into the castle, the grand hall stretched out before them, a labyrinth of ancient stone, flickering torches, and the kind of magic that practically oozed out of the walls. Harry felt that familiar sense of awe, but he pushed it aside. Today wasn't about him. It wasn't about him at all. Not unless it was an accidental heroic intervention, of course. The group followed Dumbledore through the corridors, their footsteps echoing in the silence. It was like walking through history itself, where every stone had a story and every corner held some forgotten secret. It was the kind of place that made you feel small and important all at once. Just one of the many things Hogwarts had going for it. So, Jean, Harry ventured, trying to break the awkward silence without coming across as too obvious, ready for the big assessment. Jean shot him a quick smile, her eyes sparkling despite the nerves. I'm getting there. Hopefully, I don't explode anything on the way. She laughed lightly, but Harry could tell she was still working on calming those fluttering butterflies in her stomach. Oh, come on, kid, Sirius chimed in, if anyone here knows about explosions, it's me. I always know when things are about to go boom, but don't worry, you'll get the hang of it. Aurora, who had remained composed up until this point, turned her head toward them. Sirius, she said with a slightly raised eyebrow, are you encouraging destruction? Me? Sirius asked with mock indignation, I'm just saying that sometimes, a little chaos is a good thing. Especially in a place like Hogwarts. Well, Dumbledore said, his eyes twinkling with that knowing twinkle again, sometimes, a bit of chaos is exactly what we need to learn, isn't it? The group fell into a comfortable silence as they moved deeper into the heart of the castle. Whatever lay ahead, it was clear that things were about to get a lot more interesting, and not just because of Dumbledore's endless cryptic wisdom. With friends like these, maybe chaos wasn't such a bad thing after all. As the group of misfit wizards and mutants shuffled down the majestic hallways of Hogwarts, it felt like they were starring in some kind of magical reality show. The place was ancient stone walls that looked like they'd seen more history than a history book, and portraits of people who were probably too old to be giving advice. Oh, and let's not forget the way the torches flickered like they were trying to get your attention, as if the castle itself was alive and whispering, hey, look at me. I'm magic. Dumbledore was leading them like some benevolent wizarding Santa Claus, all twinkly eyes and robes that fluttered like they had a mind of their own. It was almost as if he knew exactly what was about to happen, because he probably did. Let's face it, the guy always knows what's going on. As they entered a sunlit room more like a grand ballroom than anything a normal school would have, Jean's nervousness hit full throttle. She had come a long way to get here, and now, it was showtime. This was the moment. And naturally, she was about to be judged by a whole panel of Hogwarts' finest, a bunch of professors who looked like they were auditioning for some version of The Voice, but with wands instead of microphones. The first one to greet them was none other than Severus Snape. Yes, the living embodiment of the word gloom. His greasy hair practically oozed with disdain, and the look in his black eyes could have melted stone. But what made Jean's stomach flip wasn't just his general unpleasantness, it was the way his gaze flickered toward her, narrowing in what could only be described as surprise. His face went from "I want to kill you" to "I've just seen a ghost, and that ghost was Lily Evans, Harry's mother." Snape's lip curled, and for a split second, Jean saw something in his eyes that wasn't venom. "Miss Grey, I presume," he intoned, his voice as smooth and cold as a snake in a tuxedo. "I trust we are about to witness a most interesting display." Jean, trying to pretend she wasn't a bundle of nerves, gave him a polite nod. "Yes, sir. That's me." Before Snape could say anything more, probably something cutting, since he had a knack for that, Dumbledore stepped in. His eyes twinkled like stars, just enough to make you question whether he was reading a magical book or actually making the story up as he went. "Ah, Severus," Dumbledore said in his warm, soothing voice, "no need for the ice. This is Jean Grey, a remarkable young witch, and she's here to show us exactly what she's capable of. I'm sure it will be most enlightening." The professors behind Dumbledore all gave their nods of approval or, in Snape's case, a resigned sigh. Professor McGonagall, who was wearing that expression she'd probably reserved for when someone had stolen her tartan scarf, and she wasn't happy about it, greeted Jean with a smile that could almost be described as kindly. "Miss Grey," she said with a sharp tone that still felt like a compliment, "I've heard you're quite the enigma. A pleasure to finally meet you." Jean returned the smile, though her brain was still screaming, "Oh my God, is this the part where I trip on something or make a fool of myself?" "Thank you, Professor McGonagall. I'm excited to show you all what I can do." Then there was Tonks. Ah, Tonks! The embodiment of chaotic energy in human form. If anyone was going to lighten the mood, it was her. She was already halfway through a wave when she tripped over her own feet, landing with a dramatic flail that caused her to momentarily disappear behind a stack of books. She popped up again like an over-caffeinated meerkat. "Watch her. Don't mind me, folks. Just making sure the floor's still in the right place," she said, flashing her signature grin. Flitwick, standing on a stack of books like he was trying to make himself visible in a sea of tall people, chimed in, his high-pitched voice full of excitement. "Ah, new talent. Always a treat. I'm eager to see what you've got, Miss Grey." Professor Sprout, who looked like she'd been born in the greenhouse and had never seen a plant she didn't want to talk to, nodded vigorously. Yes, welcome, Miss Grey. We've been waiting for this day." It was like a cast of quirky characters from some magical sitcom, and Jean was the guest star. But her nerves, though still present, started to ease just a little. At least she wasn't being judged by a bunch of complete sourpusses, except for Snape, who was still giving her that "I'll judge you with my entire soul" look. Dumbledore waved his wand with that characteristic flair like he was flicking a piece of lint off his shoulder. "Shall we begin the practical examination, Jean? If you're ready." Jean stepped forward, trying her best not to tremble like a leaf in a windstorm. She'd practiced for this moment at least, she hoped she had. But there was one problem, she didn't have her own wand yet. No, she was borrowing Harry's wand again. Harry's holly wand with a phoenix feather core, which felt, well, strange. Like wearing someone else's shoes that didn't quite fit. But hey, desperate times called for desperate measures. "Take your place," Dumbledore said, gesturing to a small area in the center of the room. "Show us what you can do." Jean stood tall, breathing deep. This was it. No pressure, right? Sirius, who had been standing to the side looking like he was trying to make the whole situation less formal by practically lounging against a column, shot her a grin. "You've got this, Jean," he said, his voice filled with that signature smirk he wore like a second skin. "If you blow up the room, I'll help you clean up. But let's try to keep the property damage to a minimum, yeah." Jean managed a nervous laugh, giving him a thumbs up. The last thing she needed was to blow up a school that was older than her entire family tree. So, there she was standing in front of the Hogwarts faculty, surrounded by magic and the expectation of a grand performance. Just your average teenager in a magical world trying not to freak out. Easy, right? Right. The room was buzzing with that magical energy only Hogwarts could generate. Jean stood in the middle, slightly unnerved but trying to act cool like someone who hadn't just been handed Harry Potter's wand for the first time in front of an audience of Hogwarts' finest. It felt a little bit like being given a legendary guitar and told to rock out in front of the world's harshest critics. No pressure, right? Harry, standing to the side with Aurora, Susan, Tonks, and Sirius, was doing his best to hide his excitement. Sure, Jean was handling his wand like a pro, but that didn't stop him from feeling a little proud. After all, she was about to prove she was the real deal, and Harry couldn't help but hope they were witnessing the beginning of something legendary. Dumbledore, looking like he belonged in a painting with a twinkle in his eye that suggested he knew every secret in the room, was watching with that trademark, almost unsettling patience. "Whenever you're ready, Jean," he said, giving her an encouraging nod. Jean took a deep breath, raised Harry's wand with the confidence of someone who'd been practicing magic for years, which she had just not this kind of magic, and waved it in the air with an elegant flick. "Wingardium Leviosa," she intoned, her voice steady. The feather on the desk in front of her lifted smoothly into the air. Not bad for a first try. The room was quiet, and Harry caught Sirius giving him a raised eyebrow like, "Yep, I knew she was awesome." Snape, however, seemed unamused. His trademark sneer was firmly in place, and Harry could see the slightest hint of tension in his jaw. "Well done, Miss Grey," Dumbledore said, his voice warm. "Now, let's see what else you have up your sleeve." Jean nodded, her determination setting in. She quickly moved on to more complex spells, things like Incendio to start a small fire in midair. Okay, she didn't burn the whole room down, so that was good, and Lumos to light Harry's wand tip up like a mini lighthouse. Every spell was executed with grace, a mix of power and precision. Even Snape, who had the emotional range of a brick wall, was giving her an appraising look, though he was quick to hide any softening of his typical gruffness. He'd been too surprised for comfort when Jean first appeared and reminded him of Lily. But he quickly buried that under layers of sarcasm. "Not bad," he muttered, looking like he might have just tasted something sour. "Not bad at all." Jean was starting to look a bit smug now, which was pretty understandable. She could almost feel the professors shifting in their seats, maybe even trying to come up with ways to challenge her. But what could they throw at her that would be harder than living with the X-Men? Then came the moment. The one that made everyone stop and pay attention. The Patroness charm. Now, for most witches and wizards, this is a big deal. It's like the magical equivalent of playing the piano concerto in front of a packed hall without messing up a single note. Only the very best can pull it off, and it's not easy. But Sirius had taught it to Harry, and Harry had passed on the lesson. Jean raised the wand, closed her eyes for a moment to focus, and then flicked her wrist with practiced precision. Expecto Patronum. What emerged was not just any patroness. It wasn't a fluffy rabbit or a mouse, those are for amateurs. No, a magnificent, blazing phoenix shot out of the tip of Harry's wand, its fiery wings lighting up the room like it was trying to set the place on fire. The professors' mouths hung open, looking like they'd just seen a unicorn in a tutu playing the violin. "By Merlin's beard," Professor McGonagall whispered, her usually stern features melting into pure awe. Even Snape was blinking a bit, as if he were trying to reconcile what he'd just witnessed with his very existence. His lip curled into a begrudging smirk, but he didn't speak. He couldn't. He was impressed. "Well done, Miss Grey," Dumbledore said, clapping lightly. His voice was filled with approval, his eyes glinting. "Quite extraordinary. You've exceeded all expectations," Professor McGonagall added, nodding sharply. "You truly have a gift." Jean couldn't hide her grin at that. She was a little flushed, but the approval felt so good. It wasn't just about being accepted, it was about showing herself what she could do. Sirius, leaning against the wall with his usual lazy smirk, let out a loud chuckle. "Well, Harry, looks like you've found yourself a keeper. Nice work." He tossed a wink in Harry's direction, who tried to hide his own smile, but let's be real, it wasn't working. Tonks, bouncing up and down with barely contained enthusiasm, added, I knew she had it in her. You guys are going to need to keep up, or you'll all be eating her dust. Please, Harry said, rolling his eyes but clearly amused. She's just getting started. Susan, standing slightly off to the side and trying not to make it obvious that she was watching Harry and Jean like a reality show, gave a small smile. She'd known Harry for ages, and the way he was looking at Jean, well, it was clear there was something more there. And yet, Susan was doing her best to be a supportive friend. Totally not crushing on Harry Potter. No biggie. Dumbledore, still beaming, stood up and clapped his hands together, pulling everyone's attention. Well, it's clear to me that you have a very bright future ahead of you, Jean. It would be an honor to have you join us here at Hogwarts. You will, of course, have to pass the written exams, but based on what we've seen, I believe it will be a mere formality. Jean's face lit up like a Christmas tree. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. That means the world to me. Sirius clapped Harry on the back so hard it nearly knocked him over. Looks like we've got another troublemaker on our hands, he said, grinning like an idiot. Harry, caught between his emotions and a moment of pure awkwardness, glanced at Jean. Their Hogwarts adventure was about to get a whole lot more interesting. Probably with a lot more magic, chaos, and potential for embarrassing moments. But hey, that's just life at Hogwarts. Well, Jean, Dumbledore said, his smile a little mischievous, welcome to Hogwarts. The adventure begins now. Later that afternoon, things got serious, and by serious, I mean Wandmaker with a capital W serious. After the whole magical assessment, which was way cooler than any magical exam I had ever taken, because who doesn't love watching Jean summon a blazing phoenix like she's auditioning for some wizarding superhero movie, we were all invited to the Great Hall. But this wasn't just any Hogwarts feast. Nope. This was the Wandmaker event. I could practically hear the wizarding world's collective heartbeat speed up as we entered. And standing in the middle of the Great Hall like he was auditioning for Gandalf's role in The Lord of the Rings was Garrick Ollivander. He looked like he'd just stepped off a Renaissance fair float, complete with a wizarding robe that screamed, "I know a thing or two about wands, kid." His eyes were sharp, almost unnervingly so, like a hawk about to dive for dinner, and his nose? Let's just say it could have doubled as a broomstick for a very ambitious bird. But, the guy was famous, and when you're famous for making wands, you don't exactly skimp on your wardrobe. Dumbledore was standing nearby, his usual grandfatherly aura practically glowing. He looked like he had just stepped out of an old Timmy Wizard painting, ready to dispense both wisdom and random philosophical musings. "Ah, Mr. Potter," Ollivander said with a voice so smooth it felt like someone was petting a velvet pillow, "always a pleasure. And this must be Miss Grey, yes? I've heard whispers of your talents." Jean smiled, her usual calm demeanor holding steady even in the presence of such wizarding royalty. "It's an honor, Mr. Ollivander." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled as he added, "Indeed, Garrick. We've brought you here because Harry and Jean have come into possession of M'Cron crystals. It seems these might make for potent wand cores. Your expertise, as always, is invaluable." Ollivander's eyes widened in that way that makes you think he was just told he had to teach a group of first years how to summon a dragon. M'Cron crystals, you say? He turned the shimmering pink crystals in his hand like he was looking for the secret to the universe hidden somewhere in their facets. "I've read of these, but never had the privilege of working with them. They are quite exceptional. And dangerous, I dare say." Jean nodded, her determination practically glowing brighter than the phoenix she had summoned earlier. "We're ready for it, Mr. Ollivander." Harry, who was all about going full throttle when it came to adventure, chimed in, "We trust your judgment. Just need the wands to match our abilities." Ollivander gave them an approving look, which honestly felt like getting the nod of approval from the coolest grandpa on the planet. "Very well, then. First up, the wood. The wood is crucial, as I'm sure you both know. For cores this powerful, we need something that will balance their strength. With that, he led them to a table piled high with various wand woods, each one practically humming with potential. It was like the buffet of magical materials, and Jean and Harry were about to make their pick. Ollivander, ever the dramatist, picked up a piece of ebony. "Ebony," he said with a flourish, like he was about to deliver a TED talk. "Excellent for those with a strong sense of self. It offers protection and works wonderfully for defensive magic." Next, he picked up a winding piece of vine wood. Vine wood, on the other hand, is flexible and responsive to those with strong intentions. It responds to the wielder's heart, if you will. Lastly, he held up a piece of yew. Yew is a rare wood, powerful, even dangerous. It has a reputation for amplifying the magic of those who wield it, often for great deeds or even darker purposes. Jean wandered over to the pile of woods with all the grace of someone who had literally been trained to choose the best option. After testing a few, her fingers brushed over a piece of holly. The moment her hand touched it, her face lit up, like she had just found a perfect pair of shoes on sale. "This one," she said confidently, lifting it like she was already part of some magical ballet. Harry, ever the bold one, picked up a piece of elder wood. The moment he touched it, something clicked. It felt like when you finally find that one pen that never runs out of ink, and you just know it's going to be your new favorite. "This is the one," he declared with the finality of someone who'd already made up their mind. Ollivander examined their choices, stroking his chin like a wizarding Sherlock Holmes. "Holly for Miss Grey, elder for Mr. Potter," he muttered. "Excellent choices, though, we'll need to balance them with something further. Something to handle the potency of the M'Cron crystals." With a grand flourish, Ollivander pulled out a small pouch filled with various shimmering metals. "These metals, each with unique properties, might just be what we need." Jean immediately reached for a vial of gleaming gold. "This one," she said, handing it over like it was the most natural thing in the world. "It feels right." Ollivander's eyes gleamed with approval. "Ah, adamantine. A metal known for its durability and strength. It will complement your wand beautifully." Meanwhile, Harry, who had been inspecting the remaining vials, found one that seemed to hum with a mysterious energy. It was a soft purple metal that shimmered like it had been pulled from the very fabric of a storm. "This one," he said, his eyes lighting up. "I think this is it." Ollivander studied the vial with a mixture of awe and curiosity. "Vibranium," he muttered, the name rolling off his tongue like it was the secret ingredient to the most powerful potion ever brewed. "An incredibly rare metal. It will complement the elder wood and the M'Cron crystal perfectly." Jean and Harry exchanged a look of mutual excitement, as though they were holding the keys to a magical kingdom and, in a way, they were. "Well then," Ollivander said, a rare smile creeping across his face, "I think we're about ready to make some wands that will go down in history." Chapter 18, Chapter 17. Let's be clear, watching Garrick Ollivander at work is a bit like watching a wizard Picasso paint a masterpiece, except there's more sawdust and fewer berets. The Great Hall, transformed into a makeshift wand workshop, smelled faintly of fresh wood shavings, melted metal, and a touch of old magic that made your hair stand on end. Jean and Harry stood off to the side, watching Ollivander handle their materials with the precision of someone who had been doing this since dinosaurs roamed the earth, or at least that's how it seemed. "This one will be special," Ollivander muttered to himself, holding Jean's holly and adamantine. His eyes gleamed like a kid unwrapping a rare chocolate frog card. "A wand for commanding the elements themselves. Oh yes, this will be remarkable." Jean tilted her head, her fiery red hair catching the light as if to say, "Of course, it will be remarkable, I'm holding it." But she simply smiled and said, "No pressure or anything." Ollivander didn't even flinch, too absorbed in fusing the adamantine with the holly. The M'Cron crystal hovered in midair, glowing softly like it had a personality. And maybe it did. That would explain why it seemed to be watching everything with a level of judgment only rivaled by Professor McGonagall during detention. Harry, meanwhile, was captivated by the elder wood and vibranium coming together for his wand. "This is going to be intense," he said, half to Ollivander, half to himself. "Intense?" Sirius, lounging nearby with his signature smirk, a smirk that screamed "I'm too handsome for my own good," scoffed. "Harry, intense is a Quidditch final. That wand you're holding? That's the kind of thing wizards write epic ballads about. Or at least very dramatic limericks." Susan Bones, standing a little to the left, rolled her eyes but smiled. "Ballads? Please." Harry barely survived that letter from a reporter last month asking him to be part of the Wizards' weekly cover shoot. The headline was "The Boy Who Lived and Got Taller." She grinned at Harry, who turned a shade of red that clashed spectacularly with his hair. Jean leaned toward Harry, mock whispering, "You're kind of famous, you know." "Just a little." Harry groaned, running a hand through his perpetually messy hair. "Thanks for the reminder." Ollivander cleared his throat dramatically, holding up Jean's finished wand. "And here it is," he said, his voice reverent. The wand was slim, elegant, and shimmered faintly, as if it held a fragment of a storm cloud waiting to be unleashed. The M'Cron crystal at its tip pulsed with energy. "This wand will reflect your fire, Miss Grey." "Quite literally, I suspect." Jean took the wand with both hands, as if it were Excalibur. The moment her fingers touched it, the wand crackled with a surge of warmth. "Wow," she whispered. "It's perfect." "You're welcome," Ollivander replied, though it sounded more like "You're lucky I'm a genius." Next, he turned to Harry's wand, which was shaping up to look less like a wand and more like a weapon you'd find in a treasure chest guarded by a dragon. The elder wood gleamed darkly, the vibranium running through it like veins of lightning. The M'Cron crystal, seated in a pommel-like design, practically hummed with power. "This one," Ollivander said with a deep, dramatic breath, "is a beast of a wand. It will challenge you, Mr. Potter. It will push you to your limits." "Fantastic," Harry deadpanned. "Just what I needed, more magical challenges. Can't wait." "Don't be such a drama queen," Sirius chimed in, clearly enjoying himself. "It suits you. Very brooding hero with just a dash of don't mess with me." Aurora Monroe, who had been quietly observing from the side like the epitome of grace and wisdom, finally spoke. "I would suggest," she said, her voice smooth as a summer breeze but with the weight of thunder behind it, "that you respect the power of that wand, Harry. It is not a toy." Harry nodded quickly. "Noted." Tonks, who had been unusually quiet, mostly because she was trying not to trip over her own feet again, finally piped up. "Watch her, Harry. Nice wand. But if you break this one, I'm calling dibs on the next magical relic you find." "Tonks," Sirius drawled, "you'd probably trip and accidentally set it on fire." "Rude." Tonks shot back, though she was grinning. "You're just jealous you don't get a cool new wand." Dumbledore, who had been stroking his beard thoughtfully, finally stepped forward. "These wands," he said, his tone as solemn as a prophecy, "represent more than just tools. They are extensions of your essence. Treat them with care, and they will be loyal. Mistreat them." His gaze flicked briefly to the elder wand in Harry's hand. "And you may not like the consequences." Harry gulped, suddenly feeling like he was holding a small, magical nuke. Jean, ever the confident one, gave her wand a small flick, and a tiny spark of flame danced from the tip. "No pressure, hey," she said with a grin. Sirius clapped Harry on the back, nearly making him drop the wand. "No pressure at all. Now, who's up for testing these bad boys out? I say we start with blasting a hole through that wall. Or better idea, Snape's office." "Sirius," Dumbledore said mildly, though his eyes twinkled with amusement. "Let's not. As the group began to leave, wands in hand and banter flying freely, Ollivander stood back, watching them with a faint smile. Extraordinary children, he murmured to himself. Extraordinary wands. I can only hope the world is ready for them. The Hogwarts night was almost peaceful. By peaceful, I mean if you ignored the faint sound of Peeves cackling somewhere down the hall and the occasional thud of a wayward house elf dropping something in the kitchen below. But for Jean Grey, none of that mattered. She was sitting cross-legged on her bed, twirling her brand new wand like it was the coolest thing since sliced bread or, in her case, a particularly good charms textbook. This, Jean said, holding the wand up like it was Excalibur, is possibly the greatest thing I've ever owned. Sorry, smartphone, you've been replaced. Across the room, Aurora Munro sat in an armchair that somehow made her look even more regal, her long legs tucked elegantly beneath her. The moonlight streaming through the enchanted window caught the streaks of white in her hair, making her look like she'd just walked out of some epic fantasy painting. Not that she'd ever admit it, but Aurora definitely knew how to command a room without even trying. She had a thick book open on her lap, something dense with magical theory, but her gaze flicked up every so often, amused by Jean's ongoing wand obsession. You're going to wear that wand out before we even get to Diagon Alley, Aurora teased, her voice soft but carrying the warmth of a summer breeze. It was one of those voices that could calm a stampede or make you rethink your life choices if she really wanted to. Jean grinned and leaned back on her elbows, the wand still in hand. Can you blame me? It's so perfect. Look at this thing. It feels like it was made just for me. Probably because it was, but still. She gave it another twirl, sending a spark of fiery light into the air. And did you see Ollivander's face when he handed it to me? He practically said, "Go forth and conquer, chosen one." Pretty sure he says that to everyone, Aurora said, lips twitching into a small smile. Jean sat up straight, pointing the wand at her like she was making some grand declaration. No way. This wand and I? We're special. Like, Frodo and the One Ring level special. Except, you know, less ominous and with way less hiking. Aurora arched one perfectly sculpted eyebrow and set her book aside. I'm not entirely sure you should be comparing yourself to Frodo. He nearly got swallowed by a giant spider, you know. Jean made a face. Fair point. But seriously, Aurora, aren't you even a little excited for tomorrow? Diagon Alley. Shops full of magical stuff. A giant ice cream parlor. Quidditch supplies. She said the last part like it was the Holy Grail. Aurora folded her hands in her lap, looking every inch the wise older sister figure she'd somehow become. Of course I'm looking forward to it, she said, her tone as steady as ever. But I'm also not the type to wear myself out with anticipation. You might want to save some of that energy for actually being there. You'll thank me when you don't pass out halfway through the day. Okay, Mom, Jean said, rolling her eyes but grinning all the same. But don't think I didn't see you slip that guidebook about magical herbology into your bag earlier. You're just as excited as I am, you're just better at hiding it. Aurora didn't deny it, but there was a glint in her eye that said Jean had hit the mark. Let's just say I'm curious to see what Diagon Alley has to offer. Curious, my butt, Jean muttered, but it was under her breath. She wasn't about to push her luck. Aurora had a way of turning even the most playful conversation into a life lesson if you gave her the chance. The two fell into a companionable silence after that, the only sounds the faint rustling of Aurora's book as she turned the pages and Jean's occasional muttered exclamations as she tested out small flicks of her wand. It was the kind of silence that comes when you know you're about to step into something big, something life-changing. And sure, Jean couldn't predict exactly what tomorrow would bring, but one thing was certain, if the night was already this magical, Diagon Alley was going to blow her mind. Meanwhile, in the room next door, chaos reigned. But, like the good kind of chaos more along the lines of light-hearted mayhem than anything that might get you in trouble with the ministry, for now, at least. Tonks and Susan were on full gossip alert, like two teen detectives in a crime drama, except the crime they were solving was the mysterious world of Hogwarts sneaking spots, and the drama was all about who could make the best midnight snack run without getting caught by Filch. So, you're telling me there are secret spots for alone time? Susan asked, eyes wide and gleaming with that mix of curiosity and teenage mischief. She leaned forward as if Tonks was about to reveal the secrets of the universe or at least how to get away with skipping class without being seen. Tonks, who always seemed to be one step away from tripping over her own feet, which, honestly, was probably her greatest talent, grinned like she'd just discovered fire. Oh, absolutely. Hogwarts is practically built for sneaking around. It's like a treasure map, but instead of gold, you're looking for places where you can read magical mysteries monthly without anyone interrupting you. As she said this, she took a dramatic step backward, only to almost face-plant into the wall. It was like watching a graceful ballerina if the ballerina had 2 left feet and 0 sense of balance. Tonks caught herself at the last second, just barely saving herself from what would have been an epic disaster. Whoops! As I was saying, Tonks continued, brushing herself off like she hadn't just nearly turned into a pile of clumsy disaster, the real trick is knowing where Filch and Mrs. Norris aren't lurking. You're talking about the ultimate sneak detection squad. They live to ruin the fun. Susan's eyes widened further, like she'd just discovered a secret potion that could turn her into an invisible ghost. Filch and Mrs. Norris are a thing, she asked, clearly trying to process the mental image of Hogwarts' least favorite caretaker being a thing. Tonks nodded sagely, her face going dead serious except, you know, the rest of her body was still bouncing around like she had an inner pogo stick. Oh, definitely. It's like this twisted partnership, right? Filch thinks he's all tough because he's the caretaker, but Mrs. Norris? She's the real power behind the throne. That cat is a sneak detecting machine. I'm talking magical levels of stealth. Don't even get me started on what happens if you step on her tail. You'll think you've summoned a Dementor by accident. Susan stared, wide-eyed, but then her face lit up with a mischievous gleam. Okay, but like, where are these secret spots? You can't just say alone time and leave me hanging. Oh, no, Tonks said, wagging her finger with mock seriousness. You don't just find the secret spots. They find you, or they don't. It's like the room chooses you. Ever heard of the prefect's bathroom? That's a classic, but it's got a lot of other uses. You really don't want to walk in there unprepared. Trust me. Susan made a mental note to start looking for secret passages and enchanted rooms. Okay, I need to find this room, she said, her voice filled with determination. What else? Tonks paused for a dramatic effect, her grin turning devilish. There's the old library, but you've got to be careful. You could get trapped in there for hours. Books will start whispering, trying to convince you that you need them. Not even joking. I got locked in there once, and the book I was reading started giving me life advice. Life advice? From a book? Pretty sure it was more confused than I was. Susan snorted at that. That's amazing. But really, Tonks, where are the secret spots? Tonks tapped her finger to her temple, as though she were sharing top secret information. Ah, now that's the million-galleon question. I can't just give them away, now can I? The Hogwarts map of hidden places is something you gotta earn, Susan. Susan raised an eyebrow. So, like, a challenge? A test of bravery. Tonks threw her hands up, grinning like she'd just gotten away with a prank. Exactly. You've got to be sneaky, clever, and maybe a little bit daring. But don't worry, I'll help you find your way. I mean, I may or may not have been known to get lost a few times. She winked, looking too pleased with herself. Well, I think I can manage that, Susan said, her tone light and full of confidence. Just as long as I don't get caught by that crazy cat. Oh, don't worry, Tonks assured her. We'll avoid Mrs. Norris. If not, well, I'll just have to pretend I don't know you. It's a great excuse when Filch starts asking questions. And just like that, the night went on, with Susan and Tonks planning their grand adventure with all the seriousness of a pair of teenage spies plotting world domination, only with more laughter and considerably less threat of actual world domination. But the adventure was coming, and it was going to be legendary if they could only stay out of Filch's line of sight, which, let's be honest, was probably the hardest part. In Harry and Sirius's room, the atmosphere was quieter, but still felt like the calm before a storm. The room had that cozy, lived-in vibe, with a massive window giving a view of the Forbidden Forest. Honestly, it looked like something straight out of a horror flick. If there were any place that was definitely not on Harry's "I'm so relaxed I might nap" list, it was this forest. It practically screamed mystery, but not the good kind, more like the kind that makes you check under your bed for monsters at night. Sirius, who had the uncanny ability to turn anything into a joke, was unpacking their stuff like a man on a mission, but still managing to make it look effortless. He moved with a mix of pure practicality, the kind of practicality that only Sirius Black could pull off, and mischievous energy. His eyes twinkled with that mix of humor and affection, the kind that Harry had come to associate with his godfather. "You all set for tomorrow, Harry?" Sirius asked, throwing a casual glance over his shoulder. His grin was half joking, half worried, and 100% Sirius Black. Harry, who had been staring out at the forest like it was about to crawl up to the window and say hello, sighed. "Yeah, I guess. It's just, everything's moving so fast. I mean, I'm excited to see Ron and Hermione," but he waved his hand vaguely toward the window, gesturing toward the forest. "I don't know, I just have this weird feeling about the forest. Something's off." Sirius paused, as if considering how best to handle this. He clapped Harry on the back, a bit too hard, knocking Harry forward slightly. "Don't sweat it. Hogwarts is practically a giant dangerous playground. You get used to it, trust me." Sirius's voice softened, a flicker of something more serious just for a second. "We've got everything under control. And as for the forest? It's just another bit of Hogwarts charm. A little danger, a little wonder, all mixed into one package. You'll be fine." Harry didn't look convinced, but he didn't push it either. As Sirius turned back to his unpacking, Harry couldn't shake that gnawing sensation in his chest. It was like a warning bell, but it wasn't ringing out loud. It was more like a constant, low hum in his brain that had been building up all night. And now, it was buzzing like his neuronic senses had been hooked up to an alarm clock. It was coming from the forest. He had no idea why, but Harry knew that something was wrong. The kind of wrong that you could feel in your bones. The kind of wrong that made your gut churn like a washing machine on full spin. And in the pit of his stomach, he could feel the faint stirrings of something darker, something he'd never quite experienced before, but something that felt familiar. He wasn't sure if it was his new powers or just instinct, but either way, Harry wasn't about to ignore it. Sirius had just started unpacking a bag of snacks, because, of course, he was, when Harry turned to him, his voice tight. "There's something in the forest, Sirius. I need to check it out. It's probably nothing, but..." Sirius raised an eyebrow, a small smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Check it out." He let out a short, snorting laugh. "Harry, I love you, but running off into the Forbidden Forest in the middle of the night is definitely not a check-it-out situation. It's more of a I'm about to become the next snack for whatever magical creature lives in there situation." Harry's eyes met Sirius's with that determined fire. "I'm not waiting around to find out what's happening. I'll be back soon." Before Sirius could respond, Harry, in a move that could only be described as pure Harry Potter, practically launched himself out the window. And no, it wasn't the most graceful exit, but it was certainly dramatic. And in Harry's defense, he did kind of look like an action hero if action heroes were all about getting the jump on the danger first. Sirius, now fully awake and officially panicking, grabbed his wand with the kind of speed that suggested he didn't need to be as fast on the draw for this particular situation. He threw a quick glance at the window Harry had jumped out of, cursing under his breath. "Are you kidding me?" he muttered, and then, without further ado, he bolted out of the room. He was fully convinced that this was the moment he'd be the worst godfather in history. If there was one thing Sirius Black was terrible at, it was staying calm in moments like this. Sirius sprinted through the halls, the weight of his thoughts crashing together in a jumbled mess of "I'm going to be a terrible godfather and why did I have to turn into a big black dog now?" Honestly, he was also wondering if he was the only one who'd thought about how much more convenient it would be to chase after Harry as a human than as a giant, shaggy dog. Reaching the entrance of the castle, he transformed into his animagus form with the kind of fluidity only a trained wizard could manage and the kind of speed that suggested his godson was way too good at getting into trouble without any help. He bounded into the night, the cool air rushing past him as he raced toward the forbidden forest. Harry was out there alone. And no matter how much danger was lurking in those woods, there was no way in hell Sirius was going to let him face it alone. Harry's feet hit the ground with a crash that probably shook every spider in the forbidden forest. He couldn't exactly stick the landing like a graceful superhero, but he did the best he could considering he was running on adrenaline, a ton of new powers, and the sheer will to avoid getting eaten by a giant freakin' spider. He straightened up, dusted himself off, and immediately locked eyes with Aragog. Now, Aragog wasn't your average garden variety spider. Oh no! This was a creature so big, it could have hosted its own talk show. Seriously, the spider probably had more leg room than half the Gryffindor common room. His eyes, all 8 of them, gleamed in the low moonlight like they were all plotting something sinister. Which, to be fair, they probably were. "Who dares disturb my beauty sleep?" Aragog's voice was like the sound of 2 boulders being dragged across a gravel road. It wasn't exactly soothing. "Is it you, Potter?" His eyes narrowed in what could only be described as spider disdain. "Hey, Aragog." Harry waved, doing his best to sound chill while standing in front of a spider that could probably crush him with a single, very big leg. "It's me, Harry. You might remember me from that time I didn't end up as lunch." Aragog's many eyes flickered in recognition. "Ah, yes. The one who almost met my children's stomach. I remember you, and your friend with the red hair. Ron, was it?" Harry grimaced, trying not to relieve the traumatizing memory of being nearly eaten alive by an ancient, bloodthirsty arachnid. "Right, that's us. The Almost Dinner Club. Great times." He wiped his forehead with the back of his hand. "Listen, I don't want to waste your time, but there's a little problem. Your kids are starting to get a bit rowdy. Hogwarts is getting nervous." Aragog's mandibles clicked together in something that sounded suspiciously like a scoff. "My children are not the problem. We do not leave the forest. We do not hunt children." "That's the thing though, Aragog," Harry said, raising an eyebrow. "You said last time that you kept them in check, but, well, you're getting older. I mean, even you've gotta admit you're not in your prime anymore." He winced as soon as the words were out of his mouth, but hey, when you're talking to a giant spider, subtlety isn't exactly a top priority. Aragog's eyes gleamed darkly. "I have seen many things, Potter. You should learn respect before you speak to me about my age." Harry put his hands up in mock surrender. "Fair point. Totally fair. But look, the kids are getting out of hand, and I'm guessing you won't be able to manage them much longer. I mean, you're a giant spider and all, but you're not invincible." Aragog's massive form seemed to ripple, and Harry could have sworn he saw the old spider look a bit defensive. "I am not invincible, but I am still dangerous." Your foolishness may cost you, young wizard. Okay, okay, Harry said, knowing when to back off. Let's skip the threats, yeah? I'm just trying to help. If we don't figure something out, it's going to get ugly, and I really don't want to be the one who has to deal with that. Before Aragog could spit out some kind of death threat or spider-related ultimatum, the ground shook. It was like a rumble from an earthquake, only creepier because it was followed by the sound of skittering legs, lots and lots of them. Harry's eyes widened as a massive acromantula, easily the size of a car, appeared out of the shadows, its fangs dripping venom. "Oh," Harry muttered, instinctively summoning his Chinook energy. "I guess we're doing this the hard way." The acromantula lunged at him, faster than he could even blink. The air around him crackled as he raised his hand, and a bolt of raw energy shot out, hitting the spider square in the chest. The thing screeched, the sound so high-pitched that Harry's teeth vibrated. But the spider wasn't down. Oh no, it wasn't down. It twisted in midair like a giant, furry missile, claws flailing. Harry didn't have time to catch his breath before another one came charging at him from the left. This time, he was ready. His hands sparked, and a spear of Chinook energy formed, crackling with power. He swung it with precision, cutting through the charging spider's legs like they were twigs. The acromantula screeched and fell, twitching on the ground. "I'll take this as a please leave," Harry said to no one in particular, dodging another incoming spider. He swung the spear once more, hitting a third acromantula in mid-leap. It crumpled to the ground in a heap of goo and legs. The battle escalated quickly from there. More spiders swarmed in, surrounding him in a frenzy. Harry's body was moving on pure instinct now, his mind a blur of energy, strategy, and let's face it, sheer terror. The forest was a whirlwind of legs, fangs, and flashing lights as Harry's Chinook blasts tore through the swarm, each blast more powerful than the last. His healing factor was kicking in, and Harry felt a strange rush every time a new spider fell. It was like the universe was giving him an energy boost with every squelch of spider guts that splattered against the forest floor. "This is what you get for messing with me," Harry muttered, feeling more like a superhero than he ever had before. His movements were a blur: strike, dodge, blast until, finally, the last acromantula crumpled to the ground. The battlefield was silent except for the occasional rustle of leaves. Harry stood there, panting, covered in spider goo, trying not to think about how he might need a serious shower. "Well," he said, surveying the carnage with a smirk, "that was definitely not on my list of fun activities today. But hey, Hogwarts is safe, for now." Sirius Black made his entrance with all the subtlety of a rock star bursting through the stage doors, and it was exactly the timing you'd expect from a guy who'd practically been raised on dramatic flair. He froze mid-step as his eyes locked on the gruesome scene before him. A mountain of lifeless acromantulas sprawled across the forest floor like someone had dumped a bunch of oversized arachnid spaghetti all over the place. "Harry!" Sirius's voice cracked, somewhere between incredulity and awe, as he scanned the battlefield. What happened here?" Harry, standing amidst the carnage like he was auditioning for the role of grizzled action hero number 1, offered a tired, battle-worn smile. "Well, I didn't sign up for this, but sometimes, you have to do what you gotta do." Sirius looked him over like he was trying to process all of Harry, the carnage, the whole situation. His usually smooth, cocky grin faded for a moment as his eyes softened with concern. "I get it, I do. But you can't just..." Before he could finish his sentence, a gravelly, low voice interrupted him from behind. It was like thunder rumbling through a mountain. "You, young wizard! You have brought death to my children!" Sirius whipped around, hand instinctively going to his wand. Harry just sighed, running a hand through his hair. "Here we go!" The source of the voice, Aragog, emerged from the shadows, his massive bulk towering over them like a living skyscraper. His 8 glimmering eyes glared down, still filled with an eerie mixture of wisdom and a kind of primal fury. If spiders could give someone the side-eye, Aragog was the king of it. I didn't want it to come to this, Aragog, Harry said, stepping forward, his voice steady despite the weird tension in the air. Your colony was a danger to Hogwarts. I had to act. Aragog's mandibles clicked together, a sound so deep and threatening it might have sent a lesser person straight into a panic. Danger. Aragog's voice rumbled like a beast who'd just woken up from a nap, and it wasn't a pleasant one. My children are not the only danger in this forest, young wizard. But now, they are gone. What will you do now? Harry's gaze softened, and for a moment, the weight of the situation pressed down on him, heavier than it ever had before. I had no choice. Sirius gave him a glance that was equal parts pride and concern, but before he could say anything, Aragog's voice came again, even lower now. You should finish me, as well, then. To end the Acromantula threat for good. There is no need for my suffering. The sound of the words hung in the air, heavier than Harry's thoughts. He wasn't sure if it was pity or just plain sorrow he felt. Aragog wasn't evil, not really. He was just a creature of his nature, trying to survive in a world that had no place for him. Harry clenched his fists, staring at the creature, the weight of the decision pressing down on him like a ton of bricks. This was the hard part. He nodded once, then unsheathed his Shinnok sword, the energy blade crackling to life with a sound that might have been satisfying if he weren't about to strike down a living being, one that, despite everything, had always treated him with a kind of weird respect. With a single, clean strike, Harry ended it. The forest fell silent. Aragog's many eyes dimmed, and his huge body slumped to the ground like a fallen mountain. There was a quiet moment where Harry just stood there, looking down at the creature that had once nearly eaten him. He couldn't shake the hollow feeling in his chest, like he'd just closed the chapter on something bigger than himself. Sirius didn't say anything for a long while, but when he did, it wasn't about what had just happened, it was about Harry. You're not gonna get any applause for that, you know. Harry gave a half laugh, shaking his head. I don't need applause. Just the peace of mind knowing Hogwarts isn't going to be eaten by giant spiders. Sirius frowned at the forest floor, the wheels clearly turning. I get it, Harry. Really? But, killing creatures isn't exactly the Dumbledore-approved way, is it? Harry shrugged, trying not to feel the heaviness of his actions. I know. But sometimes, Dumbledore's rules don't cover every situation. Sirius looked at him with a lopsided grin, like he couldn't help himself. Not the Dumbledore's pet anymore, hey? Harry grinned, feeling a spark of mischief. Not by a long shot. Sirius slapped Harry on the back with the force of someone who'd just won a bet they didn't even know they were making. There it is. That's the spirit. Rebel without a cause, my kind of wizard. Harry rolled his eyes but couldn't suppress his smile. Yeah, well, just wait until I start planning the next disaster. Sirius raised an eyebrow, then smirked as a new, utterly serious-like thought crossed his mind. Speaking of making money. Money? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. If it was Sirius Black, there was no telling what kind of idea was brewing in that head of his. Sirius winked. Oh, yeah. Look at all these Acromantula bodies. The silk alone is worth a small fortune, and we haven't even touched on the venom. I'm talking serious galleons. Heck, we could even sell a few of those basilisk byproducts if we play it smart. Harry's face lit up. Basilisk byproducts? Now that's something I can get behind. Sirius clapped his hands together like an over-enthusiastic businessman. We'll need to get the goblins involved, though. They're the real experts at this kind of thing. Gringotts has connections that could make us filthy rich. Maybe we could even get some enchanted vaults to store all this stuff. You know, for safety. Harry laughed, shaking his head. Gringotts? Sounds like a plan. Let's do it. Sirius grinned, practically glowing with excitement. This, my boy, is how you turn a massacre into profit. As Sirius began casting preservation charms on the acromantula bodies, because, apparently, you had to do that when you were planning to sell creepy crawly silk, Harry found himself thinking, Hogwarts was safer now. And they were about to get rich from a bunch of dead spiders. Not a bad night's work, all things considered. Let's head to Diagon Alley tomorrow, Harry said as he turned to leave, his stride a little lighter than it had been when he first arrived. Right behind you, Sirius replied, winking. Just don't get too attached to the idea of being a Dumbledore's pet again. I'm pretty sure that ships sailed. And with that, they headed back toward the castle, the smell of victory and possibly money floating on the air. Chapter 19, Chapter 18. The sun was showing off this morning, all golden rays and perfect lighting, as Diagon Alley stretched out before Harry and his crew like it was straight out of a magical tourist brochure. It was the kind of day where the cobblestones practically sparkled underfoot, and the air was thick with the hum of wizards and witches rushing to get their shopping done before the lunch rush. Harry, Sirius, Jean, Susan, Tonks, and Aurora were making their way down the alley like they owned the place, and, honestly, with their looks and confidence, they pretty much did. Sirius was first to break formation. Of course, he was. He was like a kid in a candy store, except the store was quality Quidditch supplies, and instead of candy, there were firebolts on display. Harry was already shaking his head, knowing exactly where this was going. Harry! Sirius called, practically bouncing in place, his hands pressed against the glass of the shop like he was pleading with the broomsticks to come to life. How about we get you a firebolt? I mean, the Nimbus is fine, but don't you think it's time to upgrade? Harry gave him a look that said he'd been through this 1,000 times, even though it had probably only been 5 minutes. Sirius, I've got mutant powers for flying. I don't need a broomstick. Sirius blinked, pretending to be shocked. Oh, right. You can just fly now. My bad. Still, can't hurt to have a backup plan, right? I mean, look at that beauty. He pointed dramatically at the firebolt, which might as well have been calling Harry's name at that point. I've got a Nimbus 2000, Harry said, not even pretending to be interested. It's been good to me. Sirius flung his hands up in exaggerated exasperation. A Nimbus? Please, Harry. A firebolt is like the Ferrari of brooms. You could practically dodge a bludger and still have time for tea. Harry rolled his eyes, resisting the urge to laugh. Fine. If you're that insistent, go for it, but only because I know you won't stop talking about it. Sirius's grin stretched wide. That's the spirit, kid. He gave Harry a thumbs up and winked like he'd just scored a major victory. Just think of the looks you'll get at the next match. As they moved on, Harry could already hear Sirius mentally calculating the cost of that firebolt and how he was going to convince Harry to get it. As the group split up, each one going their separate way, Harry found himself lost in the quiet chaos of the wizarding world around him. Jean was flipping through a display of enchanted spellbooks, her fingers grazing the leather-bound covers with a kind of reverence. Harry couldn't help but watch her for a moment, noticing the way her golden red hair caught the light. He probably looked like a deer in the headlights when she looked up and caught him staring, but Jean just smiled, a little teasing and a little shy. So, what are we buying today? She asked, her voice soft but teasing. Or are we just here for the snacks? Harry laughed, a little nervous but trying to play it cool. Well, I did hear the Bertie Bott's every flavor beans are on sale, he said, making a face. But I think I might pass on the vomit-flavored ones. Jean grinned, the same way she had when they first met, like she knew exactly how to make Harry feel like the luckiest guy in the room. Smart move. I think I'll just stick to the books. Meanwhile, Susan and Tonks had wandered off toward the fashion stores, where Tonks was, predictably, making a scene. She was currently trying on a pair of dragon hide gloves while also balancing precariously on one of the displays, looking for all the world like she was auditioning for the role of most accident-prone witch in the magical community. "Watch her, everyone!" Tonks called, laughing as she almost tripped over her own feet. "I swear, these shop floors are out to get me. They move when I'm not looking." Sirius's voice rang out from behind them, clearly enjoying the show. "Careful there, Nymphadora. Looks like the floor's got a vendetta." Tonks shot him a glare, though it didn't have the intended effect. "Don't call me Nymphadora," she huffed, hands on her hips, pretending to be offended. "Unless you want to spend the rest of the day looking like a neutered dog." All right," Sirius said, his grin getting wider by the second. "I'll stick with Tonks, but only because I know you can't resist my charm." He winked, completely sure he was winning. "You're lucky you're cute, Black," Tonks muttered, though her smile betrayed her. "Otherwise, I'd be hexing you into next week." Ororo, who had been standing just behind them watching the chaos unfold with her signature calm grace, finally spoke up. "And here I thought I had seen everything," she said, her voice laced with amusement. "You're all a handful, aren't you?" "I like to think of us as charming chaos," Sirius said with an exaggerated bow. "Works better than organized trouble, don't you think?" "I don't know," Ororo replied, raising an eyebrow. "I think dangerously charming is more accurate." Harry felt the air around him shift as Jean, catching his eye again, smiled just a little more than necessary. The tension between them, unspoken but undeniable, was thick enough to cut with a knife. And Harry, in his usual fashion, had no idea what to do about it other than enjoy the company of everyone around him. But hey, who could blame him? It wasn't every day you found yourself surrounded by a group of the coolest people in the magical world. Even if he had no idea what was going on with his own feelings. Sirius, catching Harry's distracted gaze, gave him a playful nudge. "Well, kid, looks like we've got a lot more adventures ahead of us. And no firebolt can replace that kind of action." Yet, Harry muttered, still looking at Jean. "I'm starting to think you're right about one thing, though." Sirius raised an eyebrow, as if Harry had said something profound. "You do know," Harry continued, shaking his head with a grin, "you're never going to let me live this down, right?" Sirius's grin was back, a mischievous glint flashing in his eyes. "I wouldn't dream of it, kid." The second Harry stepped through the door of Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, he was hit by a wave of sugar and magic that practically made him dizzy. The parlor was a sensory overload. Scoops of every color and flavor imaginable were floating above the counter, suspended by a flick of the wrist, while waffle cones crackled in the background like a symphony of sweetness. It felt like someone had turned the world's most whimsical candy shop into a live-action movie. No creepy Oompa Loompas, just charm and wonder everywhere. Ron, who was halfway through a cone that looked suspiciously like a tower of mischief, practically choked on it when he spotted Harry. His eyes went as wide as the full moon. "Blimey, Harry!" Ron practically shrieked, nearly dropping his cone as if it were a grenade ready to blow. "What happened to you? You look like you've been hit by the suddenly awesome spell." Hermione's gaze lingered on Harry a beat longer than usual, her brow furrowed as she studied him like a complex potion. "You look..." She trailed off, clearly trying to find the right word. "Different," she finished, her voice soft but filled with that trademark Hermione wonder. "But in a good way, of course," she added hastily, her cheeks turning the faintest shade of pink as she realized just how awkward she sounded. "Yet, been a bit of a roller coaster," Harry said, scratching the back of his neck, suddenly feeling very much aware of the way his clothes seemed to fit a little better and how, well, everything about him seemed brighter. "It's a long story," he added, winking to keep things light. Ron, ever the trouble magnet, leaned forward with a suspicious squint. "Long story? You look like you just walked out of some wizarding spa, mate. You sure you're still, Harry?" His eyes narrowed with that mix of admiration and a touch of jealousy that only Ron could manage in one sentence. "I promise you," Harry said with a grin, "same old me. Just a few upgrades." He gestured to the group around him, hoping the conversation would shift before Ron's curiosity exploded. "Everyone, meet Susan Bones. She's a fellow Hufflepuff and a top-tier friend." Susan beamed at the group, her red hair falling in soft waves over her shoulders. Her smile was so warm and genuine it was like sunshine had just walked into the room. She waved shyly at the Weasleys and Hermione, her eyes briefly meeting Harry's before darting away, though not without a soft blush coloring her cheeks. "Hi, it's nice to officially meet all of you. Harry's said so much about you." Her voice was quiet but confident, betraying a softness that hinted at the weight of her thoughts. "And this is Jean Grey," Harry continued, gesturing toward Jean with a flourish as if she were some kind of starlet at a movie premiere. "She's, well, let's just say she's a bit of a big deal in her own right." Jean chuckled, a soft, melodic sound that seemed to make the air itself lighten. Her green eyes sparkled with a quiet intensity, the kind that made you feel like she could read your thoughts without even trying. "Pleasure to meet you all," she said, her voice smooth and warm, as if the room had just become a bit more inviting. Before anyone could process all that, Harry shot a glance at Sirius, who had practically been grinning at them all since they walked in. Sirius was leaning against the counter, looking like he had just stumbled out of a movie set where he played the charismatic, slightly roguish hero. His grin was mischievous, the kind that seemed to suggest he was always one step ahead of the crowd. "And last but not least," Harry said, throwing his arm around Sirius's shoulders, "this is Sirius Black, my godfather. He's like the cool uncle you never had, except, well, cooler." Sirius gave them all a nod, flashing a smile that practically screamed, "I know I'm irresistible." "The pleasure's mine, folks," he said, giving them a mock bow. "And yes, my name rhymes with Sirius, but don't let that fool you, I'm usually not." Ron's eyes narrowed. "You know, Sirius, I've got to hand it to you, your jokes are almost as bad as my brother's." Sirius winked, tossing Ron a playful look. "That's the goal, my friend. It's all about keeping you on your toes." Hermione, who had recovered from the initial shock of meeting new people, leaned in slightly, her eyes scanning each of them like she was already mentally cataloguing their every detail. "Well, it's certainly a pleasure," she said, her usual no-nonsense tone softened by the warmth in her voice. "You'll have to excuse Ron, he's not used to seeing Harry look so polished." Ron rolled his eyes, the corners of his mouth twitching as he tried, and failed, to suppress a grin. "Polished, right. Just don't let him start using conditioner, or we're all doomed." Jean laughed, the sound light and easy, and Susan glanced at Harry, her eyes softening as if she were caught between the worlds of friend and something else, something unspoken. The chemistry was undeniable, there was an energy between them that practically crackled in the air. As they settled into their seats, ice cream cones in hand, Sirius leaned back in his chair, surveying the group with that same half-cocked smile. "So, I'm guessing you lot are up for an adventure or two while you're here, yet." "You know us too well," Harry said, his grin matching Sirius's. "When aren't we?" "By the way," Harry said, leaning forward with an almost too casual air, like he wasn't about to drop a massive bomb on the group. "Jean will be joining us at Hogwarts this year, starting with our third year." The room went oddly quiet. The Weasleys and Hermione exchanged looks, their eyes practically saying, "Did we just hear that right?" Ron's ice cream cone wobbled dangerously in his hand as his brain tried to process the words. "Wait," Ron started, his face scrunching in that way it did when he was trying to make sense of something that made absolutely no sense at all. "You're telling me Jean's gonna be at Hogwarts with us? This year?" "Yeah," Harry said with a half nod, trying to make it sound like it was no big deal except it kind of was. "She's, pretty exceptional. Definitely fits in with our kind of crowd." Hermione raised an eyebrow, always one to be skeptical when things seemed a little too good to be true. You mean exceptional in the sense of, like, another student who can make potions explode, or… No, Harry said quickly, his face lighting up in that way it did when he was trying to steer things away from any potential disaster. More like, magical mutant exceptional. So, yeah, things might be a little different this year. Ron, whose brain had finally caught up with his mouth, blinked and pointed a finger at Harry like he was trying to poke a hole in his logic. Magical mutants? Like X-Men mutants? Is she going to start lifting cars over her head or summoning fire from her fingers or something? No, Harry said, glancing at Jean, who was doing her best to remain composed despite the obvious attention being drawn to her. But, kind of. She's got some pretty serious abilities. Like, really serious. Jean, looking completely unbothered by all the attention, gave the group a knowing smile. It's true. I have, let's call them talents. But I'm just a regular student at heart. She shrugged, the movement easy, confident. I promise I won't turn the school into a mutant-filled circus. I'm more about learning magic than causing chaos. Ron still seemed to be processing the idea of a mutant at Hogwarts who didn't want to set things on fire yet. So, you're like, a superhero? That's mental. But cool. Very cool. Hermione, ever the voice of reason, and also a bit of a control freak, gave a thoughtful look, then nodded slowly. Well, that explains a lot. She gave Jean a friendly but somewhat skeptical smile. But you'll have to let us know if you can do things like, I don't know, read minds or something. I'm not sure the wizarding world is ready for that. Before Harry could respond, Arthur Weasley's voice boomed from the other end of the table, his usual wide-eyed excitement taking over. Magical mutants, you say? His glasses practically sparkled with enthusiasm, and he leaned forward so far, Harry thought he might topple out of his chair. Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. Welcome to our world, Jean. I mean, I've always wondered what it would be like if wizards and, well, other kinds of magic, collided. This is amazing. Jean blinked, surprised by the warm reception. Thanks, she said, a little uncertain, but grateful nonetheless. I'll do my best not to break anything too important. Arthur waved a hand dismissively, his face alight with that look of absolute wonder that only he could pull off. Oh, breaking things is half the fun. The Muggle world is so ordinary. But you bring a whole new level of interesting to the table. I can't wait to see what you can do with some of the magic we use here. There must be so many ways to. Arthur, dear, Molly Weasley interrupted, gently pulling her husband back from the precipice of another one of his wild rambles. She gave Jean a warm, welcoming smile. It's wonderful to have you join us, Jean. We don't mind a little bit of different around here. Susan, who had been quietly observing the entire exchange with a mixture of amusement and slight nervousness, finally spoke up. Thanks, she said, her voice sweet but tinged with a little uncertainty. It's a lot to take in. But I think we'll be all right. Ron gave a loud snort of laughter, trying to cover his obvious shock with a mouthful of ice cream. Well, if you can survive the madness that is our year at Hogwarts, you'll be fine. Trust me on that. Hermione, ever the realist, couldn't resist one last question. So, just how different are we talking here? Are we going to need to get you some special mutant textbooks or something? Jean chuckled, clearly amused by the idea. I think I'll be fine with the regular syllabus, she said. Though if you've got any books on controlling psychic abilities, I'd love to take a look. Psychic abilities? Molly asked, her eyebrows knitting together. Like what, exactly? Are we talking telekinesis? Jean smiled a little sheepishly. I'd prefer if you didn't toss that word around. Let's just say I can do a lot of things with my mind. She glanced at Harry with a grin, as if she were quietly daring him to spill the beans. But mostly, I'll try to keep it in check. Magic's a lot more fun when you mix it up with the basics. Arthur leaned back in his chair, rubbing his hands together in that excited way he always did when he was about to get lost in a new hobby. Oh, I'm sure we'll find some fascinating things to experiment with. Let me know if you ever want to chat about Muggle gadgets. I've got a whole collection of things you'd love to look at. The conversation quickly shifted into a discussion of Muggle inventions, much to Jean's delight. She had a knack for understanding complex systems, and soon she was chatting with Arthur about everything from strange machines to the possibility of a magic-powered microwave, which, frankly, sounded like a disaster waiting to happen. As the ice cream flowed and the laughter grew, Harry couldn't help but feel a sense of peace settle over him. Sure, things were a bit different now. Sure, he was still trying to figure out what it meant to be, well, him in this new world of magical mutants and friends who could stop time with their minds. But with these people, his people around him, it felt like maybe, just maybe, everything was going to be okay. At least until they hit the next magical disaster. But, hey, that's the Hogwarts way, right? Hermione leaned toward Susan, her expression a mixture of intrigue and absolute confusion, like she'd just discovered an ancient, enchanted rock and was trying to figure out if it was cursed or just really, really cool. She raised an eyebrow so high it almost disappeared into her hairline. Susan, she asked, voice sharp with curiosity, since when were you a mutant? What are your powers? If Susan had been any more embarrassed, she might have turned invisible. As it was, her face turned a pretty shade of pink, and she quickly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, as if that would somehow make the attention go away. Well, I didn't really ask for them, she said with a sheepish smile, but I awakened them recently. Just like Harry. She shot a quick glance at Harry, who was deep in conversation with Jean, his smile a little too bright for Susan's comfort. Focus, Susan. This is not the time for Harry-related complications. I can detect lies, she continued, voice a little higher than usual, like she was trying to cover the slight nervousness creeping in. It's been interesting trying to figure out how to control it. It's not exactly like having superpowers in the comics, you know? It's not like I can just look at someone and suddenly know if they're lying. But it's close enough to make me a little paranoid sometimes. Hermione, naturally, was already piecing things together. So you mean, you can tell when people are lying? Like, all the time. Her voice carried the note of excitement that only someone with Hermione's brain could have when confronted with something both weird and potentially incredibly useful. Yeah, Susan said, giving a small laugh. It's a little more complex than that, though. I can sort of feel it, you know? Like a twinge. It's not like a glowing neon sign that says liar. Liar, but I can usually tell if someone's being dishonest. It's a lot to manage. Ron, who had been silently munching on some toast, choked on his food as he registered the words. Wait, so you mean, if I say I didn't eat all the biscuits in the cupboard? His eyes widened comically. You're gonna know immediately I'm lying. Susan shot him a mischievous look. It's not that obvious, she said, clearly enjoying the fact that Ron looked like he was about to burst into flames. But yes, Ron. It's like I can sense when someone's not being totally truthful. Brilliant. Fred's voice rang out, practically bouncing off the walls with excitement. I'm already thinking of all the fun we could have with that. He nudged George, who was in the middle of pretending to read a book upside down. No more lying to her, mate. We'll have to step up our game. George chuckled, eyes glinting with mischief as he set his book down, right side up this time. Yeah, Fred. Looks like we've met our match. He shot Susan a wink. No more sneaking biscuits behind her back, Susan rolled her eyes, trying to suppress the grin threatening to spread across her face. "I don't need my powers to know when you two are up to something," she said, crossing her arms and giving them a playful but unimpressed look. "It's pretty obvious, really." Fred and George both groaned in unison. "Ruined," Fred muttered under his breath. "Absolutely ruined," George agreed, though his grin was still wide and wicked. Hermione, who had been listening to the banter with that "I can't decide whether to laugh or lecture you all" expression on her face, shook her head in exasperation. "Honestly, you two," she said, but there was no real anger in her voice, just the resigned acceptance that this was the Weasley experience, and it wasn't going away anytime soon. "You're going to get yourself into so much trouble with that attitude." Jean, who had been mostly quiet until now, listening with an amused smile, raised an eyebrow. "You two do look like people who get in trouble a lot, don't you?" "Oh, you have no idea," Ron said, shooting a look at Fred and George as if to say, "Please help me, they've infected me with this insanity too." "It's a family tradition." The Weasley twins exchanged an almost imperceptible glance, one that could only be described as dangerous. "You'll fit right in," Fred said with a conspiratorial grin. "Yeah, don't worry, Jean. We'll make sure you learn all the best tricks." George's wink was practically an announcement of impending disaster. Meanwhile, Susan, who had been trying not to look at Harry too much, because every time she did, she felt that little flutter in her stomach, which was confusing and annoying and absolutely not what she wanted to feel right now, found herself distracted. Harry was laughing with Jean, his face lighting up in a way that Susan hadn't seen in a while. It wasn't that she didn't like Jean, she did, but seeing Harry so happy made Susan's chest ache. A small, irrational part of her wanted to be the one who made him smile like that. The one who made him laugh in that easy, carefree way. But that was ridiculous. Harry had moved on from her. He had Jean now. And Susan was just, well, Susan. Sweet, dependable Susan, who was secretly crushing on her best friend. Great. Her gaze drifted back to the conversation where Fred and George were in the middle of making plans to prank the next teacher who crossed their path. At least there was something to distract her from the weird swirl of emotions in her chest. "Don't worry, Susan," Jean said, catching her eye. "It's good to have people around who can see things, even if they don't always say them. We all have our ways of making things work, right?" Susan blinked, surprised by the warmth in Jean's voice. She smiled back, feeling the tiniest bit of relief. "Yeah," she thought. "Maybe this year won't be so bad after all." Harry grinned like he'd just caught the golden snitch, his eyes gleaming with the kind of excitement you only get when you're about to show off something amazing. He stretched out his hand and voila, thin strands of webbing shot from his fingers, spinning and twisting into intricate patterns in mid-air. "Check this out," he said, barely able to keep the grin off his face. Ron's eyes went wide. He took a step back, like he was trying to avoid stepping into some invisible web. "Blimey, Harry! Does this mean we won't have to deal with those giant spiders in the Forbidden Forest anymore? That's brilliant." He shuddered, though, and looked at Harry like he was some kind of creepy, wizardly arachnid. "But mate, you're shooting webs like a bloody spider. That's a bit, well, if you ask me, that's just plain weird." Hermione looked at Harry with a mix of concern and that "I am about to make sure you don't do something stupid" look she did so well. "Harry, are you sure you're okay with all of this?" Her voice was soft, but you could tell she was ready to lecture him into the next century if she had to. "We need to be careful with these new abilities. They're powerful, yes, but they come with risks, Harry." Harry tried to look cool, shrugging it off. But even his grin had a slightly shaky edge. "I'm fine, Hermione. Really. Been practicing a lot. And I've got Sirius and Dumbledore keeping an eye on things. Plus, the teachers at Xavier's are looking out for me too. So don't worry." He tried to sound casual, but Hermione's brow furrowed deeper. Before Hermione could go into full-on lecture mode, Ron, ever the sidekick in situations like this, jumped in with a quick change of subject to save Harry, and probably his own skin. Right, but look what I got, Harry. Ron pulled out his new wand like it was some prized trophy, waving it around with an almost dramatic flair, like he was wielding Excalibur. Got this over the summer. It's way better than my old one, which, if we're being honest, was held together with spellotape by the end of last year. Harry raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued. What's it made of? He asked, giving Ron's wand a once-over. Willow wood with a unicorn hair core, Ron said proudly, puffing his chest out like he'd just caught the snitch, scoring the winning goal in a Quidditch match. Harry looked at the wand for a second before nodding. Good choice, mate. Seems like a perfect fit for you. He smiled and then looked at Hermione, expecting her to validate his praise. Hermione gave a quick nod, though there was something almost I don't know how to deal with this in her eyes. It's a great wand, Ron, she said. Unicorn hair cores are known for their loyalty and consistency. Just like you. Her voice softened toward the end, and Harry swore he saw a hint of pink on her cheeks. Ron missed the entire thing, of course, his mind only focused on his prized possession. You know, I always thought unicorns were just for fairy tales, but turns out, they're good for wands too. Not bad, right? Before Hermione could respond, Jean walked over with her usual confident stride. She flashed a grin at Ron and Harry. New wands all around, hey? That's fantastic, she said, her voice smooth, with just the right amount of friendly sarcasm. Harry and I got new ones made yesterday, too. Ron, always up for the chance to be nosy, nudged Harry. Oi, mate, let's see yours. What kind of wizarding goodness did Ollivander hook you up with? Harry was all too happy to pull out his wand. It was sleek, polished, and pretty darn impressive. He gave it a flourish, feeling the weight of it, like it was more than just a wand, it was a symbol of everything that had changed. Well, my old wand kind of overheated, Harry explained, his grin a little wobbly. Magic overload, I guess. Guess my mutation was just too much for it. Hermione immediately leaned forward, her eyebrows shooting up. Overheated? Harry, that's incredibly unusual. What exactly happened? Her voice was light, but the concern was clear. Harry waved her off with a grin. It's fine, Hermione, really. Just a little magical overload, no big deal. Ollivander made me a new one, and it's brilliant. He gave the wand another flourish. Ron took one look and whistled low. Blimey, mate, that's some fine craftsmanship right there. What is it, oak and dragon heartstring? Harry chuckled. Nah, something a little more suited to me. He raised the wand a little higher, and Ron leaned in, trying to figure out exactly what kind of magic Harry had gotten. Guess you could say it's a bit advanced. Hermione, always the one to dig deeper, leaned in closer, eyes narrowing. A wizard's wand is an extension of themselves, Harry. You need to be careful with something like this. It could get unpredictable. Her gaze lingered on the wand for a second longer than necessary, though Harry couldn't quite tell what she was thinking. Jean, sensing Hermione's super intense lecture face brewing, pulled out her own wand and swirled it around her fingers like a pro. Here's mine, she said, with a casual confidence that immediately drew everyone's attention. The wand was a masterpiece etched with strange symbols and an otherworldly sheen. It's Hollywood with an adamantine core, she said, as if it were no big deal. Ron's jaw hit the floor. That's like a bloody ancient relic or something. I've never seen a wand like that. Hermione leaned in, looking incredibly impressed. Adamantine? That's extraordinarily rare. It's known for its immense strength and resilience. Definitely suits you, Jean. She gave Jean a genuine smile, as if finally appreciating her for something more than just her fiery personality. Jean grinned, clearly pleased. It feels like it was made for me, you know? Like it's part of who I am now. She gave a playful look at Harry. I guess we're all getting our own little upgrade. Ron, ever the jokester, leaned back and made a show of looking between Harry and Jean. Well, looks like we've got two superpowered wizards on our hands now. Just try not to blow up the castle, okay? I kinda like having a place to sleep at night. Harry and Jean exchanged a quick glance, their faces lighting up with a mix of excitement and something else, something a little quieter, but just as real. They stood a little closer than they had before, both feeling the pull of an unspoken understanding. Hermione noticed, and for just a second, she looked between the two, her heart doing a little flip. But she shook it off, focusing back on the group, trying to ignore the little whisper of envy curling up in her chest. Hermione cleared her throat, trying to regain some semblance of normalcy. Jean, I just realized we never asked about your powers. Care to enlighten us? Jean's eyes sparkled, and she gave them all a warm, mischievous smile. Sure. I'm a telepath and telekinetic. That means I can read minds and move things with my thoughts. Ron blinked. Blimey, Jean, that's wicked. So, you can read anyone's mind? Even Snape's? He shuddered just thinking about it. Jean laughed, her eyes twinkling. It's not as easy as it sounds, Ron. Some minds are harder to crack than others, like trying to crack a dragon's egg. Besides, I'm not out there snooping around. That would be rude, don't you think? She glanced at Harry, and he gave her a secretive smile, their connection palpable for just a moment. Ron chuckled, relieved. Good thing you're on our side, then. The last thing we need is Snape knowing our every move. He sighed dramatically. Then again, he probably knows everything anyway. The group burst into laughter, the sound echoing in the warm afternoon air. Harry couldn't help but feel a rush of warmth, not just from the sun but from being with his friends, feeling at home in a way that he never thought possible. He glanced over at Hermione, who caught his gaze and then quickly looked away. There was a flicker of something in her eyes, but Harry wasn't sure what it was. Something about the way she was looking at him made his heart race a little faster. And then there was Jean, standing just a little closer, her smile a little warmer than usual. Harry felt that same flutter again, but this time, he didn't brush it off. Something had changed, but what exactly? He wasn't sure yet. As the conversation drifted to Quidditch, school rumors, and their summer adventures, they didn't realize just how much things were about to change. Because for Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Jean, this was just the beginning of something much bigger. Chapter 20, Chapter 19. The chatter in the ice cream shop was the sort of chaos only a group of magical misfits could create, and Sirius was enjoying every second of it. But he had an agenda, and it was time to pitch it. Molly, I hate to interrupt the endless stream of advice you're doling out, he said with a mischievous grin, but could you give Aurora and Tonks a hand with the girls? They're off to pick up supplies for Hogwarts, and Harry and I have an errand at Gringotts. After that, we're meeting Moony at the Leaky Cauldron. Molly, already in full-on mum mode, didn't even flinch. Of course, Sirius, she said, her voice warm and maternal, though you could tell she was already mentally preparing a list. We'll make sure the girls have everything they need. Can't send them off without the right supplies, can we? Aurora, standing tall and poised, gave a soft nod of thanks. Her presence could command attention without a word, and with her, you always felt like you were in the presence of royalty. Thank you, Mrs. Weasley, she said, her voice smooth and graceful. Your help is much appreciated. Fred and George, whose antennae were permanently tuned to the frequency of mischief, exchanged looks that could only mean one thing: they were in. Moony? Did you say Moony? George asked, leaning forward as though he'd just spotted an exciting new form of prank material. Fred grinned, clearly catching on to the same wavelength. Is he one of the marauders? Because, Sirius, you don't look that old. You can't possibly be an original marauder, right? Sirius blinked, momentarily caught off guard. Then, after a dramatic pause that only he could pull off, he gave a slow nod, his expression shifting into one of playful seriousness. Yes, I was Padfoot of the Marauders, he said, the words carrying an unexpected weight. Fred and George froze for a split second. Then, without any warning, they both dropped into exaggerated bows, their faces lighting up with awe. Oh great Padfoot, they intoned in unison, teach us the sacred ways of the prank. We, humble students, seek to honor the legendary marauder Mischief. Sirius barked a laugh. He couldn't help it. His laugh, deep and full, carried a note of satisfaction. The sacred art of mischief, eh? It seems you two have potential, he said, giving them an approving nod. I'm more than happy to share some of the Marauder's best tricks with you. Harry, whose grin had become nearly permanent ever since he'd started hanging out with these nutters, couldn't resist jumping in. And don't forget, my dad was Prongs, he added with a mock solemnity that was absolutely not fitting for a conversation about prank legends. I'm basically the heir to all this madness. Sirius glanced at him, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Exactly. Harry's even taken on the marauder mantle himself. I'm proud to say it's a family tradition. Fred and George practically vibrated with excitement at the idea. So Harry's officially the heir to the Marauders, George said, looking like he was about to explode with excitement. We have our Marauder, he declared, eyes alight with glee. Ginny, who had been hovering in the background like the always-ready Weasley she was, perked up. I want a cool code name, too, she said, all fiery enthusiasm. Fred and George exchanged looks and, as if on cue, burst into laughter. Ron already has a code name, Ginny, Fred teased. Yeah, George added with a snicker, Ickle Ronnie Ekins works just fine, doesn't it? Ron, ever the good sport, tried to look offended, though his grin gave him away. You two better be careful, he shot back, I'll start calling you mischief makers instead of pranksters. Isn't that what we are? George asked, feigning confusion. I thought mischief maker was the official title. Jean, who had been quietly watching the scene unfold, finally decided to pitch in with her own brand of charming commentary. As she crossed her arms, her voice carried a mix of authority and humor that was uniquely her. Mutants, she began, they often adopt names based on their abilities, kind of like how wizards and witches have magical titles, except we don't get to choose the names ourselves. The X-Men did it for us. Susan Bones, looking like she was about to jump into the conversation, nodded eagerly. Exactly. My code name is Veritas. I can detect lies. So, you can imagine how fun dinner conversations can get sometimes. Jean's lips twitched in a grin. And mine's Phoenix, she said, her voice taking on a soft, fiery tone. Because I manipulate genetic energy that looks like flames. It's not as cool as flying or super strength, but it gets the job done. Flying? Super strength? Ron's eyes were wide now. You guys can fly? How does that work? His tone was that mixture of awe and jealousy that only came with discovering that yes, superheroes were real. Harry, clearly enjoying the sheer entertainment of this exchange, grinned. You don't have to be jealous, Ron. We've got a whole team of special people. Heck, we could even make you part of the gang. We're calling ourselves MageX. MageX? Ginny raised an eyebrow. I like the sound of that. Fred and George practically bounced out of their seats. You mean we can be superheroes? With cool names? Fred asked, excitement almost causing him to levitate off the ground. Count us in, George added, his voice filled with dramatic seriousness. This sounds way more fun than just prank wars. Susan, looking pleased at the enthusiasm, gave a satisfied nod. I think we'll make quite the team. And maybe we should invite Hannah, too. Molly, who had been carefully listening, raised a brow. As long as you promise to be safe. I don't care how many superpowers you have, the world can be dangerous. She had that motherly tone that brooked no argument. Sirius, suddenly not as joking as he had been moments before, put a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Don't worry, Molly, he said, his voice firm. We'll teach them what they need to know. It's about protecting them, but it's also about understanding their powers. Arthur, who had been quietly observing with a twinkle in his eye, finally spoke up. I agree, Molly. We'll make sure they're guided properly. The rest of the world may not understand them, but we do. Harry, ever the natural leader in his own quirky way, gave a small, reassuring smile. We'll be careful, Mrs. Weasley. I promise. And we'll always have each other's backs. Molly sighed, her face softening. All right, then. Just remember to always look out for one another. You're a family. And family looks out for each other. And with that, the conversation shifted from one of concerns to one of laughter and excitement as they all ventured into the madness that was Diagon Alley. There was no telling what the future held, but one thing was certain, with friends like these, they were going to make it through anything. Together. Sirius and Harry were navigating the chaos of Diagon Alley like they had a GPS that only worked half the time. People were bumping into them, and not in the polite, oops, sorry, didn't see you kind of way. No, this was the full-on I am pretending you're not even their shoulder check kind of crowd. Sirius, of course, wasn't fazed by it. He strode through it with the confidence of a guy who knew exactly how to look important mostly by looking like he didn't care. Gringotts, Sirius muttered under his breath, sounding like he was trying to remember if he'd left the stove on back at home. Should have worn a cloak with more swagger. I'm too used to my former self. Harry snorted. Your former self was a dog. The swagger thing is a recent upgrade. Sirius smirked, flicking a glance at Harry. Let's just say I've learned a thing or two about making an entrance. Which, for the record, I'm nailing today. He said it with that half-sarcastic, half-genuine grin that was just so serious, like a mischievous uncle who still thought he was 20. When they reached Gringotts, the goblin guards at the entrance didn't even look up. It was like they'd seen everything, including an ogre in a tutu riding a broomstick, and nothing surprised them anymore. The marble pillars of the bank looked like they'd been carved by someone who really liked shiny things. Inside was even more ridiculous. There were enough gold coins clinking to start a conga line. Let's do this quickly, Sirius said, steering Harry toward a counter that seemed far less busy than the rest. Not here to start a treasure hunt, just get this sorted. As they approached, a goblin with a sharp chin, sharp nose, and a combed tuft of hair looked up from behind the counter. He gave them a look that seemed to say, I've seen your type before. All of you. Every single one of you. And you're still annoying. How can Gringotts assist you? The goblin's voice had that thin, clipped tone like someone who was always on the verge of snide remarks. Sirius leaned in, with that too casual to be serious look in his eyes. We've got some rare stuff to sell. Acromantula silk, venom, basilisk venom, and hide. He said each word slowly, as if it were a joke, but there was something in his voice that made Harry think this was serious business. Or as serious ever got, anyway. The goblin blinked, his sharp eyes flicking over the two of them like he was analyzing them for any signs of trickery. Follow me. The goblin's voice was flat but somehow urgent. This is a matter for a senior agent. And that was when things got interesting. The goblin led them down a winding corridor that seemed to appear out of thin air, passing a few other goblins who gave them sidelong glances, each of them sporting the same board look like they could be wearing sunglasses indoors and no one would blink. Eventually, they reached a heavy wooden door that creaked open like a scene from a mystery novel. Behind it was a room filled with artifacts that were clearly worth more than Harry's entire childhood home. The goblin pointed to a chair. "Sit. We'll discuss this." They both sat, Harry crossing his arms over his chest and trying not to look too out of place in a room that smelled like money and secrets. The goblin slid his glasses up his nose, eyeing them suspiciously. "Tooth Gnasher," he introduced himself, his voice coming out like the gravelly whisper of someone who'd lived a few centuries too many. He gestured to the items they'd brought along. "You claim these materials are rare. What assurance do you offer that they are not, in fact, fakes?" Sirius gave a dramatic sigh. "You really do love your job, don't you, Tooth Gnasher?" He chuckled, the sound as dry as his sarcasm. "We wouldn't be here if we didn't think you knew your business." Tooth Gnasher, unimpressed, raised an eyebrow. "Flattery. How charming." Harry, who could feel the tension in the room, decided to get to the point. "These materials are real, Tooth Gnasher," he said, his voice surprisingly steady. "And they're more than valuable enough for Gringotts to offer a fair price. All we ask is that you handle this transaction with discretion. We don't want this information spreading all over the wizarding world." The goblin's eyes narrowed as he looked at them, a little more intrigued now. "You're asking for a favor," he muttered, more to himself than to them. "Very well. Let's see what we're dealing with." He took the samples Harry handed over, silk, venom, and hide, and examined each one carefully. Harry tried not to squirm under the goblin's intense gaze, but it was like Tooth Gnasher could see straight into his soul. "This will take some time," Tooth Gnasher finally said, straightening up from his inspection. "Gringotts takes no shortcuts with such matters." Sirius gave a casual wave of his hand. "Take all the time you need, Tooth Gnasher. Just make sure it's secure until you're done." Tooth Gnasher gave a small nod of acknowledgement and led them back toward the main hall. "Security here is as good as it gets, Mr. Black. You have my word." His tone was so dry it practically crackled. "And, rest assured, your materials will be handled with utmost care." Back on the crowded streets of Diagon Alley, Sirius slapped Harry on the back, nearly sending him into a family of wizards who were arguing about cauldrons. "Well, that wasn't so bad," Sirius said, already looking for the nearest place to grab some food. "Let's go to the leaky cauldron. Mooney's probably thinking we've been kidnapped by goblins. Or that you've gotten distracted again by some shiny object," Harry replied dryly. Sirius winked. "A guy can dream." As they walked through the maze of Diagon Alley, Harry felt something else: the relief that came from knowing, for once, things were being taken care of. He didn't have to do it all himself. And with Sirius by his side? That made everything seem a little less impossible. With one last glance at the looming Gringotts building, Harry turned his attention to the next part of their day. He couldn't help but think that, whatever came next, with his friends and family behind him, he was ready for it. Sirius and Harry pushed their way through the crowded streets of Diagon Alley, the noise of chatter and the clinking of coins filling the air. Sirius, with his usual flair for making an entrance, didn't seem to mind the elbow-to-elbow crowd at all. He just leaned over to Harry with a grin. "Sometimes I think these people should get a map," Sirius quipped, sidestepping a witch who was trying to take a selfie with a magical broomstick. "It's like they've never heard of personal space." "Maybe they're just excited to see you," Harry said, raising an eyebrow, though his voice had a slightly nervous edge. It was kind of hard not to feel the weight of history when walking in the steps of two legendary marauders. Sirius shot him a sideways glance. "Well, who could blame them? I am extraordinary," he said with a wink. "But you? You're a celebrity, kid. You've got the famous chosen one status. You probably need a bodyguard." Harry snorted. "Isn't that what you're here for?" "I was thinking about charging you for it," Sirius said, his tone dripping with sarcasm, "but I'm feeling generous today." Thanks, I think, Harry muttered, and they pushed onward toward the leaky cauldron. Inside, the scent of burnt toast and brewing potions filled the air. The place was buzzing with conversation, the low hum of the wizarding world in full swing. Harry could smell something that might have been stew, though he wasn't exactly dying to try it. There, in the corner, sat a man who looked as if he'd walked straight out of one of those old wizarding photographs, slightly worn at the edges but still radiating an undeniable warmth. Remus Lupin. Or, as Sirius liked to call him, Moony. Sirius practically skipped over to the table, arms wide open. Moony, he called, loud enough to get a couple of curious stares. You've got to stop looking so gloomy. The world's already full of rain clouds. We need more sun. Remus, who had clearly been looking down at a half-empty cup of tea, contemplating the meaning of life, looked up and broke into a smile that could melt the heart of a Dementor. Sirius, he said softly, but with so much fondness it made Harry's chest feel a little warm inside. I've missed you. And look at you, Harry. You've grown so much since I last saw you, well, when you were a baby. Harry had been expecting the warmth, but it didn't quite hit him the way it should have. Last time you saw me, I was, like, 2 years old, Harry said, trying to play it cool. He was good at that, playing things cool. It was a defense mechanism. Ah, yes, Remus said, smiling sheepishly. I'm afraid I've been a bit of a ghost. Not in the fun, floating around the castle kind of way, though. He hesitated for a moment, then added, I'm sorry I couldn't be there for you, Harry. For a split second, Harry's eyes hardened. That's the problem, isn't it? You could have been there. You should have been there. His voice was quieter, but the frustration bled through. I spent years with the Dursleys, locked away in a cupboard, wondering why no one cared enough to come find me. There was a long pause. Sirius, who had clearly sensed the shift in the air, clapped a hand on Harry's shoulder, his grin fading into something more thoughtful. We can't change the past, Harry, he said quietly. But we're here now. Remus, looking genuinely pained, leaned forward. I'll make up for it, Harry. I swear to you. Harry didn't reply immediately. Instead, he fiddled with the corner of his napkin, trying to sort through all the things he wanted to say and how to say them. It wasn't just about the Dursleys or Remus not being around, it was everything. But before he could dig deeper into his thoughts, Sirius jumped back in, like the overly energetic dog that he was. Ah, Moony, always so serious. Sirius chuckled, tapping the table. I was thinking, Harry's already got enough seriousness in his life, what with the Dark Lord and the prophecy and all that cheerful stuff. But if we can't rewrite the past, maybe we can do something about the future. Remus raised an eyebrow. And what did you have in mind? Sirius leaned in, a mischievous glint in his eyes. You're teaching at Hogwarts this year, right? Remus blinked, obviously not prepared for Sirius's sudden leap of logic. I am. Yes, that's true. Well, there's a start. Sirius grinned, clearly pleased with himself. Harry's going to be back at school this year, and I don't know about you, but I think he'd rather have a real teacher than one of those questionable ones. Remus chuckled, the lines of worry on his face softening. It won't be easy, but I'll do my best. I just want to make sure Harry gets the education he deserves. Harry, who had been quietly watching the back and forth, finally cracked a grin. I suppose I can't argue with that. A real defense against the dark arts teacher sounds promising. Sirius, of course, grinned like a Cheshire cat. Exactly. You'll actually get some decent classes for once. Harry leaned back in his chair. Well, I'm not going to complain. If I can survive your lessons, I think I can handle anything. Remus's expression softened further, the playfulness creeping back into his voice. Well, we'll just have to make sure it's a bit more fun this time, won't we? Sounds good to me, Harry said, feeling a surprising sense of comfort. Maybe, just maybe, things wouldn't be so awful after all. And just then, Sirius's voice dropped low, more serious than Harry had heard it all morning. Harry, he said, his hand still resting on his shoulder, you're not alone anymore. You've got us. You've got Moony and me. No matter what happens, we'll get through this together. Harry, for the first time in what felt like a long while, allowed himself to believe it. Maybe he could stop feeling like he was always running from something. Maybe, for once, he could just be. And that was a thought worth holding on to. Sirius leaned in, his face creased with an expression that was a mix of concern and the kind of mischief only he could pull off. So, Harry, he began, casually flipping his hair back as if he were trying to pull off some kind of suave charm. It didn't quite work, but points for effort. You seem a bit worked up about Remus, hey? But here's a thought, why aren't you mad at Dumbledore? He's the one who actually dumped you with the Dursleys, after all. His grin was crooked, but there was a nervous edge to it that made it clear he wasn't just joking around. Harry paused, his gaze sharpening as if Sirius had just thrown a firebolt right in front of him. He shifted his weight, leaning back in his seat like he was about to dive into something deep, maybe something that had been rolling around in his head for ages. Sirius, I'm not that naive kid anymore, Harry said, his voice steady, but the words came out like they were coated in ice. I've had time to think, you know? Time to really see things for what they are. Dumbledore? He might have his reasons for doing what he did, but that doesn't make it right. I get it, he's the big chess master behind the scenes and all that. But Remus? He had a choice. He made it. He wasn't stuck behind some grand plan or some prophecy. He just chose to be absent when I needed him. Harry's eyes didn't leave Sirius, and for a second, it felt like Harry was older than he was. Older than the mess he was in. Sirius's grin faded, replaced by a flicker of something darker, worry, maybe? It was hard to say, but whatever it was, it made him look a little less like the mischievous godfather and more like a guy who'd been through some things himself. I get it, kid, he said, his voice lower, more serious than usual. It's not easy, being stuck in the middle of all this. But remember, Harry, he placed a hand on Harry's shoulder, a solid anchor in the middle of the storm, I'm here. No matter what happens, you're not alone. Harry's posture softened just a bit, and for the first time in a while, the tension between them melted into something that wasn't quite so heavy. He looked up at his godfather, feeling a knot in his chest loosen. Thanks, Sirius, Harry said, his voice barely above a whisper. I really mean it. He nodded, giving Sirius's hand a brief squeeze before turning to Remus, eager to steer the conversation away from the messy stuff. So, Moony, he said, flashing a small but genuine smile. How's life treating you? I hope you're not still howling at the moon every full moon. Not that I'm judging, of course. Remus chuckled, a warm sound that seemed to fill the space between them like sunshine on a cloudy day. Well, Harry, you know, the usual ups and downs of being a werewolf, he said, his tone light but carrying a depth of honesty. But honestly, I can't complain too much. Life's got its challenges, but it also has its good parts. He glanced around the leaky cauldron, looking a little lost in thought, his eyes flickering with nostalgia. It's good to be back here, though. Feels like coming home. Harry studied him for a moment, an almost dad look coming over his face. I remember Sirius mentioning, well, you know, your condition, Harry said, choosing his words carefully, like he was walking around a puddle that he didn't want to step in but knew he had to. Remus's face shifted, just a little, but he kept his calm. Yes, it's true, he said with a quiet dignity, his voice firm but not defensive. It's a part of me, something I've lived with all my life. But I've tried to live with it in the best way I can. Dumbledore was the one who gave me a chance when no one else would. I don't forget that. He gave Harry a look that was full of sincerity, like he was trying to be as open as possible without making things uncomfortable. It's not always easy, but I've always believed that there's good in everyone. Even when it's hard to see. Sirius, never one to let a serious moment hang too long, clapped Remus on the back in a way that probably made the entire table shake. You hear that, Moony? He grinned. You're not just some werewolf to me. You're one of the bravest, kindest wizards I know. You've been through hell and back, and you still haven't lost your heart. He shot Harry a wink. And hey, you've got the added bonus of not having a name that rhymes with Sirius, so, you know, bonus points for that. Remus gave Sirius a look that could have melted the coldest of glaciers. Thanks, Sirius, he said, his voice soft but sincere. I appreciate it more than you know. He turned to Harry, offering a smile that was warmer than a summer day. And I'm glad to see you've got Sirius back. I know things have been complicated, but we're both here for you. For whatever you need. Harry looked from Remus to Sirius and felt a rush of something he hadn't felt in a while. Hope, maybe? It was fleeting, but it was there. It was the kind of hope that came when you realized that, maybe, just maybe, you weren't entirely alone in the world. Not when you had people like this on your side. He let out a breath he didn't know he'd been holding. Thanks, both of you. I'll take you up on that. For a moment, the three of them sat in quiet camaraderie, surrounded by the noisy bustle of the leaky cauldron, but none of it felt too overwhelming. Maybe things weren't perfect. Maybe they never would be. But in that instant, Harry knew he had something that could last, a connection to the past, and a future he was still figuring out. Harry scratched the back of his neck, trying to seem nonchalant, even though his brain was doing somersaults. He knew Remus would get it. The man had a way of listening that made even the most complicated things feel like an open book. Well, Remus, you know how some people get one or two quirks. Like, maybe they're bad at potions, or they talk in their sleep about broomsticks. Harry paused for a second to glance over at Sirius. Don't ask me how I know that about Sirius, it's a whole other story. Sirius, who was pretending to ignore the jab, gave Harry a knowing look. Don't bring that up, kid. You know the last thing I need is more embarrassing stories. His grin, however, betrayed the mock offense. Remus, who had been quietly smiling at their banter, tilted his head slightly, his warm eyes meeting Harry's. I'm sure you've got your own share of quirks, Harry, he said, his voice smooth as honey. There was a softness in his tone that seemed to suggest he understood exactly what Harry was getting at, even before the words were fully out. Harry nodded, feeling his shoulders relax a little. Right. So, my quirk, as it were, involves, well, let's just say I've got more powers than I can shake a wand at. Not just the usual wizard stuff, which, by the way, is pretty rad on its own. But, I can absorb abilities from magical creatures and artifacts. You know, take a bit of what they've got, and I can make it mine. He paused to see if that sunk in. Remus didn't look shocked, he just gave Harry a small, thoughtful nod. That sounds fascinating, he said, his voice filled with that quiet, composed wisdom that only came from years of experience with the weird and the wonderful. But also a bit much, I imagine. Powers like that can be both a gift and a burden. Harry sighed, leaning back in his chair, the weight of his words settling in. Exactly. It's like I've got a load of new tricks in the bag, but with no user manual. He gave a wry smile, trying to keep things light, but there was a sharp edge to his tone. The real kicker? I used to be able to handle, like, 3 abilities at once. Now I'm up to 5. It's like getting a major power-up in one of those video games Dudley used to play when I was stuck at the Disleys. Harry flashed a grin at Sirius, who was clearly trying to figure out what video games even were. 5. Sirius said with an exaggerated gasp, eyes wide. That's ridiculous. You sure you haven't eaten a handful of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans by mistake? Maybe you're getting all these extra powers from, like, the bean flavor section. He gave Harry a playful nudge with his elbow, which nearly knocked over Harry's drink. Harry chuckled despite himself. If only it were that simple, he muttered, shaking his head. But no. It's real. And it's a little scary, to be honest. Every time I unlock something new, I have to make sure my body doesn't short-circuit or something. Sirius leaned in, his expression suddenly serious, well, as serious as a man who looked like he'd just walked out of a swashbuckling movie could get. Listen, kid, I don't know a thing about magic powers besides, you know, the obvious. He waved his hand dramatically as if to include his own godly levels of charm, but you've got a good head on your shoulders. You'll figure it out. Just don't go getting yourself into trouble, too much trouble, at least. Some of us are still trying to keep a low profile here. He flashed a grin, but the undertone was a little more genuine. Harry smirked at the godfather who had never really learned how to keep his own profile low. Oh, don't worry, I plan on it. The whole saving the world thing can be done later after I've figured out how not to explode from all these new abilities. Remus, who had been listening with his usual quiet intensity, broke in softly, though his words were full of gravity. Just remember, Harry, you've got people who care about you. You're not alone in this, no matter how overwhelming it feels. His voice had that comforting quality that made Harry want to believe that everything might just turn out okay, even when the world felt like it was falling apart. Sirius clapped Remus on the back, making the poor man nearly spill his drink. Exactly. No solo missions for you, Harry. You've got a team now, me, Remus, and occasionally, when he remembers his own name, Moony here. He shot Remus a wink, who, for his part, just rolled his eyes in the most affectionate way possible. Thanks, guys, Harry said, his voice sincere as he looked at the two of them, the warmth in his chest growing. I've got to admit, having you both around makes it feel like maybe I'm not in this alone. Sirius smiled, one of those rare, genuinely soft smiles that didn't come often but meant everything when it did. You're never alone, Harry. Not if we can help it. He stood, stretching, looking like he was about to make some kind of dramatic exit. Now, let's get a drink. I've got to celebrate my godson becoming some kind of magical superhero. Not sure I want to be a superhero, though, Harry said, half joking, half serious. I'd probably end up being the sidekick or the guy who accidentally breaks everything. Perfect, Sirius said, grinning like a Cheshire cat. Then you'll be the guy who saves the day, and I'll take the credit. It's a win-win. Remus chuckled, shaking his head at the absurdity of it all. But there was a sense of peace in that laughter, a reassurance that no matter how complicated things got, Harry had people who understood him, people who had his back, no matter what happened next. And Harry, for the first time in a long while, felt like maybe things would turn out okay after all. The streets of Diagon Alley were a chaotic symphony of clanging carts, shouting merchants, and the familiar hum of magical chatter. Aurora Monroe led the way with the effortless poise of someone who'd probably conquered storms for fun. Oh wait, she had. Her posture was so regal, even the enchanted streetlights seemed to bow in her presence. We'll start with flourish and blots for the textbooks, Aurora said, her voice floating effortlessly above the din of the crowd, as if she were addressing royalty, which, let's be honest, she kind of was. Her group trailed behind her, a mismatched, motley crew of witches and wizards. Jean Grey, Hermione Granger, Susan Bones, Tonks, Molly Weasley, and Ginny Weasley all tried their best to keep up, though some were more successful than others. They came upon the front of Flourish and Blots, and there, sitting in a cage, were the infamous monster books of monsters. These wriggling, snapping books were a source of nightmares for anyone who'd ever had the misfortune of crossing paths with them. Jean's face paled at the sight. Her eyes widened in alarm as she recognized the books, her grip tightening on her wand. Oh no! Not those again, she muttered under her breath, a hint of panic lacing her voice. If there was one thing she wasn't a fan of, it was creatures that didn't want to be tamed. And those books definitely didn't want to be tamed. Susan Bones, her face a little more grim than usual, gave a small shudder. I remember those, she said, a dark flash of memory passing over her. They nearly took my hand off last time. She glanced at Jean, the look in her eyes saying everything. No one liked the monster books. No one. Ororo, ever the calm one, gave the cage of writhing books a skeptical look, remembering a time when one of the books had nearly bitten her fingers off. Ah, yes, she said with a dry laugh, those books definitely have a mind of their own. Her gaze hardened as she thought back to her own brief encounter with the feisty little things. Quite the challenge, I'll say. Molly Weasley, who was generally the last person to be intimidated by much of anything, except maybe her own children, sighed deeply. Well, it's part of the curriculum, I'm afraid, she said, already glancing down at her list. We'll need 8 copies. Her maternal instincts kicked in as she eyed the cage. I'll need to make sure no one gets hurt, of course. We'll need to be careful. Tonks, ever the light-hearted one, snorted at the mention of the books. Actually, she said, grinning, Harry's already got one, so we only need 7. Easy. She tripped over a stray cobblestone and almost ended up face first on the pavement. Hermione, who had developed the reflexes of someone who spent too much time with Tonks, ducked and dodged the collision with the precision of a Quidditch pro. Watcher! Tonks shouted with a laugh, bouncing back on her feet as she straightened up, still grinning. These things really have it out for me, don't they? Hermione, who was already used to Tonks' chaotic energy, rolled her eyes and said, You do realize it's not the books having it out for you, right? It's more your lack of coordination. Ginny, who had been silent until now, raised an eyebrow. I think she'd trip over a shadow if given the chance. The whole group shared a laugh, but it was interrupted by the sudden appearance of a young witch with frazzled hair and a look of concern in her eyes. She stepped forward cautiously, eyes darting toward the cage of books, before addressing the group with hesitation. Excuse me. I couldn't help but overhear. You need multiple copies of the Monster Book of Monsters. She sounded almost apologetic, as though she herself feared the wrath of those wriggling pages. Ororo, ever the gracious leader, gave a slight nod. Yes, we do. 7 copies, to be exact. If you can assist us, we'd be most grateful. The young witch's expression softened in sympathy. She glanced back at the cage of books as if it were a ticking time bomb. I'm afraid those books, well, they're rather challenging, she said, her voice filled with the cautious tone of someone who had learned firsthand just how dangerous the books could be. But I'll try my best to get you the least feisty ones. Her eyes narrowed with resolve. All right, we can do this. Follow me. As she strode toward the door of Flourish and Blots, her posture stiffened, and a slight gleam of determination flickered in her eyes. You could almost see her gearing up for battle. Time to tame these books, she seemed to say, if it's the last thing I do. Just don't get bitten, Tonks called after her, still grinning like a Cheshire cat, her voice dripping with mischief. They might be a bit, hands-on. I'll try to keep them on a leash, the witch called back over her shoulder, not missing a beat. Molly rolled her eyes, muttering under her breath. I should have brought a bigger leash. But the smile on her face made it clear that she wasn't seriously concerned. After all, what was life without a little bit of chaos? And so, with the monster books of monsters waiting to be tamed, the group followed the determined witch into Flourish and Blots, prepared to face whatever magical chaos awaited them inside. Chapter 21, Chapter 20. Back at the Leaky Cauldron, Sirius was stretched out in a chair that creaked louder than an ancient broomstick in a thunderstorm. He looked thoughtful, or as thoughtful as Sirius ever got. When he was deep in thought, it usually led to one of two things: brilliant chaos or completely disastrous chaos. And considering that he was Sirius Black, chaos was practically his middle name. He leaned forward, grinning at Harry like he'd just stumbled upon a brilliant idea, or a chest full of stolen chocolate frogs. "You know, Harry," Sirius started, rubbing his hands together like a villain in a bad movie, "I wonder if you could, absorb Remus's furry little problem. I mean, technically, Remus is a magical creature, right? Like Hagrid's three-headed puppy, only a little less slobbery." Harry stared at him, blinking, considering this like he was trying to decide whether to fight a blast-ended Scroot or just casually walk away and leave someone else to deal with it. On the other side of the room, Remus looked like someone had suggested turning him into a garden gnome. "I'm not sure that's the best idea, Sirius," he said, sounding like a patient professor trying to explain that no, he would not be performing dangerous experiments involving firecrackers again. "What I have isn't something I'd wish on anyone, least of all Harry." Sirius, naturally, wasn't one to let logic stand in the way of a potentially incredibly bad plan. He leaned in closer, practically vibrating with excitement. "Come on, Moony. Think about it. If Harry could, I don't know, absorb your condition, maybe he could help us find a way to control it or even cure it. You know, like how they can heal dragon pox with the right potion. We just need the magical equivalent of a really big band-aid." Remus, as calm and reasonable as ever, sighed and ran a hand through his hair. "Sirius, you know as well as I do that there's no cure for being a werewolf. It's not like you can just brew a potion to fix this." He glanced at Harry, his eyes filled with something close to concern. "Harry, I appreciate the thought, but I don't want to burden you with this curse. You've already had more than enough on your plate." Harry, who had dealt with more curses, hexes, and life-threatening situations than any teenager should ever have to, shrugged. "Hey, I absorb whatever comes my way, and my body just figures it out. Maybe I can absorb this too. I mean, how bad could it be? It's not like I'm turning into a werewolf or anything, or am I?" He grinned, trying to lighten the mood. "Besides, Remus, you're one of the bravest people I know. You're not cursed, you're just, misunderstood." Remus's lips twitched, a tiny smile breaking through his usually calm demeanor. "You really have a way with words, Harry. If you're sure about this, then I trust you." He paused, looking Harry straight in the eyes. "But promise me you'll be careful. This is no small thing, and you're not just some random magical experiment." Sirius, of course, couldn't resist the urge to push things along. He slapped Remus on the back, nearly knocking him out of his chair, and grinned like someone who'd just stolen the last biscuit from the cookie jar. "See, Moony? Harry's got this. He's like a superhero only, you know, without the spandex." Yet. Harry stood, feeling the rush of determination surge through him. He reached out, gripping Remus's hand with a steadying strength. This wasn't just about absorbing a curse. It was about understanding it. About finding the power within Remus's darkness and making it his own. He closed his eyes, focusing on the essence of Remus's condition. It felt like diving into a swirling vortex, full of tangled magic and raw, unpredictable emotion. Darkness was there, but so was strength from fighting every full moon, from enduring every painful transformation. It wasn't just a curse. It was a part of Remus, as much a part of him as his kindness, his wisdom, and his incredible patience. A low hum filled Harry's ears as the magic surged within him, a strange sensation racing through his veins. His body tingled, adapting to the curse, learning its complexities, its power. He felt the werewolf inside, clawing to be free, but at the same time, he felt the control that Remus had fought so hard to maintain. For a moment, Harry thought he might lose himself to it, that he might be overtaken by the wild magic and become something entirely different. But no, he had control. He was Harry Potter, and if anyone could handle the mess of magic that was this curse, it was him. He opened his eyes, meeting Remus's gaze. "I've got this," Harry said, his voice steady. "I won't let it take over. We'll figure this out." Sirius, ever the optimist, clapped him on the shoulder. "See, Moony? Told you Harry's like a magical Swiss Army knife, he's got all the tools." Remus, who was probably still trying to process the fact that Harry was willingly absorbing part of his life, gave a quiet nod. "I believe you, Harry. Just remember to stay yourself, no matter what." And for the first time in a long while, Harry felt like he wasn't just absorbing magic. He was making it. In his mind palace, Harry felt like he'd just stepped into the weirdest library Quidditch pitch hybrid. Picture this: shelves filled with ancient tomes, some glowing mysteriously, others collecting dust like the books you swear you'll read but never do, and then wham! A sudden gust of wind sent a Quidditch ball spiraling across the room, narrowly missing Harry's head. It wasn't exactly the Hogwarts library experience he was used to, but then again, what in his life was? Here, in this mental space, Harry could feel the weight of Remus's monthly struggle. It was a silent, constant battle, one that took everything from Remus: his strength, his patience, and sometimes, his very identity. But Harry wasn't here to feel sorry for his friend. No, he was here to understand it. To fight alongside him. As the curse swirled around him, Harry felt a strange sense of purpose. The magic wasn't just dark, it was powerful. He could feel Remus's strength, built up over years of fighting the monster inside. It was like a fire, controlled, but always threatening to escape. Harry could see Remus's face in his mind, calm and determined, as if he were standing in a storm and refusing to be swept away. "All right, Remus," Harry muttered to himself, taking a deep breath. "Let's make this work." Out in the real world, Sirius was pacing back and forth like a lion in a cage. His usual grin was stretched wider than the Chudley Cannon's losing streak, eyes glinting with pride and amusement. "You know, Remus," he said, leaning against the wall with an exaggerated casualness that only Sirius could pull off, "I think we've got ourselves a real hero here." His voice was all smug charm, like he was giving an acceptance speech at the Oscars, but there was something more behind it: a genuine fondness, a kind of pride that only Sirius could express without sounding cheesy. Remus, who had been quiet through most of the process, finally let out a small sigh. He watched Harry, still focused, his brow furrowed in concentration, and his lips curled into the kind of smile that made it clear he wasn't about to cry, but damn, this moment was important. "Indeed we do, Sirius. Indeed we do." There was a pause. Sirius blinked, clearly trying to process the depth of the moment without getting too emotional, like a man who was definitely not about to start tearing up because his best friend's kid just saved the day. But then, because it was Sirius, he cracked a grin and clapped Remus on the back so hard that the other man nearly stumbled forward into the fireplace. "Well, if Harry's a hero, then I'm a wizarding god," Sirius joked, his voice dropping into that smooth, teasing cadence that had probably gotten him out of more trouble than he could count. "I mean, really, Moony, you're gonna let this kid absorb your monthly werewolf drama? That's some serious trust, mate." Remus snorted, a tiny laugh escaping him despite the situation. "Sirius, you know I would trust Harry with my life." He paused, then gave a half-smile. "Although, I'm not sure about handing over my furry little problem to him. It's a lot for anyone, even him." Sirius raised an eyebrow, his grin stretching into something almost dangerous. "It's Harry. He's practically a walking superhero. Who needs the Ministry's help when we've got the next big thing in magical transformation right here?" As the two of them bantered on, Harry was still in his mind palace, feeling the curse solidify within him. It was rough, like trying to contain a firestorm in a teacup, but Harry wasn't about to back down. The curse was trying to fight back. He could feel it tugging, wanting to take control, but he wasn't going to let it. He could see Remus now, standing there, a quiet soldier in his own personal battle. If Harry could take even a fraction of that strength and make it his own, he'd be unstoppable. But control wasn't enough. He needed to understand it, to wield it, not let it wield him. The darkness inside him, that bitter, wild power, began to settle, as if accepting Harry's presence. It felt, oddly comforting, in a twisted sort of way. Like he and the curse were finally learning to share space. Outside, Sirius gave Remus a wink. "I'll tell you this much, Moony," he said with that smooth, teasing voice of his. "If anyone's got the guts to take on a curse like yours, it's Harry. Kid's practically a magical Swiss Army knife. No idea how he does it, but he does." Remus's smile softened, and he looked over at Harry, his eyes filled with pride, a bit of that familiar wariness still there, but also a deep sense of trust. "He's got more courage than I've ever given him credit for. I just hope he never has to face a full moon like I do." Sirius slapped him lightly on the shoulder, his usual grin back in place. "Come on, Moony, who do you think you're talking to? He's Harry Potter. He does the impossible before breakfast." And Harry, in his mind palace, grinned despite the seriousness of what he was doing. He could hear them serious, Remus offering their support, their belief in him. It was enough to keep him grounded, to keep him from slipping. In this world of swirling magic and untamed power, Harry wasn't just absorbing Remus's curse, he was embracing it, understanding it, and making it his own. And, for once, he didn't feel like the kid who had to keep saving the day. He felt like he was finally becoming something more. Something better. Alright, so here's the deal. Harry was no stranger to weird, dreamlike landscapes, but this was a whole new level of bizarre. His mind palace, because what else do you call a chaotic mental landscape that felt like a haunted amusement park built by a mad wizard, was a nightmare fusion of shadows, moonlight, and floating thoughts that looked like random bits of popcorn in a breeze. Not to mention, the centerpiece of this mess? A giant wolf. No kidding. It was massive, glowing eyes locked on Harry like he'd just trespassed into its territory, and, oh yeah, it was apparently the living manifestation of Remus's werewolf curse. The wolf snarled, showing teeth big enough to make the Google map look like an app for toddlers. "Right," Harry muttered under his breath, trying to get a grip on his Shinik sword, which was currently blazing like the sun, because why not? The sword was part Phoenix Force, part don't mess with me, and all fiery glory. "You want a piece of me, Fido? You got it." The wolf didn't respond in any polite way. Instead, it lunged forward with a growl so deep, it practically rattled Harry's bones. It was like a freight train on 4 legs, and Harry had exactly 0 plans of being flattened today. A quick flick of his wrist, and he threw up a Shinik barrier just in time. The impact was like getting hit by a full-blown cannonball. Harry's teeth rattled, his mind nearly buckling under the force, but he didn't flinch. Nope. He wasn't going to let some supernatural canine mess with him. He dug in, focusing the power of the Phoenix Force into his barrier until it crackled like lightning. "Nice try, Fido," Harry grunted, cracking his neck as the wolf pulled back, preparing for another round. "But you're gonna have to do better than that." The wolf let out a bone-chilling snarl and charged again, its claws slashing the air with the speed of a lightning strike. Harry dodged, his instincts kicking in as he rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding a swipe that would have left a new fang-shaped scar on his face. Whoa, steady there, buddy!" Harry shouted, grinning. "You don't want to know where I've been. No one survives my bad side." The wolf let out a growl that sounded suspiciously like an irritated "you don't know who you're messing with," and it lunged again, claws extended, teeth bared like it was ready to finish Harry off. But Harry wasn't about to let a big bad werewolf get the upper hand. He could feel that this wasn't just a fight, this was Remus's fight. It was the curse of years of torment, of loneliness and pain. If Harry was going to defeat this thing, he needed more than just raw power. He needed to tap into why this curse existed in the first place. As the wolf leapt for him, Harry closed his eyes for half a second. "Come on, Remus," he whispered to the void. "I know you're in there, man. Help me out here." And just like that, the air seemed to shift. The wolf hesitated, just for a moment, its snarl faltering, like it could hear Remus's voice too. Then, the wolf's eyes shifted, glowing brighter. It was as if Remus was fighting back, not physically, but mentally, urging Harry to push forward, to keep fighting. The wolf roared in frustration, charging again, but Harry was ready this time. He channeled all his phoenix energy into his sword, which blazed with a light so bright it was like staring into the sun. He jumped, high into the air, as if the very act of leaping defied gravity, and then he plunged the sword straight into the wolf's chest. The impact sent shockwaves through the mindscape, cracking the air around them like thunder. "Take that!" Harry yelled, pushing more energy into the strike. "You're not keeping Remus in here!" The wolf screamed loud, high-pitched, like a dying animal, and its form began to shudder, warping under Harry's relentless assault. It tried to fight back, slashing with claws, but Harry was too fast, ducking and weaving with the precision of a well-practiced duelist. The wolf's body was now flickering, the darkness inside it unraveling as the curse's hold weakened. The beast howled in fury, but Harry's Shinik sword cut through the curse like it was paper. With one final, climactic strike, the wolf shattered into a flurry of smoke, its body dissipating into the air like a nightmare being banished by daylight. And then silence. For a second, Harry just floated there in the empty space, feeling like he'd just won the most intense game of Quidditch ever. The mindscape around him shifted, light slowly returning, the moonlight softening, and the heavy, oppressive energy lifted. The portal that had been guarded by the wolf's curse was now open, glowing with a gentle light. Harry felt a rush of warmth, a feeling that Remus was finally free. As he stepped through the portal, Harry couldn't help but grin. "Hey, Remus," he said, voice full of that sarcastic humor he always carried with him. "I think your brain just had a really bad makeover. But don't worry, I fixed it." And just like that, Remus's voice echoed in Harry's mind, a sound full of exhaustion and gratitude. "Harry. I don't know how to say this. I owe you everything. You've freed me." Harry rolled his eyes, though a smile tugged at his lips. "Oh, come on. It was nothing, Remus. Just another Tuesday. A Tuesday with an oversized werewolf, but still, nothing major." The calm around him was tangible now, and Harry knew Remus was safe, truly safe. He'd fought through his own demons, and now, with Harry's help, he was finally free of the curse. "Anytime, Moony," Harry said, his voice full of warmth. "Friends don't let friends fight werewolves alone." As Harry stepped through the portal, leaving the mindscape behind, he couldn't help but feel like this was just another chapter in the book of their crazy, magic-filled lives. And, well, he was glad to be part of it. Sirius Black sat in the corner of the leaky cauldron, looking suspiciously like a brooding, angst-ridden artist contemplating the meaning of life, but with less eyeliner and more scars. His eyes were locked on Harry, who was currently battling it out in the bizarre mental landscape that was Remus's mind. Sirius had stationed himself here on purpose, right by the fireplace, but far enough away that no one would notice him making any sudden, suspicious movements. He was trying to play it cool. Which, considering the situation, was a tall order. "I know I should just chill," Sirius muttered, staring at the swirling, mental chaos happening inside Harry's head like he was watching some kind of wizarding pay-per-view event. "But it's hard to stay serious about this." He grinned to himself, clearly impressed by his own cleverness. The pun? Legendary. But despite the smirk, his heart was doing somersaults in his chest, racing with every punch and kick Harry was taking from the mental manifestation of Remus's curse. Sirius hated being helpless. He hated it with the passion of 1,000 sunburns. He wanted to jump in, swing his wand, and rescue everyone from the mess, but he knew better. Harry had this. He was the hero in this twisted little story. Even if he was technically only 15 and occasionally wore mismatched socks, the kid had a knack for doing the impossible. Sirius leaned back in his chair, eyes still glued to the scene unfolding in Harry's mindscape. He had to admit Harry was good. Too good, really. Sirius didn't know whether to be proud or terrified. It was like watching a mini version of James Potter who'd actually gotten his life together. Well, except for the nearly dying on a daily basis part. James, Lily, Sirius whispered under his breath, not caring if anyone heard. His voice was low, a mixture of wistfulness and guilt. You'd be proud of him, I think. He's like both of you, in the best way possible. The pride he felt for Harry wasn't something Sirius often let himself acknowledge, but right now, it hit him hard. Harry was brave like James, recklessly courageous, but with a heart bigger than the moon. And like Lily, Harry was resilient, a stubbornness wrapped in kindness that made Sirius's chest ache in the best way. He watched Harry duck a particularly nasty swipe from the werewolf manifestation, the Chinook sword blazing in his hands like it was straight out of a comic book. The wolf's claws narrowly missed Harry's cheek, but he rolled, using the momentum to strike back. The kid was practically a blur of motion, dancing around the cursed beast like it was just another bad dance partner at a wedding. Yeah, that's my godson, Sirius murmured to himself, his voice tight with a mix of affection and frustration. Go ahead, show the wolf who's boss. But then, Harry took a hit, one that sent him crashing to the ground with a grunt. Sirius's hands instinctively clenched into fists, his eyes flashing. Not cool, mate, he muttered to the air, his eyes narrowing. It was a reflex at this point, his protective instincts roaring to life like a fireworks show on the 4th of July. But then Harry pushed up, not even a scratch left on him. Classic Harry. Sirius rolled his eyes, exhaling a frustrated sigh. You know, Harry, he said to himself, if you could just let me swoop in and save the day for once, that'd be great. Sirius could feel his pulse pounding in his ears. This was not how he preferred things to go. Normally, if someone was in trouble, he was the first one charging in with an awkwardly placed dramatic entrance, "Oh, look at me, I'm the hero." But today? Today, he was stuck on the sidelines, stuck with his own thoughts, watching the kid he'd promised to protect to raise fight in a mental battlefield where he couldn't even cast a single spell. All right, enough of this. He shook his head and forced himself to sit back in the chair, though his fingers still itched for his wand. No charging in. Harry's got this. And I'm just here for moral support. Being an emotionally supportive godfather. Ahem. Sirius glanced around to make sure no one was watching his silent commentary, because if someone did, they'd probably think he was either crazy or a bit too into the whole protective godfather thing. Or both. He watched, rapt, as Harry, gritting his teeth, dove back into the fight, his Chinook sword glowing even brighter, crackling with raw energy. The wolf roared in fury, its massive, clawed paws slashing out at Harry with an almost supernatural speed. Harry dodged, barely. Every move was executed with precision, with the kind of frantic urgency that made Sirius's heart race. "You're doing great, kid," Sirius muttered, his voice tight with unspoken pride. "Just keep fighting. You've got this." In that moment, something stirred deep inside him, an almost overwhelming urge to reach out and grab Harry by the shoulders and tell him everything would be all right. To tell him that he didn't have to do it all on his own. But that wasn't the way things worked anymore. Harry was his own person now. And Sirius, well, he was the godfather who would stand by, grumble, and throw in a few bad jokes for good measure, but never let Harry feel alone. The wolf in Harry's mind howled one final time, the sound ear-splitting and filled with pure rage. But as Harry's sword landed a final, blinding blow, the beast evaporated into nothingness, leaving the mindscape eerily quiet. Harry stood there for a moment, breathing heavily, a streak of sweat tracing down his forehead. Sirius, for a second, forgot to breathe, too. "That's my godson," Sirius said again, his voice softer this time, almost a whisper. He had never been prouder. And then, because it was Sirius Black, the guy who couldn't resist a joke even in the most heart-pounding moments, he leaned back and sighed dramatically. "Good thing I'm here to keep watch." "You're welcome, Harry. I totally would have swooped in at the last minute. You know, to save you from the danger." He threw a glance at the empty room. "Totally." There was a brief silence. Then, in the back of his mind, he could almost hear Harry's voice, sarcastic as ever. "Thanks, Sirius. Really? Couldn't have done it without you." Sirius grinned to himself and leaned back in his chair, confident in the knowledge that Harry was going to be all right. And that, for now, was enough. As the mindscape shattered like a cheap mirror, Harry and Remus popped back into the leaky cauldron as if nothing had happened aside from the whole battling the unseen horrors of a curse in your mind bit, of course. The pub buzzed with the usual noise, clinking glasses, animated conversations, and that one old guy who always seemed to be a little too loud after one too many fire whiskies. You'd never know a battle of mental wills had just gone down. It was like Hogwarts on a lazy Sunday, minus the occasional hex. Sirius was lounging in his usual corner, his hair messily falling into his eyes like he had just rolled out of a good dream, or a bad one, but we're sticking with the good. He had a newspaper spread out in front of him clearly for show. The only thing he was reading was the two people across from him, eyes darting between Harry and Remus like an eagle stalking its prey. It's safe to say, he didn't really care about the latest gossip from the Daily Prophet. When they finally returned, looking a little disheveled and probably wishing they could erase the past few minutes of mental gymnastics, Sirius couldn't help but breathe a huge sigh of relief. It was the kind of dramatic sigh that would have made even the most seasoned actors in the wizarding world jealous. "Ah, there you are. I was starting to think I'd need to pull out a porte-clés and get all heroic on you. But then, where would I get the dramatic music for my entrance?" Harry gave him an exasperated look, but there was a glint of fondness in his eyes. "Yeah, that would have been great, Sirius. You'd probably knock over every table in the place trying to save us." Sirius smirked, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "Hey, if I'm not making an entrance like a grand wizard, then what am I even doing with my life?" Remus, looking like he'd just been through a particularly bad roller coaster ride, mental versions of those can be worse than real ones, trust me, rubbed his temples as though trying to wipe away the effects of their strange adventure. "It's like discovering you've been wearing an invisibility cloak backward for a decade. You think you're doing fine, but then bam, it's like everything clicks into place." Sirius' grin stretched wide. "Invisibility cloak backward, hey? That's one way to look at it. Personally, I'd say it's more like finally getting an owl post delivered without any owls getting distracted halfway through the journey." With a dramatic flick of his wrist that was somehow both graceful and a little over the top, Sirius summoned 3 butterbeers from thin air. They materialized with a soft pop, and he slid one toward Harry, then Remus. He took his own, settling back in his chair with a contented sigh. Here's to victory over cursed mind maze things. And to not needing any more impromptu mental battles for a while. Honestly, this was too much of a workout for my delicate soul. Harry raised his glass, though there was a small, rueful smile tugging at his lips. To more adventures. And fewer mind wolves. Seriously, I've had enough supernatural weirdness for one day. Remus let out a chuckle, though it was warm, like it had been a long time coming. It was one of those laughs that felt like it belonged in a movie, genuine, full of relief, and definitely long overdue. Here's to that. Maybe next time, we'll take a nice, relaxing stroll through the forbidden forest, without any curses, mind wolves, or the usual drama. As they clinked their glasses, Sirius couldn't resist one more quip. "Remember, boys, you can't have an adventure without a bit of serious in it. I'm the magic ingredient that makes this whole thing work." Harry rolled his eyes but couldn't fight the grin that tugged at his lips. "You're impossible." "Impossible?" "Nat," Sirius said with an exaggerated pout. "I'm more of a necessary nuisance, Harry. You'll thank me when you're older. Or when I finally come through with that dramatic rescue." Remus, who had been quiet for a moment, nodded thoughtfully, his gaze warm with something like gratitude and affection. He hadn't laughed like this in a while, and there was something about it that made him look younger, more alive. "You know, we really wouldn't have it any other way. This whole trio thing, it works." The warmth of that moment settled over the table, wrapping around them like a cozy blanket. There they were, Harry, Remus, and Sirius, surrounded by the hum of the pub, facing the chaos of the world as only they could. With a group like this, you knew no matter what came next, they'd face it together. And if things got a little weird, and let's be real, they always did, there'd be a joke, a laugh, and, most importantly, each other to hold it all together. After all, that's what family was for. Even if it involved a lot of unnecessary drama and uncalled-for heroic entrances. The cold of Azkaban wasn't just something you felt, it was something you became. Peter Pettigrew was currently an expert in that phenomenon, curled up on the stone floor of his prison cell, clutching his knees like he was trying to make himself disappear, which, considering his talent for hiding, seemed like an excellent idea. The chill in the air was more than just physical, it was a deep, gnawing chill that burrowed into your bones and reminded you, every single moment, of all the terrible things you had done. And Peter? Oh, Peter was having a fantastic time in this frozen little slice of hell. In the back of his mind, there was a constant echo of guilt, and it was a loud, obnoxious echo, like a bad song stuck on repeat. James and Lily Potter's faces haunted him, their trust, his betrayal shining through in his every waking thought. The Marauders had been everything to him, James, with his reckless bravery, Sirius, with his smirking, roguish charm, Remus, ever the smart, kind friend. And Peter? Well, Peter was the guy who was there. The fourth wheel, the guy who did the legwork and got none of the glory. Always the sidekick. Always second place. But when Voldemort came around promising power, safety, and all those things Peter had never had, he didn't hesitate. He sold them out, all of them. Like a rat scurrying to save its own skin, which, if we're being honest, was pretty much exactly what Peter had done. Oh, yeah, he thought bitterly, shivering even more. Survival is such a great excuse for backstabbing your friends. The worst part? The betrayal didn't stop with the Potters. Oh no. Peter had had to go all the way, just to make sure there were no loose ends. So, when it came time to frame Sirius for their deaths, Peter didn't even flinch. He planted the finger, literally, and let it all play out. Sirius, the one who would never have hurt James, the one Peter should have been protecting, was dragged off to Azkaban while Peter scuttled off like a literal rat. Peter Pettigrew was living his best life, or least worst life, depending on how you looked at it. It was a neat little package of cowardice wrapped up in the convenient excuse of self-preservation. Then there were the Dementors. Of course, they were here. They were basically the universe's way of telling Peter he was super messed up. And if the eerie, soul-sucking creatures didn't do it, his own guilt and self-loathing would. Honestly, Peter couldn't decide if the Dementors or his own conscience were worse. Both were doing a bang-up job of ruining his existence. But hey, at least the cell was cold enough that he didn't have to feel the sweat of regret constantly trickling down his neck, right? As if on cue, the air in his cell seemed to freeze just a little more. Peter's head snapped up, his heart leaping into his throat. Oh great! Was it time for the Dementors again? Or had the ghosts of James and Lily finally come to strangle him with their disappointed gazes? But no. This wasn't the usual hiss of the Dementors. This was different. This was someone else. The figure that materialized before him was tall and imposing, the air around him crackling with an unnerving presence. His skin was pale, his eyes gleaming red, nothing like the soulless black voids of the Dementors, but something worse. This guy looked like a bad omen wrapped in a very expensive suit. He exuded confidence, which, for someone currently locked in a death trap of a prison, was really not the kind of energy you wanted around. Peter Pettigrew, the stranger said, his voice a smooth, eerie melody that sent chills down Peter's spine. "I've been waiting for you." Peter scrambled back, bumping into the stone wall behind him. "You waiting for me? Who the hell are you?" The man smiled, his teeth unnaturally sharp. "Ah, straight to the point. I admire that. You can call me Mr. Sinister." He spoke the name with an air of theatricality that made Peter want to roll his eyes, but he was too terrified to do anything other than gape. "And I have an offer that might interest you." Peter blinked. "Offer? Look, I don't know what you think this is, but I'm kind of in the middle of a moment of self-reflection, okay? Some serious soul-searching. It's very tragic and morally complex." Mr. Sinister gave him a slow, almost pitying look. "How quaint," he drawled, crossing his arms. "But surely, even you, Peter, can't be enjoying this little existence you've carved out for yourself. Dungeons. Guilt. The constant sound of your own thoughts telling you you're a failure. How does that feel?" Peter's stomach twisted. It's not great, all right. But that's what happens when you betray your friends and get yourself locked away in a cold cell, yes. We all know the story, Peter." Mr. Sinister stepped closer, and the temperature dropped further. It was as though the room itself was leaning in to listen. "But I offer you something different. Freedom." The word hung in the air like a siren call. Peter's eyes darted to the door of his cell. Freedom, escape. For the first time in, well, forever, he felt the faintest pulse of hope. But then, something clicked. I know this isn't going to be free, right?" Peter managed, narrowing his eyes suspiciously. "There's always a catch with people like you. Nothing's ever that easy." "Ah, yes," Mr. Sinister said, his smile widening as if he enjoyed the game. "You're learning. But this is the chance to rewrite your fate. To come out of this place, and perhaps, even have a hand in changing the game. All I ask in return is your loyalty. And your services." Peter's heart raced, but not with excitement. Loyalty? Services? The last time he had given loyalty, it had led to the destruction of everything he had known. The last time he'd made a deal with someone more powerful than himself, he had lost everything. Again. But then again. Freedom. Just tell me what I need to do," Peter whispered, his voice tinged with desperation, the same desperation that had led him down this dark path in the first place. Mr. Sinister's smile reached the corners of his eyes, an eerie gleam. "Of course. It's simple. You do what I say, when I say it. You will be rewarded. Fail me, and, well, you'll wish you were back in Azkaban." The offer hung in the air like a deal with the devil, and Peter, ever the coward, found himself nodding before he could stop it. "Well, that's just great, Peter," he muttered to himself. "What's the worst that could happen?"